Ling Lan was a cute drunk. She did not start babbling nonsense, nor did she fly into a drunken rage. She only fell asleep silently, a saliva bubble popping up at the edge of her lips every once in a while. This adorable sight made Lan Luofeng laugh despite her annoyance. She had just taken her eyes off this child for a moment, and she had gone and gotten herself drunk on red wine. Still, this was the only time Ling Lan really looked like a true 6-year-old child, sleeping innocently without a care in the world. Lan Luofeng knew that these couple of years had actually been really tough on Ling Lan. Every day, she had training assignments, and Lan Luofeng had watched with tearful eyes as she trained till she dropped. In truth, Little Four had notified Ling Lan that time was up, so she would get some rest. It wasn't that Ling Lan was slacking off, but her body was really still too weak. Overexerting her body now in training would only cause irreparable harm that even the Qi exercises would not be able to repair. Lan Luofeng could not stop her training, however, because she knew that this would benefit Ling Lan greatly in the future. The Federation was a world where the fittest survived. An extra measure of strength meant an extra measure of safety. For Ling Lan's future, she had to harden her heart. Lan Luofeng quickly bundled Ling Lan up and carried her to her room. Ever since Ling Lan could clearly communicate what she wanted, she had demanded a personal room of her own. Lan Luofeng was an overindulgent mother with no bottom line when it came to her child, so she had caved with minimal fuss and provided a lone room for Ling Lan. Carefully placing Ling Lan on her bed, Lan Luofeng dropped a light kiss on Ling Lan's adorable round face and then shut the door behind her as she left. What she didn't know was that, though Ling Lan looked as if she was sound asleep, her consciousness had actually been dragged ruthlessly into the mind space by instructor number 1. Ling Lan felt extremely wobbly, finding it rather difficult to stay on her feet, and the things she looked at seemed to waver in her sight. She felt a little nauseous and so quickly squatted down, gripping her head. Ling Lan just had to squat, lest she fall over the very next second from losing her balance. Humph! How dare you drink? Number 1's expression darkened further at the sight, and with a flick of his finger, a basinful of cold water splashed down upon Ling Lan from above. The sudden shock caused Ling Lan to shiver uncontrollably, and her muddled senses abruptly came into focus. Instructor number 1, you look well. Ling Lan smiled awkwardly as she lifted her head, her expression pleading for mercy. I am very not well. Instructor number 1 paid no mind to Ling Lan's pleading, giving her no face as he told her in no uncertain terms that he was angry. Instructor number 1's words made Ling Lan break out into cold sweat. Without even having to ask, she knew that the not well instructor number 1 was talking about had something to do with her. Could it be that she had somehow irritated this fearsome demon instructor without even knowing it? Looking at Ling Lan's bewildered face, instructor number 1 raged. In today's fight, what were you doing? Is that how you were meant to use what number 9 had taught you? Ling Lan was indignant. I managed to hit the examiner. Well, you could have hit him directly, without having to resort to trickery. If you do this again, don't blame me for punishing you. Instructor number 1 firmly believed that honest strength was the true path. Any sort of underhanded tricks were all dishonest methods, which should not be relied upon. Ling Lan paid no mind to the mention of punishment, but asked in surprise, you mean that I can actually hit the examiner with my own strength right now? If that was the case, then why had she felt so overpowered? That the opponent's strength was so much higher than her own? Was it all an illusion? But then, all 3 of them had already used up all their strength and skills to fight the examiner for so long. It was only when they were running out of strength that they had thought up that trick to hit the examiner. Of course, Ling Lan didn't think that using tricks was wrong or unfair. On the battlefield, survival was the only principle. That's right. In today's battle, you missed 3 opportunities. That said, number 1 flicked yet another finger, and the scene of today's battle appeared before Ling Lan's eyes. The first sneak attack was done well at the beginning. You remembered what number 9 had told you, and kept your killing intent hidden, but when you were just about to succeed, your heart wavered. Number 1 pointed at the scene, showing how when Ling Lan's punch was just about to hit the examiner, there was a fluctuation in her aura. This little fluctuation had let the examiner sense her attack, which was how he had managed to block her attack in that final second. For the second sneak attack, you made the exact same mistake. losing your attention at the critical moment. Number one's voice grew colder and colder, and he looked as if he wished he could drag Ling Lan over to give her a good beating right now. She had obviously learned everything properly. Why was she making such stupid mistakes in a real fight? If Ling Lan had only fought as she had trained, the examiner would have been hit by that very first move. What angers me the most is that you don't even know how to change your own attack approach. Using the same moves over and over again. After failing in a sneak attack twice, even an idiot would know to watch out for your sneak attacks, and still you persisted with sneak attacks. Is your head filled with the brain of a pig? Instructor number one's rage was incandescent as he observed Ling Lan's third attempt at a sneak attack playing out before them. After being discovered, it's all right to just fight directly with the opponent, but what were you thinking using all your might for every single move? What will you use then to defend yourself? Also, don't you know how to mix in some feints among your real moves? Here, when your right elbow was blocked, and you continued to use your left elbow, both the opponent's arms had been used for defense, and because of your friend's attack on his waist, his only usable leg had been neutralized. Why didn't you take the chance to attack his lower body? Didn't you learn the scorpion tail swipe? This was clearly a great chance for you to score a hit. What disappoints me the most is that you did not notice any of the errors you made during your fight, or even the missed chances. You are literally a combat idiot. Many prodigies would often notice their own weaknesses during battle, but unfortunately, Ling Lan did not notice anything at all in her fight up till the very end. Even now, she had still been pleased with herself over her successful trick, which was why instructor number one was so angry. If it wasn't the fact that the opponent wanted to know how much you all could do, you would have already been killed at this point. Instructor number one rolled back the scene to when she had started facing the examiner directly, pointing out how the examiner had stopped many of his moves halfway through so as to avoid injuring Ling Lan. Under instructor number one's detailed analysis, Ling Lan grew more and more ashamed. She had really thought she had performed pretty well in that battle, but who knew that she had actually done so badly, making mistake after mistake. Her elation at having hit the examiner today disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a cold ball of shame in her gut and her back drenched with sweat. Looks like we need to have a round of wilderness training. We'll see what to do next after you learn how to hunt. Instructor number one coolly announced Ling Lan's fate. Before Ling Lan could ask any questions or beg for mercy, instructor number one had flicked his finger once again. Ling Lan saw the scenery change around her, and then she was standing in a primordial forest with number one. She could hear the sound of a flowing stream in the distance, as well as the fearsome calls of some unknown wild beasts. Ling Lan's little heart felt like it was beating out of her chest. Although she had never spent much time in a forest before, she knew that this type of place was rife with danger. Not only were there wild beasts wandering around, nature itself was an intimidating thing, and there were also other unknown terrors lurking within. Ling Lan's face fell rapidly. However, she knew that this hunting mission was definitely unavoidable. This year had taught her that once instructor number one had made up his mind, nothing was going to change it. Still, she intended to try and plead with instructor number one for just a little more preparation time, so she could go back and ask Little Four for some wilderness survival tips. Unfortunately, instructor number one saw through her plans, and without giving her the chance to speak, he said, "Please enjoy yourself," and promptly disappeared in a flash of light from this endlessly verdant world. Damn it. Number one, you are truly vicious. Ling Lan savagely directed her middle finger towards the direction where number one had been standing in a display of futile anger. Dawn. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the dense foliage of the forest, slowly lending it its warmth, the originally quiescent green world began to wake up once again. Various creatures started crawling out of their nests, beginning a new cycle of their daily routine, hunting and being hunted. On the ground, an unnamed little creature with wrinkled skin was stealthily making its way over to its destination. It was very small, only roughly the size of 2 human fists, but it dragged a wide flat tail behind it that was twice the length of its body. It had no choice but to be careful. In this forest, 80% of the animals could kill it easily, and unfortunately, its meat was tender, so even though it was small and had very little meat, many of the larger creatures still wouldn't mind hunting it as an appetizer. Its intended destination was an area full of shallow water depressions up ahead. That area was a swampland, very suitable for its survival, because its light weight and body shape allowed it to move freely around the swamp without sinking into it. Aside from those creatures whose natural habitat was the swamp, other creatures could not even enter the area, making it much safer for the creature. Of course, most importantly, there was food for it here as well, making it well worth its while to come here. It almost started drooling thinking of food. The fish in the shallow depressions here were just too tasty. It finally made it there, smooth sailing all the way. At this time, in the shallow water of the numerous depressions, fish the length of fingers were joyfully swimming around, darting from one depression to another. All of the depressions were connected by countless narrow streams of water. Although these streams were much too small for bigger fish to get through, they allowed these small fish to swim between the depressions unhindered. In one particular depression, the fish were greedily nibbling on some of the water weeds, oblivious to the fact that their natural enemy had arrived and was getting ready to feast on them to satisfy its hunger. The wrinkled animal entered the swamp and darted swiftly into one of the depressions. The fish scattered in fright, but swam blindly in their panic, ending up in a dead end. In the end, their only outcome was to be devoured by the agile, wrinkled creature. After eating up the fishes in this depression, the creature climbed out of it and shook itself, causing the water droplets on its body to go flying, until its skin was once again as dry and pristine as before. It then rested for a little while. Hunting was not easy. Actions that seemed easy actually took up a lot of its body strength. Still, even while it rested, it vigilantly kept a lookout on its surroundings, afraid that a strong enemy would appear to eat it. Soon after, it had regained its strength and had begun sneaking over to the next depression. However, it did not notice. In the swamp, not too far away from it, a pair of gelid eyes had locked themselves on its figure, prepared to ambush it during its next meal. When it once again leapt into another depression to capture more fish, the owner of the gelid eye struck. A thick black cable shot out, skirting by the edges of the depression, and the wrinkled animal was gone. The clear sound of flesh hitting water could be heard, and then a water snake as thick as a man's arm could be seen sitting in the middle of the depression, its lower half curled up neatly beneath it. From a glance, it looked like it was about 3 meters long, perhaps more. In its mouth, the wrinkled creature was struggling with all its might, flapping its wide tail around, but to no avail. It was swallowed by the water snake, bit by bit, until it finally disappeared completely into the snake's gullet. The water snake raised its head, waiting for its food to travel down its throat into its stomach. And then, right at this moment, a large maw appeared abruptly beside it, sharp teeth glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Before the water snake could react, it had already been bitten, right where it was most vulnerable. Of course, the water snake was unwilling to just lay back and die. Before it died, it used the whole length of its 3-meter-long body to wrap tightly around the opponent, hoping to bring it along with it into death. Unfortunately, the opponent was still clamped onto its vital point, so it could not hold on for long. It soon died, and its coils loosened around its attacker. And then, a hulking creature climbed out from the depths of the swamp. Its overall appearance looked very much like that of Earth's crocodiles, but compared to a crocodile, its body was even larger, and its 4 limbs were even thicker. It was the king of this swamp, and its favorite food was naturally the fastest and stealthiest water snakes. However, water snakes were extremely hard to catch. The moment they saw its shadow, they would flee immediately, slithering swiftly into the swamp water and disappearing completely. Thus, it could only disguise itself and wait patiently, at times up to a whole day and night, to get its prize. Today, it would eat well. It raised its head and opened its jaws wide, putting this large snake into its mouth, slowly tearing it into pieces as it chewed and swallowed. Halfway through its meal, while half of the snake's body was still dangling outside its mouth, it caught sight of a dark shadow falling rapidly from above it with the corner of its eye. Damn it! What creature dares to disturb the king of the swamp at its meal? It did not even consider the possibility of an ambush. It was the undisputed king of the food chain here. No creature would dare think of hunting it. Before it could take a closer look, it felt a bone-deep piercing pain starting from its mouth go through its entire body. It let out a furious roar, a sign of its rage and disbelief that a creature would dare to harm it. It wanted to tear that creature apart with its sharp teeth, but found that it could not close its mouth anymore. No, it wasn't that it couldn't close it. Somehow, sometime, a wooden staff had made its way into its mouth. It tried to dislodge the staff, but then found that it couldn't move its body either. Indeed, it was like it had been pinned to the ground. Aside from flinging its limbs around uselessly, it could not move at all. It had no idea what was going on, and as rage continued to build within it, it tried to roar again, but now found that it couldn't even do that anymore. And then the pain hit, coursing through every part of its body, so intense that it couldn't handle it. What the heck was going on? So troublesome. Along with this voice, an extremely fragile-looking thing appeared by its head. And then, the creature's final memory was of the strange creature lifting its scrawny foot above its head and stomping down viciously. Without any change in her expression, Ling Lan pulled her foot out from the skull of this king of the swamp. She had no interest in watching the death struggle of the creature, and so had kindly put it out of its misery by stomping through its skull. Looking at the white brain matter all over her shoes, Ling Lan no longer felt the disgust she had felt at the beginning. The current Ling Lan was enveloped by an aura of honed aggression. Just like a king of the jungle, she was no longer the weak and timid person she was before. Of course, with Ling Lan's current strength, fighting this creature in the swamp head-on was not impossible. However, this fellow's skin was as strong as steel, and Ling Lan had no weapons which could pierce through it. This skin it had was exactly why it could withstand the water snake's desperate counterattack at the end. Still, all creatures had their weaknesses, and this Swamp King was no exception. The insides of the Swamp King was very fragile, which was why the Swamp King normally would not leave its mouth open. For the only way to attack its insides was through its mouth. As such, Ling Lan had decided to conceal herself within the swamp and wait till the Swamp King started hunting. And when the Swamp King had started to eat, she had taken the opportunity to stuff a small tree down its throat, all the way to its tail, sealing its fate with one blow. Getting to this point was not easy for Ling Lan. Many times, due to problems with emotional control, the Swamp King had managed to sense her killing intent and evade her attack, causing her to lose her chance. Thus, Ling Lan had paid the price of death several times over before she finally grasped the ability to hunt flawlessly. The trials and difficulties she went through in the entire process were truly too numerous to be cited. Ling Lan had initially thought that she would have to stay in this virtual forest for up to 2 or 3 years before she would get used to it and see some results. But in reality, humans were exceedingly smart and adaptable creatures. Especially for those who were already equipped with offensive and defensive abilities, adapting to this dangerous environment was even easier than expected. Within a month, Ling Lan was now able to move freely through the forest. Ling Lan had never been a reckless person, so when instructor number 1 had disappeared, she had been very, very cautious with her every step. After all, having never been in the wild before, the forest was an unknown swathe of darkness in her eyes. Furthermore, she strongly believed that this forest was a terrifying place, so her first thought was not about hunting, but rather on how she would be able to survive to see the light of the next day. Reality proved that she had still been too naive and had underestimated the dangers of the forest. She had not even made it till the night of the first day before she had been bitten by some unknown venomous insects hidden within the grass. This was her first experience with death, in the net speak of her previous world, her virgin death. Frankly, Ling Lan's virgin death was not at all easy. It could even be described as gory, capable of turning the stomach of anyone who saw it. The scene of her death was unbelievably horrific. For the rest of her life, Ling Lan never wanted to experience that sort of death ever again. The venom of the insects had been potently vicious, causing immense pain to its victim. This pain was even worse than the pain she had endured through her sickness from her previous life, even more penetrating than the pain she had endured during the medicinal baths of this life, because on top of the pain was an uncontrollable itch that could not be resisted. She would never forget it. For 3 whole days, Ling Lan had suffered and itched. She had watched as she personally scratched away the bloody flesh from her body bit by bit, and all she had felt then was relief and a perverse sort of pleasure, until her body had been reduced to scraps of skin and flesh hanging on an almost empty skeleton. Only then did she breathe her last breath. Back then, She had thought that that was the end of it, that she was finally free from the torments of this forest, free to go back to reality. But when she opened her eyes once again, she was back where instructor number 1 had first dumped her, still within the forest. It was then that Ling Lan realized that this virtual world created by the learning space was not as simple as she had assumed. She would not be able to return to reality just by waiting it out. It was tied up with a mission, so until the mission was completed, she was stuck here, unable to return. Thus, even though she was still traumatized by her first death experience, for the sake of returning to reality, Ling Lan had no choice but to buck up and force herself to continue exploring the forest so that she could complete her mission. Ling Lan had not forgotten what instructor number 1 had said. His words had clearly indicated that she was to learn how to hunt. However, when Ling Lan managed to kill one of the forest creatures weaker than her, the learning space did not react at all. This told Ling Lan that she would not be able to accomplish this mission on a technicality. She would most likely have to kill a fierce beast several times stronger than her for it to count. And so she started challenging this primordial forest. She encountered many dangers along the way. Some she managed to escape, while most of the others naturally resulted in her death. She had been devoured by a swarm of ants, eaten alive until she was nothing but bones. She had been ambushed by an adorable-looking animal, small but vicious, ending up as its meal. And she had also died from eating some poisonous fruits by accident, as well as experienced being bitten by some pestilent mosquitoes, dying in the end from the ravages of disease. However, all these countless deaths were not for nothing. Ling Lan gradually learned how to survive in this primordial forest. She absorbed all the knowledge she gained from her deaths, throwing away the kind and softer emotions that were unnecessary here, only keeping her level-headedness and her ruthlessness. From then on, all the creatures in the forest had only 2 labels in her eyes: threat or food. Through it all, Ling Lan gradually shifted from her initial timid and uncertain self into her current cool and self-composed persona. She could now face any danger without fear, and confidence oozed from her every pore. The entire forest was like her own backyard to her now. She knew all the animals and hazards here as well as the palm of her hand. This time, she had decided to hunt the Swamp King after much thought and consideration. Even though the terrain here was more treacherous than many other areas within the forest, this also meant that the Swamp King had a much lower guard than the other kings of the forest. Due to a lack of contest, the Swamp King was also comparatively weaker. And although the terrain was to the Swamp King's advantage, it wasn't necessarily a disadvantage for Ling Lan either. And so, Ling Lan had set a trap. Her first few attempts all ended in failure, where she often ended up as the Swamp King's excrement, only managing to escape a handful of times. However, every failure added to her experience, and Ling Lan slowly but surely started to grasp the Swamp King's hunting habits. To give the Swamp King a false sense of security, although Ling Lan had been lying in ambush every day, she had not made a move for over a week. Ling Lan could still remember instructor number 1's rebuke, saying that she did not know how to mix feints into her attacks, that continuous sneak attacks were not really sneak attacks anymore. And Ling Lan did not want to make the same mistake twice. Finally, today, Ling Lan saw a rare opportunity. Perhaps because Ling Lan had not attacked at all this week, the Swamp King seemed to think that it had killed off all the stupid animals that dared threaten it. Moreover, it had just managed to capture its favorite snack of juicy, tender water snake, putting it in a great mood, and so it had subconsciously let down its guard, which was when Ling Lan had struck. This time, Ling Lan finally managed to deal a beautiful killing blow, which was also proof that Ling Lan had truly mastered the art of hiding her killing intent, successfully nabbing her prey. As the Swamp King fell dead before her, Ling Lan closed her eyes and reflected on how she had felt back when she had dealt the killing blow. There had been no agitation, no excitement, only cool patience and focus. Ling Lan savored the difference between her previous attacks and this one, and understood that she had been too hasty before, too concerned with the final outcome to maintain her composure. The moment the still pool of her emotions had rippled, her killing intent had seeped out. Ling Lan laughed as her hands tightened into fists. Perhaps she could go back now and leave this godforsaken place behind. Although Ling Lan was no longer afraid of the primordial forest, it didn't mean she liked it here. It was too lonely here. There was no one to talk to, no one to spare her any bit of warmth. She was just about to have a breakdown over the imposed solitude. It was just fortunate that she had great mental fortitude. Otherwise, she'd have already been driven insane by now. Just then, Ling Lan sensed a change in her surroundings, coming from right behind her. She did not turn around, but her posture shifted minutely so that she would be ready to defend herself and fight back at any moment. Not bad at all. A familiar voice rang out from behind her, and Ling Lan felt rage roil within her even as she felt a profound sense of relief. Without thinking, she sprung backwards with a dip of her feet, leaning back as she flew through the air, flipped into a somersault, and then facing that man, she resolutely unleashed her leg into a savage kick aimed in his direction. Damn it, number one, you bastard. I'll kick you to death. The long-suffering Ling Lan could no longer keep calm. Instructor number one was expressionless as always. Seeing Ling Lan's attack, he did not even move his feet, merely holding out two fingers and aiming them at Ling Lan's incoming foot. Bam! The two clashed, producing a rather muffled sound, and Ling Lan felt a huge wave of energy swell from the bottom of her foot. Her entire body was thrown backwards, and that delicate foot that was capable of crushing the Swamp King's skull actually felt a little numb, losing all combat ability in a moment. Ling Lan took control of her body in midair with a twist of her waist, allowing her to land on her feet right back where she had started, on top of the dead Swamp King's head. Still able to unleash your anger, I see. Looks like you've adapted well. Number one stood in the air before Ling Lan, an almost imperceptible trace of mirth in his eyes as he acknowledged Ling Lan's achievements for the first time. Ling Lan couldn't help the little surge of happiness she felt at instructor number one's words, feeling as if she had been praised by an elder. However, Ling Lan was not so easily placated. Her face stony, she asked huffily, "Instructor number one, weren't you afraid that I would be driven insane by this cruel environment?" Ling Lan knew very well that if she hadn't been so mentally resilient, this primordial forest was totally capable of driving a regular adult out of his or her mind, much less an apparent 6-year-old child like her. No matter how talented the child was, he or she would not be able to survive for long in this fearsome forest. Although one could revive countless times in here, the various horrific ways of dying and their realistic rendering upon one's body was more than enough to devastate a child's growing mind, mission notwithstanding. Ling Lan was very doubtful. Was this learning space truly meant to cultivate children, or was it actually meant to destroy a child's future? Thus, she spilled her doubts to number one. Number one's expression remained impassive as he asked in return, "Are you insane?" Implied was the fact that Ling Lan's apparent sanity made her protests moot. If Ling Lan had truly become insane, then she wouldn't have been able to protest anyway. Ling Lan stared up at the sky, speechless, weeping internally. Hells, she knew better now. As hosts, they had no true power whatsoever. As they grew up, they were subject to the cruel bullying of the learning space, with no room at all to fight back. Satisfied with Ling Lan's acquiescence, number one said, "Since you have completed the mission, the learning space will not skimp on your reward." That said, Ling Lan immediately heard the notification from the learning space's system. Hunting mission completed, 50 honor points awarded. Hells, this learning space was so goddamn stingy. Ling Lan spat in her heart. This proved that her original hypothesis had not been wrong. Honor points were indeed difficult to obtain. This extreme mission, which had almost driven her insane, was only worth 50 points. She couldn't help but rejoice that she had not carelessly wasted those honor points she had received in the beginning. After the system had rewarded her, number one did not say anything, only flicking a finger. The environment around them twisted once again, and the endless greenery, the swamp, and the skeletons all faded away, to be replaced by an empty field. They had once again returned to the learning space where she had learned physical skills from instructor number 9. Looking at the familiar grounds, Ling Lan was struck by how beautiful this scenery before her was for the first time, even though there really was nothing in front of her. "Time is almost up. You should go back. Remember to contain your malevolent aura." Without clarifying further, instructor number 1 summarily kicked Ling Lan out of the learning grounds, and in the very next second, Ling Lan had appeared within the great hall of the mind space. In a corner, Little Four was seated in a thinking pose. As if sensing something, he lifted his head suddenly, and his eyes filled with joy as he saw Ling Lan. Just as he was about to pounce on her, he suddenly leapt back instead, scurrying to hide behind a large pillar in panic. From there, he peeked out warily and said, "Boss." Little Four's shiftiness irritated Ling Lan. With a flying leap, she had grabbed hold of Little Four's earlobe before he could react. "Little Four, what are you running away for?" sneered Ling Lan. Although she could do nothing against instructor number 1, it was a piece of cake for her to handle the rascal Little Four. "Objection! Objection! You promised me that you would never again use violence on me." Little Four protested, jumping up and down in rage, and his initial fear fled. Trying to use violence on him. This must be Boss Ling Lan. Just for a moment, he had mistaken Ling Lan for someone else, a malevolent butcher filled with bloodthirst and killing intent. With an annoyed huff, Ling Lan released Little Four's ear, asking, "Then why were you acting like you weren't sure who I was? Who else would enter this place?" Little Four peered intently at Ling Lan, and then said, "Boss, have you not noticed the changes to your body?" As his voice tapered off, a large full-body mirror appeared before them, reflecting both their images faithfully. Ling Lan lifted her head to look, and immediately understood what Little Four was saying. Now she also understood why instructor number 1 had reminded her to contain her malevolent aura when he left. The Ling Lan in the mirror was no longer the wide-eyed innocent she had been. Ferocious eyes, killing intent lingering in her gaze, and the faint air of blood-tinged malevolence around her. All indications that this child was a savage wild beast, fully capable of attacking you the very next second if a chance presented itself. How did this happen? Ling Lan rubbed at her face frantically, trying to soften her expression. If she went out looking like this, she would definitely scare the living hells out of her mother. And even if she did not frighten her mother, terrifying the old staff and guards in the family would not end well either. Under Little Four's assistance, Ling Lan finally managed to rein in the malevolent aura around her. With some effort, she squeezed out a smile, and finally rediscovered the harmless Ling Lan of before. Satisfied, only then did she wave goodbye to Little Four and return to the outside world. Little Four energetically waved goodbye to Ling Lan, sending her off. When Ling Lan's figure had disappeared completely from his sight, he finally gave up supporting himself and slumped to the ground, wiping away a handful of sweat from his forehead. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit to Ling Lan that he had been the one to extend the time period of the illusionary environment to its maximum setting. All right, so Ling Lan's forced stay in the primordial forest was not really instructor number 1's fault, but rather due to Little Four's meddling. It could only be said that it was just Ling Lan's misfortune to have such an imbecilic teammate in Little Four. It was pure luck that she hadn't gone mad. Back in the real world, due to Ling Lan's previous diligence, she seemed as weak and fragile as ever, appearing without her newly developed malevolent aura, and so garnered no special attention from the people around her. Still, the very next day, Ling Lan submitted a request for actual combat training to Chamberlain Ling Qin. Naturally, the excuse she used was the final test at the academy, when she had had to fight the examiner. She claimed that, because she had never encountered actual combat before, she did not perform well in the exam and failed to get a higher score, resulting in her 17th spot ranking when entering the Central Scout Academy. Ling Lan explained that she could not relax now. Perhaps when she entered the academy, actual combat would be one of the specialized courses she would have to take, and she didn't want to lose face again. Consequently, she wanted to take the initiative before schooling started to train in actual combat. In truth, this was an arrangement requested by instructor number 1 to solve the potential problem of her malevolent aura. Malevolent energy should not be contained forcefully over long periods of time. This would harm Ling Lan's body in the long run, perhaps even affecting her growth. Only when she could control her malevolent aura freely, just like her instructors or other battle-experienced veterans, would the problem be resolved. Ling Lan's request moved Ling Qin immensely. What elders loved most was to see their beloved juniors show ambition, aiming for success. Without any hesitation, he summoned the best warriors in the Ling household and charged them as sparring partners for the young master. In this manner, Ling Lan began her self-torture program in this 1 month before school started. In the morning, she fought against the Ling family warriors, while at night, she was tormented by instructor number 9. At her current level, Ling Lan still hadn't earned the right to be tormented by number 1. With this continuous cycle of combat every day and night, Ling Lan's tightly contained malevolent aura began to seep out slowly, until she managed to rein it in again, little by little, until it finally disappeared without a trace. In the end, only when Ling Lan had the intent to kill would her malevolent aura reveal itself. Due to number 1's timely arrangements, Ling Lan safely passed the time when her secret could be discovered. Meanwhile, only 2 days were left till the start of school. On the official first day of school, Ling Lan refused Lan Luofeng's attempts to send her to school, only allowing Chamberlain Ling Qin alone to go with her and register. It couldn't be helped. Ling Lan's eyelid had been twitching ever since she woke up early in the morning, and although she tried to convince herself not to be superstitious, just in case, for safety reasons, Ling Lan was determined to leave her defenseless mother at home. Of course, once Ling Lan was seated in the hover car, she began discussing the causes of this physiological response with Little Four, trying to dispel her worry. However, the two of them were like half-empty cans rattling baselessly, neither being able to state anything for certain, and so the discussion could only devolve into confusion. Looking at the dizzy spirals of confusion that used to be Little Four's eyes, the chagrined Ling Lan decisively ended their fruitless discussion. She summarily concluded that the phenomenon was an unsolvable mystery, which somehow earned her the gullible Little Four's awestruck gaze. Even as Ling Lan basked in that gaze, she turned away so that Little Four was out of her sight. Else, it was never her intention to dazzle an underage child with lies. Just as Ling Lan was trying to dispel the guilt she felt at her deceit, her gaze narrowed, and she lifted her head to look out the car window. At the same time, Chamberlain Ling Qin beside her had also sensed the danger, and with a grim expression, he said, "Ling 07, switch into full-body emergency defense mode, and send out a distress signal." Yes, orders acknowledged by Ling 07. As the Master's designated vehicle, Ling 07 was no ordinary hover car. As Ling 07's voice faded, Ling Lan saw that the transparent areas of the inner car were abruptly covered by another equally transparent defensive layer. Meanwhile, she and Chamberlain Ling Qin had been securely buckled into their seats by safety belts which had sprung out from the seats. Then, Ling 07's speed kicked up a notch, and it flew forward rapidly. Still, despite Ling 07's new accelerated speed, they still did not manage to dodge the opponent's attack. A cold glint flashed through Ling Lan's eyes, and she gripped the handlebar beside her with both hands. Crash! A huge energy wave flipped the hover car and sent it spinning. Ling 07 struggled with all its might to regain control of its unstable body. Warning, warning! Body integrity at 71.28%. Energy consumption at 22%. We can only withstand the same attack 2 more times, reported Ling 07 as it finally regained control of its body. Ling 07, abandon preset route. Implement irregular driving. Throw them off as much as you can. Ling Qin's eyes shone with ruthlessness. He would never let these people off for daring to try and harm the hope of the Ling family. Yes, Ling 07 diverted from its usual movement style. Not only did it increase its speed to 2.2 horsepower, it also began moving in random directions every so often, evading the enemy's long-distance attacks again and again. Inside the car, Ling Qin calmly tugged open a buckle in front of his seat, and a large box appeared before Ling Lan. And it was a protective vest, as well as an assortment of weapons. Already educated in this respect, Ling Lan knew that the weapons in the box included a Type 2 particle beam submachine gun, a portable cold fusion gun, 2 flash grenades, 2 tear gas grenades, a smoke grenade, and of course, 2 ultra-lithium alloy short swords for melee combat. In the words of her previous world, the 2 short swords were so sharp that they could slice through iron as if it were soil, and could split a strand of hair if the wind blew it across their edges. All these weapons were controlled items by the military, forbidden for civilian use. However, where there's a will, there's a way. People would always find a way to get what they want. Moreover, the Ling family was established via military means to begin with, and had countless ties with the military. As such, obtaining these weapons was really not that difficult for them. Ling Lan saw that there was a similar buckle in front of her, so she pulled on it, and an identical box appeared before her. Ling Qin briefly explained to Ling Lan how they were able to access these weapons so easily. As long as the emergency defense mode has been activated, these weapon boxes will be unlocked. Under normal circumstances, even if you tried to pry the compartments open, you would never be able to get to the weapons. Ling Qin instructed Ling Lan to follow his lead and put on the protective vest. Who knew how long the hover car could continue to resist and stay afloat? It was necessary to take all possible precautions and defensive measures as early as possible. Ling Lan nodded her understanding and quickly put on the vest, and then strapped the two short swords securely to the sides of her legs. After some thought, she also picked up the portable cold fusion gun. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Type 2 particle beam submachine gun, it was smaller and lighter, which made it much more suitable for a 6-year-old child like her. Lastly, she took out the 2 flash grenades and tucked them into the side pockets of her protective vest, leaving the other grenades behind. The usefulness of a weapon was not decided by its firepower, but by its suitability. Ling Lan had learned this principle well from both her Ling family tutors and the learning space. Seeing her choices, Ling Qin nodded approvingly. Ling Lan had selected only those weapons which suited her. Although the other 2 grenades were very good for harassing the enemy, since they didn't have the proper protective gear, the grenades wouldn't be of much use to them. Several miles away, 413th Squad, which had chosen to guard Ling Lan from a distance to avoid being spotted by them, were shocked and dismayed by the unexpected attack. FCK brothers, charge if you don't want to die. Piloting his own mecha, 413 rushed swiftly towards the scene. Inside the mecha, his entire face was white. If any harm befell Ling Lan, he would certainly be flayed alive by his demon commander. All this time, 413th Squad had been having a pretty easygoing time of it. Ling Lan wasn't an active and rambunctious child who liked to run about. This made their job very easy, only needing to patrol around the perimeters of the Ling household every so often. The 6 of them pushed their mechas to the max, the sirens on their mechas wailing as they rushed in Ling Lan's direction. As they got closer and closer to the scene, "Watch out! Scatter!" For 13, who was in the lead, felt his hair stand up, and he rolled to one side with a loud bellow. 6 figures scattered apart as a powerful beam of cold light shot through their original path. Number 2, unharmed. Number 3, mecha, right foot frozen. Number 4, everything's normal. Number 5, lost control of left hand. Number 6, no damage. The 5 members of the squad immediately reported their status to 413. Only number 3 and number 5 had received damage in that last attack. Number 4, number 6, protect number 3, number 5. Number 2, with me against the enemy, ordered 413. Yes, sir. Just then, a team of mecha troopers flew in from various angles to convene in front of 413. Their neat, standardized mecha, equipped to the teeth with weaponry, betrayed the savage nature of the enemy, causing 413's face to become as dark as a thundercloud. 413 turned on his communication button. "What unit are you from? What is your intention?" This type of standardized mecha and its full set of arms were only available within military channels. The military would never allow this sort of weaponry to fall into civilian hands, meaning that these people had to have come from the military. And to be able to send out a squad of mecha troopers without alerting anyone, it had to be someone from the upper levels of the military. So, who in the upper ranks of the military wanted Ling Lan dead? Could it really be the mole concealed within the military? Still, just for the sake of one small promising seedling, was all this firepower really necessary? Were they not afraid of exposing themselves? At this point, 413 was still unaware that Ling Lan was Ling Zhao's child. If he knew, then perhaps he would understand why someone would put so much effort into killing Ling Lan. 413's questions met only silence, and then a wave of fire and artillery attacks was headed straight for him and his squad. "Damn! Activate beam shield," bellowed 413. The opponent was clearly trying to kill them all to silence them. It looked like there was no more room for diplomacy. On the other hand, when the enemy squad saw the mecha of their opponents using advanced beam shields, their leader raged. "Why do the rebel troops have this type of weaponry? Looks like the information was correct, Someone in the upper ranks of the military has betrayed the Federation. Focus your fire and break through those shields. Kill them all. The commander has ordered to take no prisoners. Yes, sir. Following that, an even more ferocious barrage of long-range fire rained down upon 413th Squad, rendering them immobile. Sir, what should we do? Asked 413th Squad members as they fended off the opponent's attacks with their beam shields. Although they were veterans, butchers who had returned from the battlefield, capable of mercilessly slaughtering enemy troops, they were still reluctant to fight troops from their own country. Number 3, contact headquarters. Number 5, cover. The rest of you, attack with me. 413 ordered without hesitation. Pulling out a beam sword from behind him, he charged towards the enemy. 413 knew very well that the opponent might just be a squad of mecha troopers who had been deceived by their superior, completely ignorant that their mission was a mistake. Still, he could not afford to be merciful. He was responsible for the lives of 5 subordinates and could not allow them to die because of his hesitation. Furthermore, the opponent intended to kill an innocent child. This was something he would not allow. Their captain's decisiveness was channeled through to the squad members. The battlefield was no place for hesitation or compassion. Only the more ruthless person would survive. The mecha trooper squad saw 4 of the opponent mechas rushing towards them with their beam shields up. Their captain harumphed and said coldly, "Launch the detonation cables." Following this order, a fiery dragon shot out from each of the 6 mechas, converging on the 4 approaching opponents. Suddenly, there was the crisp sound of several gunshots, and the 6 dragons exploded instantly. A series of explosions followed soon after as the numerous bombs on the detonating cable were set off. There was a tremendous blast, sending tremors through the earth, as well as cloaking the entire scene in smoke. Apparently, Number 5, who had been charged with providing cover fire, had deftly used the particle beam gun on his functional right arm to shoot 6 clean shots, striking those detonation cables and setting them off, protecting 413 and the others in the process. His view clouded by smoke, the captain of the opponent mecha squad hesitated. Should he continue to overwhelm the enemy with sheer firepower? However, this short pause was enough for the enemy. A blaring warning went through his mecha's systems. Danger. Enemy lock-on detected. Evade, evade. His first response was to retreat quickly, because he could already see the lead opponent mecha charging out from the smoke, heading fiercely in his direction. Panicked, he raised the particle beam gun in his hands, pressing down on the trigger desperately. In this moment, he had completely forgotten how to dodge in his machine, only thinking about how to make the opponent retreat or stop with his attacks. And then, he saw the opponent suddenly deviate from his straight path, moving instead in a strange radian, skillfully avoiding the dense rain of his particle beam attacks. His pupils contracting, he shouted in shock, "Freeform evasion. How does he know the most advanced evasion maneuver of our military? What the hell is this?" Even as one of the top students at military school, he had yet to learn this skill. Why was such a formidable person in the rebel forces? Heavens, what in the world was happening? It was at this moment that he began to feel that something wasn't right with the situation. But then it was too late. From his communication systems came the sound of his teammates' terrified screams. But before he could ask them what was happening, his own mecha's display had turned black. No matter how hard he tried to get it to work, pressing the initiate button over and over again, his mecha did not react. Abruptly, he realized his mecha's movement driver must have been destroyed by the opponent, making him a fish trapped within a jar. Why did it have to end this way? How could he, an upstanding graduate who excelled in his military studies, lose to these wild mecha operators of the rebel forces? Had the world order been turned upside down? The mecha trooper squad captain slumped in his now useless control seat, face pale with an expression of deep disbelief. When 413 attacked, he had still shown mercy in the end. He had only destroyed the movement drivers of the mecha, avoiding the pilot carriage and sparing the operator's life. Of course, this was also because the gap in their abilities was distinct, allowing 413 the freedom to choose. Looking at the 6 immobile mechas, 413 couldn't help but click his teeth. Hells, thank God these mecha troops were greenhorns who had never seen blood before. Otherwise, with their full arsenal against their own simple collection of particle beam guns and beam swords, the outcome of the battle would have been hard to determine. At this moment, Number 3, who had successfully contacted headquarters, reported to 413. Sir, the commander has said to smuggle these people into the headquarters of the Bladed Forces and to destroy their mechas completely. Best to let the opponent think that the pilots died along with the machines. 413 nodded and passed down the order. Number 3 and Number 5, stay here and carry out the commander's orders. The others, follow me on rescue detail. Yes. Just like that, 413 squad split into 2 groups, and the 4 intact mechas sped towards Ling Lan's last known position. Together with his 3 team members, 413 flew for a distance with their eyes peeled, but saw no strange disturbances within their range of sight. They couldn't determine Ling Lan's actual position this way. Helpless, 413 could only order his troops, fan out and search. Notify me ASAP if you notice anything odd. Yes. Acknowledging the order, the 3 mechas behind 413 chose a direction at random and flew off. 413 controlled his own mecha and continued flying forward. He was undoubtedly anxious. Because of the scuffle with the troops, they had been delayed for up to 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, anything could have happened. He fervently hoped that Ling Lan and whoever he was with could hold on and wait for their rescue. They really had to find Ling Lan's whereabouts soon, or else everything would be for naught. Leaving aside 413's frantic search on Ling Lan's end, they were going through a high-speed chase and were currently in a precarious situation. While evading, the hover car had been hit once more by the opponent's long-range missiles and had then given out a warning, telling them that the hover car would disassemble in 56 seconds. Due to the strain of going over its speed limits, the hover car's defensive abilities were already on the brink of collapse, and adding in the damage it received from the attacks, it could hold on no longer. Scared? Asked Ling Qin with a smile as he stroked Ling Lan's head. In his other hand, he was already holding a Type 2 particle beam submachine gun. Nope, replied Ling Lan coolly, as if she were totally unconcerned whether she lived or died. This surprised Ling Qin, yet heartened him at the same time. Ling Lan was truly a chip off the old block. Naturally, he had no clue that Ling Lan's apathy towards death was due to her experiences within the illusory primordial forest within the learning space. There, Ling Lan had already learned that fear and terror would not help save her life. Only keeping calm would allow her to capitalize on any chance of survival. Protect yourself. Ling Qin patted Ling Lan several more times on the head before lifting his head to look out the window. In a flash, the muscles of his entire body stretched taut as he prepared to go on the attack. Ling Lan did the same, except her actions were much subtler. Meanwhile, there was now only less than 10 seconds left on Ling 07's countdown. Once Ling 07's countdown hit 1, the still speeding hover car came to an abrupt stop. Ling Lan felt as if she would be flung out of the vehicle, but because her seatbelt was very secure, she stayed anchored in her seat. Soon, Ling Lan sensed the inertia fading, but unexpectedly, her entire body suddenly felt light and the safety belt unbuckled. It turned out that the hover car was beginning to disassemble, breaking into multiple pieces. Run, barked Ling Qin. He braced himself against the hover car for one last moment before being the first to spring out of the vehicle. Ling Qin had already made up his mind. He would set himself up as bait to draw away the surrounding assassins, giving Ling Lan a chance to escape. Ling Lan followed him out soon after. Amidst the numerous pieces of wreckage from the hover car, she quickly grabbed hold of one of the larger pieces she had set her eyes on immediately. It wasn't too large or too small, just right for sheltering her small body, and it was also flying off towards a landing point which suited her. Like a lizard, Ling Lan clung to the piece of debris, and under the cover of the other debris flying around, she flipped herself nimbly in midair to hide behind the debris and reigned in her presence. She then let the debris fly as it would until it fell with her position below it onto an empty plot of ground with no cover in sight. At the moment she landed, Ling Lan circulated her chi throughout her body, filling her limbs and torso with energy as she crashed into the ground. Unknown to outside observers, a large ditch had been carved into the ground under the piece of debris she was holding onto, with Ling Lan fully ensconced within it. Naturally, the piece of debris was flat against the ground above her. No one would suspect a person could be hiding under that debris. Ling Lan chose to hide in this manner because it took advantage of people's general assumptions and blind spots. In this flat, open ground with no place to hide, her hiding place would be easily overlooked, since the natural tendency was to focus on the surrounding shrubs and tufts of wild grass, where people were more likely to hide. Of course, Ling Lan wasn't hiding here for safety reasons. She intended to counterattack. Once everyone's attention was further ahead, her position would be right behind the attackers, where she would have a chance to deal a killing blow from their neglected backs. Ling Lan had no choice but to take this risk. The opponent had chosen their ambush spot too well, where the protection from the cities were the thinnest. From the Ling household to the Central Scout Academy, Ling Lan's group had always traveled through bustling cities, and it was only during this particular half-hour stretch that they would pass through uninhabited land. In this stretch, there were only woods or deserted plains, with hardly any people about, the only living creatures being wild beasts and fowl. By setting up their ambush here, the opponents ensured that by the time the cities on both ends received their distress signal and sent out rescue forces, the earliest possible time for reinforcements to arrive would be 15 minutes. Ling Lan believed that these people were fully capable of killing her multiple times over within these 15 minutes. She also believed that if the opponent couldn't find any trace of her in the surroundings, they would take a scorched earth approach and do a thorough sweep, perhaps even digging 3 feet into the ground. When that time came, even if she was hiding in a blind spot, she would still be forced out from her hiding place. She could not take this gamble. Most importantly, she could not be sure that Chamberlain Ling Qin could hold on for 15 minutes under these circumstances. If she didn't make a move, it was likely that she would see a loved one die for the first time since coming to this future world, which was something she really didn't want to gamble on. Soon enough, 3 hover cars flew over. However, the opponent was very cautious, not driving right up to the main site. Instead, they landed about 30 meters away from where Ling Lan was hiding. 2 of the hover cars opened up, and 8 stout men walked out. The 8 of them were fully armored, with protective helmets on their heads and protective suits on their bodies, and particle beam submachine guns in their hands. These were all standard equipment, common in both the military and even private personal armories. Looks like the opponent was cautious in this aspect as well. Anything that could reveal their identity had been excluded. The 8 men crept closer, carefully, leaving behind that lone hover car with its doors shut. That car had 2 plasma cannons raised high above it, covering the men's approach, ready to fire at any sign of resistance. Obviously, these 3 hover cars had been privately modified to become combat-suited hover cars, and Ling Lan noticed that there was no Federation-mandated registration number on any of the cars. The opponent was certainly well prepared. Ling Lan did not raise her head at all, yet she knew the current situation as well as the back of her hand. Having little force meant that she could be aware of what was happening within the radius of 1,000 meters, even with her eyes closed. In this way, she knew that much farther away from the hover cars here, at a location not visible from this position, there were 2 humanoid mechas aiming long-range sniper rifles in this direction. The opponent was really determined to kill them. Calmly, Ling Lan calculated the success rate of several possible attacks within her mind. However, all the scenarios that she had considered in her mind up till now had a success rate of 0. Still, Ling Lan wasn't discouraged. Her time in the primordial forest and her survival training there had engraved this lesson into her. Be calm even if you were about to die, for a chance would often appear at the most improbable moment. For just the possibility of survival, she would have to first solve the problem of the predatory hover car. The 2 plasma cannons were just too great a threat, although the 2 humanoid mechas in the distance were also a huge headache. Ling Lan decided to just focus on the problem right before her for now. That said, the weapons she had on her now were just not enough for her to get rid of that armored hover car, not to mention the professional assassins contained within it. With Ling Lan's current small frame, it might still be possible for her to handle 1 person, but if she had to fight 2, then she would pretty much be like a lamb to the slaughter. What should she do? TCH, at this crucial moment, why did you forget me? In her mind, little 4, who had been waiting for Ling Lan to call for help all this time, suddenly made his protest heard. Huh? How many people can you handle? Ling Lan was startled and rather confused. She herself could not take on 2 at one time. What could little 4 do as a mental presence without a body? Well, I can't do anything about the humans, but I can handle cars, said Little Four resentfully. Why was his boss so stupid? Humans weren't computers which he could hack. Little Four's words enlightened Ling Lan. She had indeed got caught up in thinking within a box. Modern hover cars were all controlled by artificial intelligences, while Little Four was the natural enemy of anything digital. As long as he was given a chance, Little Four could definitely wrest control of the hover cars, which would prevent the car's weapons from firing. From this distance, can you do it? Ling Lan couldn't help asking once out of worry. Even 10 meters further would be fine. If your spiritual power were just a bit higher, I'd be able to do it from even further away, replied Little Four with some disdain in his tone, as if looking down on Ling Lan for limiting his range. Ling Lan bit out in annoyance. Just do it. If I kick the bucket here, you'll also die. Little Four shuddered. How did he forget that? He did not dare to kid around anymore, immediately borrowing some of Ling Lan's spiritual power to start infiltrating the hover car. By this time, the 8 men had already passed by Ling Lan's hiding place. After all, there was nothing on this plot of land other than several pieces of debris of varying sizes lying flat against the ground. No place at all for someone to hide. Very naturally, they eliminated this area from their consideration, moving steadily towards the surrounding shrubs up ahead. Clearly, that was a much more likely hiding place. As the men got closer and closer to the shrubs, Ling Lan's heart started thumping anxiously, because that was exactly where Chamberlain Ling Qin was hiding. A soft pop was heard and a smoke grenade flew out from among the shrubs. Triggered, the 8 men shot wildly at the grenade. Their marksmanship was excellent. Almost every single shot hit the grenade. However, smoke grenades were unlike other grenades which would explode or become ineffective when struck. It continued to release smoke, and the more it was hit, the faster it released smoke, and soon the entire area surrounding the shrubs was shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke. Although the protective helmets of the men were able to insulate against the smoke to a certain extent, their vision was still affected. Still, the 8 men were professional killers after all. They did not panic, firing their particle beam submachine guns instead without hesitation. Countless particle beams shot out, turning the short shrubs into a pile of ash. Ling Lan was not at all worried, however, as she had seen Chamberlain Ling Qin rush into the bushes on his right at the same time he had thrown out the smoke grenade. But Ling Qin's next actions thoroughly stunned Ling Lan. He untied a thin rope which was coiled around his wrist, and with a quick pinch on one end, the initially solid rope split into countless strands which were as thin as hair. Holding onto one end, Ling Qin swiftly tied it onto the trigger of the Type 2 particle beam gun, and then set up the gun within the bushes. Under the sound of gunfire, he snuck away once again to a new hiding place. Ling Lan could clearly see that he still held the almost invisible thin strands of the decomposed rope in his hands. After a round of fire, the 8 men saw that the short shrubs had been reduced to cinders. With a quick exchange of glances and some hand signals, 2 of the men stepped forward. It looked like they wanted to examine the ashes of the shrubs to see if there was any sign of their target there. Of course, any remains would do as well. The 2 men crept forward and used the tip of their particle beam guns to sift through the ashes. And right then, gunfire rang out from the right, and a wave of particle beams cascaded out. The hidden Ling Qin had pulled on the strands within his hands, setting off the Type 2 gun within the bushes. The Type 2 gun ruthlessly expelled particle beams with an intensity that was way stronger than the opponent's own particle beam guns, as expected of the newest version of the particle beam submachine gun. This attack was aimed at the 6 men providing cover. One of the men could not react in time and was mercilessly shot down. The others, including the 2 checking the burnt shrubs, were quick to react, directing all their gunfire at the bushes from where the shots originated. They shot unrestrainedly, and one of them finally managed to hit the Type 2 gun lodged within the bushes, detonating it, and turning the bushes into a sea of fire. Seeing this, the 7 men stopped their attack, and their tightly strung nerves relaxed. They were certain that since the Type 2 gun had exploded, then the shooter holding it would certainly have been caught in the blast. Besides, with this huge fire, even if the shooter didn't die in the blast, he would still be roasted alive and turned into ash. But right at this moment, something unexpected occurred. Ling Qin flew towards them from one side as he launched a Ling family signal flare into the sky. It was alright if he died, but Ling Lan must survive. Ling Qin's purpose in attacking was primarily to draw all their attention, including the attention of the hover car in the background. He hoped Ling Lan would take the chance to escape while they were preoccupied with him. Moreover, he believed that the Ling family loyalists were already on the way to meet up with them. With the Ling family's strength, handling these killers would be no big deal. The blazing signal flare hung high in the sky, surprising several groups of people who were frantically searching for Ling Lan. Exhilarated, they turned towards the direction of the flare and started rushing there at full speed. Ling Qin's attack was too sudden and unexpected. Only the man in the lead had enough time to react, shooting particle beams desperately to try and fend off Ling Qin's attack, while the other 6 just stood there dumbly. Quicker than words could say, Ling Qin's sprinting figure suddenly wavered, and then the leader's particle beams were behind him. The leader exclaimed in shock, "Irregular flicker." This was a high-level evasive move that was extremely hard to apply well in combat. Typically, anyone who could use this move in combat was certain to be a master fighter. A cold smile hung on Ling Qin's lips. At this moment, he had already gotten close to the assassin closest to him. "Quickly fire the plasma cannons." The team leader's gaze was fierce, holding a vicious determination within it. He shouted loudly through the communicator, retreating swiftly at the same time. In truth, the men had disembarked mainly as bait to tempt the opponent to attack. The true killing blow was always meant to be the hover car behind them. Of course, for these people who were used to operating from the shadows, sacrificing a few subordinates was perfectly normal, which was why the team leader had given up on his subordinate who was being attacked by Ling Qin without any hesitation whatsoever. The team leader had already readied himself to dodge, but the hover car behind them did not react as expected and fire its cannons. Instead, it just maintained its original position, along with radio silence. Before he could turn back to face the front, he heard a pained scream. The subordinate whom he had ruthlessly abandoned had already been pierced through the throat with a dagger by Ling Qin, and had emitted one final chilling cry. The cry seemed to reverberate with rage and despair. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how his team leader had abandoned him right before he died. Ling Qin's expression was one of aloof disinterest. His face had been spattered with bright crimson drops of blood, and the cloying scent of blood filled the air, thick enough to cause an average person to vomit. However, Ling Qin seemed perfectly at ease, going so far as to even daintily lick at the blood on the corner of his lips. What a psychotic Grandpa Chamberlain. Ling Lan couldn't help but wail in her heart at the sight. What was up with all these people around her? At the taste of blood, Ling Qin's expression turned obsessed, almost intoxicated. He hadn't experienced this bloody taste in so long. 2 orbs of nameless fire ignited within his eyes. In his youth, he had been the one to crawl through piles of corpses on the battlefield with Ling Xiao's father. This sort of carnage was normal for him then. Sadly, after Ling Xiao had been promoted to God class, their bloody reign of terror was thoroughly shoved into the past. It wasn't that Ling Qin wanted to wash his hands of killing, but God class operators were the symbol of ultimate strength within the Federation, so no one wanted to risk the wrath of a God class operator. Ling Qin had thought that the many years of meditation and easy living had caused him to forget his initial savage nature. Unexpectedly, facing battle once again today, his blood still boiled and killing came back to him as easy as breathing. This pleased him greatly, and it felt like the savage beast within him had finally been set free after all this time. Ling Qin laughed maniacally. Looks like killing was still something he reveled in after all. Observing all this, Ling Lan silently wiped away a handful of cold sweat. Who knew that the strict and serious Grandpa Chamberlain who treated her so kindly was such a vicious character? The way that he killed was almost textbook material, and that chilling smile would make anyone think twice about crossing him. Ling Lan felt her little heart thunder wildly. Else, she must never anger Grandpa Chamberlain in the future. Ling Lan decisively labeled Chamberlain Ling Qin as a person not to mess with. When Ling Qin launched his attack, he had not considered surviving to begin with. So he didn't stop after killing the first enemy, but instead launched himself at the next person in line. There was a clear gap between the combat ability of the two sides. Despite his age, Ling Qin was strong, and his combat prowess was not much weaker than when he was young. By the time Ling Qin had disposed of his third opponent, the team leader could be heard yelling furiously into his communicator. "You bastard! I told you to shoot. Shoot, goddammit!" It turned out that the team leader still hadn't given up on the hover car. As Ling Qin prepared to kill yet another two people, the team leader was still desperately trying to contact the hover car to order them to shoot. But obviously, all he received in return was silence, and this silence was pushing him towards the brink of despair. Finally, he understood that their finishing move, the hover car, must have been taken out somehow and could no longer be relied on. Enraged, he threw away the communicator in his hands and lifted up his weapon, shouting, "Attack!" A cold smile graced Ling Qin's lips. If the opponent had attacked him as a group from the start, he might already be a horizontal corpse lying on the ground. But now, besides the one man who had been gunned down by the Type 2 submachine gun, he had successfully ended the lives of 3 men with his own hands. It was no longer that easy for the remaining 4 people to hold him back. In all honesty, Ling Qin was very surprised himself. Why was the hover car not reacting? The reason he had attacked so furiously was that he wanted to eliminate as many opponents as possible before he was taken out by the hover car, so that Ling Lan would have a greater chance of escape. Regardless, Ling Qin was very pleased with the current situation. It was clear that something had gone wrong on his opponent's end, and this was extremely advantageous for him. From the certainty of death to the renewed hope for survival, Ling Qin's attacks only became fiercer and more powerful. If living was an option, would anyone choose to die? Ling Qin also wanted to live. He wanted to watch Ling Lan grow up, get married, and have kids. He still dreamed of the day he could hold Ling Lan's children in his arms. For this objective, Ling Qin dug out all the inner potential he could from within his body. Ling Qin weaved left and right, nimbly avoiding all of the opponent's wild shots. He used the irregular flicker to its ultimate effect, leaving Ling Lan astounded as she watched. She decided then that if both Chamberlain Ling Qin and her survived this, then she must get Grandpa Chamberlain to teach her this move. It was just too goddamn beautiful. Evasion aside, Ling Qin's lethal attacks became even more unpredictable. His dagger flew through the air gracefully like he was dancing, and the mysterious rope being controlled by the fingers of his left hand was even more terrifying. Every single time the men saw the fingers of his left hand twitch, they couldn't help but back away. The men really couldn't be blamed for being fearful. Out of the 3 men Ling Qin had killed, 2 had died because of this thin rope. They hadn't been observant enough and had let the rope loop around their necks, and with just a quick twist, their heads had been severed from their necks, blood spewing everywhere. That just went to show how sharp that rope truly was, and combined with how hard it was to see, appearing and disappearing without any warning. How could they not fear it? Ling Lan watched it with greedy eyes. This was undoubtedly a most subtle killing tool. Who knew that such an unassuming thin rope looped around Ling Qin's wrist would be so terrifying? Ling Lan decided that she must ask about the origins of this rope later, and if possible, she wanted one of her own. Today's experience taught her that the world she was living in was truly dangerous. She needed to work much harder to improve her own capabilities and diversify the weapons and tools she could use. Both were equally important. Still, although Ling Qin's feat in killing 3 of the men could partly be attributed to his strange choice of weapon and his own individual strength, a large part was still due to sheer luck. Certainly, the first person he killed was a result of his careful planning, but the following 2 were just opportunities presented through the opponent's own mistakes. If the team leader had not moved to abandon his own team member, the other members wouldn't have been so afraid of becoming the next sacrifice, all choosing to withdraw to protect themselves instead of focusing on attacking. In that case, then Ling Qin wouldn't have been able to kill 2 more men in the chaos, turning the tables around. All that can be said was that the opponent's team had an idiot in it, and most unfortunately, this idiot was the team leader with the authority to decide whether they lived or died. Luckily, this idiot was not an idiot to the extreme, deciding to change his orders in time. The remaining 4 men quickly arranged themselves into the formation of an inverted trapezoid, cooperating with each other to coordinate their attacks and defense as they faced the aggressive Ling Qin, who was rushing towards his 4th intended victim. The tips of 4 particle beam guns lit up, spewing out countless particle beams in Ling Qin's direction, blinding the eyes of all observers. including the two mecha pilots closely watching the proceedings here. Ed, why don't those idiots fire the cannons? One of the mecha pilots wondered out loud. He rubbed at his blurry eyes. The display screen on the mecha relayed what was happening live, so his eyes would get tired from staring at it for too long. He really just couldn't understand it. There had clearly been several really great opportunities to launch those cannons, but the men had just let those opportunities slip by, while the hover car just continued to hover there uselessly. The mecha operator called head replied, "Who knows? All we need to do is do clean up. Only if those people fail, then it'll be up to us. But the opponent has already sent out a signal flare. Reinforcements are sure to be on the way. If we don't resolve this matter soon, we may be discovered by the people heading here." Head, didn't you say that the superiors don't want our involvement to be revealed? That's right. If the superiors find out they botched this, we won't have a good time of it either. Oh, what the heck? Let's just do it. I'll leave that annoying flea jumping around to you. Make sure to get a headshot in one shot. After being reminded of the consequences by his subordinate, the operator called head abruptly changed his mind and ordered his subordinate to eliminate Ling Qin quickly. Got it, head. Watch me as I take the stage. Finally, it was time for him to show off his skills. The mecha operator who had waited for so long was ecstatic. He controlled his mecha to swing about the huge long-range sniper rifle on its right shoulder, and then the 4-meter-high mecha bent into a half-kneeling position. Its metal left arm steadied the rifle, which had its sight aimed at the busily evading Ling Qin. The mecha's movements did not escape Ling Lan's notice. Ever since Chamberlain Ling Qin had begun fighting head-on with those men, Ling Lan had been keeping an eye on the two mechas, wary of a sudden attack. Now, seeing one of the mechas getting ready to shoot long range, she knew they were about to attack Grandpa Chamberlain, but she was not worried. Within this time, while Chamberlain Ling Qin had been fighting for his life, she had not been idle. After much calculation and strategizing, she had finally found a way to handle the two mechas. It may not be the best plan, but it was good enough to hinder and delay them. Little 4, raise a hover car, and then calculate the trajectory of Mecha A's attack. Ling Lan had randomly labeled the two mechas as Mecha A and Mecha B for ease of reference when communicating with Little 4. Following Ling Lan's order, one of the unmanned hover cars suddenly rose up from the ground, and not even a second later, it was hovering 2 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, in front of Ling Lan, a map of Mecha A's attack trajectory had appeared, with coordinates and height clearly labeled on it. "Move the hover car here," said Ling Lan decisively, pointing at a point nearest to the hover car. Before her words had faded, the hover car had already shifted into position under Little 4's control. "FCK, what the hell? Actually blocking my line of attack." Resentfully, Mecha A put down his sniper rifle. The operator was extremely displeased. That had been a prime opportunity to shoot, but it had been ruined by that errant hover car. That was probably unintentional. It just happened to move there. Mecha B also didn't know what was going on, but he still didn't hesitate to console Mecha A, saying, "Don't mind it. Let me try this time." That said, Mecha B started adjusting his own rifle's angle, aiming at Ling Qin, who was still deep in battle with the 4 men. As for whether his shot would hit any of the men on the ground in the process, that was none of his concern. "Little 4, Mecha B's attack trajectories," requested Ling Lan calmly, and raised the second hover car. The more dangerous the situation, the more she needed to stay calm. Chamberlain Ling Qin's life depended on her. Ling Lan was endlessly grateful that she had the help of such a useful companion like Little 4. After Little 4 had taken control of the threatening hover car, he had also notified Ling Lan that he had assumed control of the other 2 hover cars as well. This information was like a ray of light to the perturbed Ling Lan, giving her the precious inklings of an idea which might help Ling Qin and her hold on till backup arrived. Yet along with her relief, she also felt quite glum. For the first time ever, she truly recognized how weak she was still. Currently, she could only watch as a loved one she cared for fought for his life. If it weren't for Little 4, Grandpa Ling Qin would probably be bleeding all over the scene by now. As of this moment, Ling Lan did not notice that an intense need to grow stronger had taken seed and sprouted within her heart, and had started to grow secure roots. In the future, when she encountered difficulties and felt tired or lost, it would give her the will to carry on. Little 4's actions were impeccable. Not only did he manage to calculate and present all of Mecha B's attack trajectories. He had also automatically shifted the second hover car to block off those trajectories. Little Four was a studious child. Linglong only had to order him once for him to remember her instructions. Thus, without needing to be told twice, he had already taken the initiative to do what Linglong wanted. Little Four, well done. Even though she had never raised a child before, Linglong still knew that children love to be praised. So, she was unstinting with her praise, causing Little Four to blush bright red, smiling so much till his eyes were all scrunched up into a line. When the hover cars once again interfered with the attack trajectories, even a dumber person would have noticed that something wasn't right. Not good. Something must have gone wrong. Mecha B lowered his rifle, expression serious. Ed, I remember that the people in those hover cars are all out. There's no one in those cars. Mecha A had also figured out the truth, remembering that the people who had initially been in those cars were now embroiled in battle with the opponent. Not good. We've been discovered. Thinking about how their attacks were being thwarted, Mecha B felt cold sweat start pouring out from his pores. His every move was most likely already being monitored by the opponent. Oh, H-Head, what should we do? Mecha A began panicking. If their identities had truly been exposed, then they would not be allowed to live. Although he didn't know who their direct superior was, from the little that he had gleaned from Head's explanations, he knew that it was someone who had the power to move mountains and part oceans. Eliminating them would be like squishing ants to someone like that. Shoot down those two hover cars, bit out Mecha B ruthlessly. If they pulled back now, they still wouldn't be welcomed back. They might as well take a gamble and perhaps achieve something that might work in their favor. All right, Head. Mecha A was too afraid not to listen. He once again lifted his sniper rifle to aim at one of the hover cars. Little Four, come back quick. Linglong saw the opponent raise his rifle and just knew that they weren't about to just roll over. She was worried for Little Four's safety, and so quickly urged him to come back. Of course, Linglong felt a little regretful. She had actually intended to send a warning to the opponent with the hover cars, letting them know that they were being monitored, and hoped that they'd choose to retreat out of wariness. Unexpectedly, the plan didn't work. Looks like the opponent was a relentless character, who would fight till the very end. In that case, come on then. Linglong clenched her fists, determination writ all over her face. Little Four, move the last hover car into a position which can block the attacks of both mechas. Before Linglong's words had faded, two loud collisions could be heard. Boom, boom. The two sounds were almost simultaneous. As expected, the opponent had pressed on their triggers, hitting the two hover cars at the front. However, these hover cars had been modified and were extremely solid. Although there was a huge gouge in the car's body as a result from the rifle shot, where one side had even bent inwards, the internal circuitry was still intact, so the hover car was still able to stay airborne. That's great. These modified cars are really pretty solid. Linglong looked at the hover cars still holding on in the air, protecting Ling Qin, and her heart rejoiced. At first, she had still been worried that the hover cars would not be strong enough, that they would be destroyed in one hit, but now it looked like they would still be able to buy them some time. Considering the time when Chamberlain Ling Qin had released the signal flare, Linglong knew that if they could just hold on for another 3 to 4 minutes, assistance might make it here. Hover cars, you need to stay strong and hold on. Linglong couldn't help but pray. FCK, who made these hover cars to be so solid? Mecha B couldn't resist swearing. He turned his head and continued to order. Don't slack off, continue to shoot. We must bring down those cars as soon as possible. Yes, Head, replied Mecha A as he pressed down on his trigger furiously. Boom, boom, boom. The sniper rifles shot round after round, and on one particular round, a crack finally appeared on one of the hover cars and continued to spread until the car was a broken mess. Boom. One of the hover cars was hit once more, and this time, it finally gave up the ghost and became a flaming fireball, blazing brightly as it fell to the ground. In swift succession, the other hover car took another couple of hits and exploded as well, joining its partner in a fiery death on the ground below. Else, why is there another car? When did it move there? Mecha B finally managed to eliminate the hover cars blocking his line of sight, but just as he was about to relax and start aiming for Ling Qin, he found that he could no longer see Ling Qin once more. And the reason was another hover car that had appeared near Ling Qin. And unlike the first two, which were empty, this car had people in it. The people inside looked at the other two hover cars, which had been shot down in flames, and understood what their fate would be as well. In panic, they beat at the doors and windows of the car, but unfortunately, the doors and windows of the hover car had already been sealed up tight by Little Four. There was no way they could get them to open. Naturally, they had thought about smashing the windows open, but unfortunately the cars had been too thoroughly modified. Even the enhanced sniper rifles on the mechas could only destroy the cars after over 10 hits. What could they do with only their fists? Meanwhile, as this was happening, Ling Qin had killed off another 2 men, leaving only 1 squad member and the team leader hiding right at the back. Ling Lan was very nervous. She hoped that this final hover car would be able to withstand the remaining attacks until Chamberlain Ling Qin managed to get rid of the final 2 men. At that time, even if there was nothing else to block the mecha's trajectory, Ling Qin should be able to utilize the geographical features of the land to find somewhere else to hide, such as another group of shrubs. Suddenly, the hover car reversed, and its 2 plasma cannons fired, and the plasma beams rose swiftly through the air. Ling Lan was greatly startled by this. "Little Four, what's going on?" Little Four replied instantly. "Hee, I didn't waste any time just now, and finally figured out the artificial intelligence systems of this world. I had not expected you humans to have managed to use this sort of mathematical means to create artificial intelligences which resemble us. Of course, this resemblance is minor though, since those AIs are still worlds apart from us." Little Four was very smug, a proud smirk on his face as he praised his own individuality. A vein popped out on Ling Lan's forehead, and she raged, "Get to the point. Hells, does this brat know what kind of situation they were in? Wasting time blabbering on. I've designed 2 small artificial systems, and have already implanted them onto the navigation system of the plasma cannons." Little Four pouted, throwing out these words sulkily before turning to face away from Ling Lan. "Fine. Looks like this rascal child had gotten into another of his moods again." Ling Lan was not oblivious to Little Four's little tantrum, but her attention was entirely absorbed by Little Four's words. Those plasma bolts had been launched in the direction of the 2 mechas, but the range of plasma cannons were notably short, meaning that it was highly unlikely for those missiles to hit the mechas, unless... It wasn't that Ling Lan hadn't considered using the plasma cannons on the hover car, but the information she had obtained from Little Four regarding the plasma cannons had dissuaded her. Plasma cannons had both a distinct advantage and a distinct disadvantage. Typically, its disadvantage could be ignored as long as its advantage was utilized to its maximum effect. Unfortunately, Ling Lan couldn't do that right now. The plasma cannon's advantage was its high attack power and the likelihood of its projectiles exploding upon impact. This meant that it would cause a certain amount of area of effect damage, having a high destructive power against its surroundings. Ling Lan didn't dare to fire the plasma cannons to help Chamberlain Ling Qin kill the assassins because she was afraid that any mistake may end up in tragedy, where she accidentally killed Ling Qin instead of the assassins. Of course, she had also considered using the cannons to deal with the 2 mechas in the distance, but the disadvantage of the plasma cannon was its short range. It was likely that the bolts would only fly half the distance before running out of speed and falling to the ground to explode harmlessly. These 2 characteristics of the plasma cannons tied Ling Lan's hands. Though of course Ling Lan was already mentally prepared to let Little Four fire the cannons anyway, if Chamberlain Ling Qin's life was truly threatened by the assassins. By now, Ling Lan had gotten a vague sense of what Little Four had been trying to say. She believed that Little Four wouldn't do something pointless. Since he had dared to fire the plasma cannons, he must have found a way to overcome its weakness. Perhaps those 2 minor AIs he had mentioned would bring about some effect to solve the problem. If that was so, then Little Four was truly brilliant. Ling Lan's spirits soared. Little Four clearly sensed the change in Ling Lan's thoughts, and although he still had his back to Ling Lan, his butt started wriggling around, as if delighted by Ling Lan's newfound cheer. Ling Lan noticed Little Four's reaction and knew that she must have guessed correctly. As such, she quickly praised, "Little Four, you're really the best, Little Four." After spending so many years with Little Four, Ling Lan had already become familiar with all his quirks and knew very well how much he loved praise. With just this simple phrase, She managed to make Little Four so happy that his eyes twinkled, completely forgetting that he had just been angry at Ling Lan. Little Four pranced back to Ling Lan's side, patting his little chest as he said confidently, "Relax, boss. Leave the two mecha to me. Hee hee, there are still 2 shots in the plasma cannons. Let me immediately install this little AI to affect them as well. That way, even if the attack this time is avoided, we can still continue attacking." Little Four's words slightly reassured Ling Lan. As long as they could distract the 2 mechas, Chamberlain Ling Qin would have even more time to handle those assassins, greatly raising the odds of his safety. Still, Ling Lan cautioned Little Four not to fire those last 2 plasma bolts unless absolutely necessary. At times, the threat of an attack was much more valuable than an actual attack. Ling Lan knew very well that although plasma bolts had a lot of destructive power, that was only against people with basic protective gear. Against those mechas which were composed from super titanium alloys, unless the missiles hit a defensive weak point, such as the mecha's cockpit. Though the plasma bolts would still not be able to breach the cockpit, its attack would shake the surroundings violently, possibly harming the pilot within it. They would be rather ineffective. On the opponent's side, as Ling Lan expected, Mecha A and Mecha B had not given up. They wasted no time in preparing to shoot down that final hover car. To their surprise, however, before they could fire their own sniper rifles, the hover car had turned towards them and launched its own plasma cannons in their direction. Mecha A couldn't hide the scorn in his voice as he mocked. Does he really think he'll hit us with that? Within the Federation, aside from greenhorns, everyone else knew the characteristics of plasma cannons. Firepower was its advantage, while range was its fatal flaw. The only reasons it hadn't been dismissed completely by the Federation were that its production cost was cheap and that it was still viable in a close-range battle, leading it to remain as one of the staple weapons of the federal military. That said, plasma cannons were only a real threat to normal soldiers. They were really ineffective against mecha operators like them. Even if they were hit, besides the possibility of being pushed around a bit by the shockwave, the missiles would do nothing to them. Mecha B thought the same as Mecha A, dismissive of the harm the plasma bolts could do to them. The bolts might not even hit them to begin with. Impatiently, he said, "Ignore those 2 junks, just focus on shooting down that hover car. We don't have much time left." By his estimations, they only had 2 minutes left at most. They had no more time to waste. Yes. Mecha A didn't dare to say anything more, putting all his focus into pulling on his trigger to attack that bothersome hover car. But he hadn't managed to shoot that many times when he heard his mecha systems issuing a strong warning. "Caution! Caution! Attack detected. We have been targeted. Impact in 9, 8, 7. On the screen, a lighted dot representing the attack source was closing the distance fast and looked like it was about to hit them very soon. FCK. Mecha A only had time to curse briefly before having to move his mecha into evasion maneuvers. At the same time, Mecha B had also started busily dodging. Isn't it just a plasma cannon? What the hell is going on? As Mecha B dodged, the attack source drew closer, and he could clearly see from his screen that the attacks were the 2 plasma bolts they had dismissed earlier. Of course, one of the bolts was targeting him. Mecha A completed an almost perfect 90-degree turn, thinking that he would be able to evade the bolt completely by doing so. However, he immediately found that the bolt actually turned with him, causing him to shout out in alarm. "It's following me. God damn it, what the hell is this? Did plasma bolts have this tracking ability? And was their range this long?" Mecha A felt his world view tilting on its axis. How could such an unbelievable thing happen? Mecha B naturally noticed this as well. His evasion movements were even more extravagant than Mecha A's, even involving irregular flash evasion, a lower-level version of freeform flash evasion. Logically, he should have been able to dodge any number of plasma bolts this way. But now, no matter how he dodged, that one plasma bolt dogged his every move. Unlike regular plasma bolts which would have fallen to the ground and exploded by now. These are definitely not regular plasma bolts. The experienced Mecha B concluded. These must be modified homing projectiles. Make sure you don't get hit by them, or else you'll be dead. Mecha B decisively identified the projectiles as homing projectiles that had been modified to look like plasma bolts. Despite appearances, they were sure to be the much more expensive and powerful super homing projectiles which were a nightmare to low-level mecha pilots. Super homing projectiles were a type of artillery which had high destructive power and was equipped with tracking ability. Its power was not something a minor plasma bolt could compare with. If it hit, a normal standardized mecha would most likely be smashed into a pulp, although some higher-level mechas might still be able to withstand its attacks. It had been feared by mecha pilots everywhere ever since it was first created, and was now considered one of the most troublesome artillery by mecha pilots. Another nickname it had was Newbie Killer. This was because the homing projectiles had very formidable tracking. Once it locked onto a target, it was useless no matter how the mecha operator tried to outmaneuver it. Of course, this was with the exception of high-level operators who could pull off highly advanced maneuvers which utilized the operator's surroundings, causing the missile to blow up by hitting something else. However, this skill was not something the average mecha operator could handle, and so the homing projectile was considered one of the most hated weaponry among the low-level mecha pilots. Many newbies often had their wings clipped because of this projectile, which was how it had gained its nickname. Thus, when Mecha A and Mecha B began suspecting that these bolts after them could be homing projectiles, they no longer had any thought to spare for the hover cars. Now, they only had one goal: find a way to dodge these tracking missiles stuck to them. There was no helping it. If it was before, they wouldn't have been so concerned. This time, in order to hide their identity, they had been given common standardized mecha to operate, which were incapable of withstanding a hit from a homing projectile. On Ling Lan's side, she watched in puzzlement as the two mechas jumped around dramatically to avoid the plasma bolts. After all, even if the bolts hit, as long as they didn't hit the cockpit, the effect would be negligible. Why were those two mechas so flustered? Ling Lan had no idea that Little Four's modifications had inadvertently caused the opponent to mistake the bolts for the terrifying homing projectiles, causing them to react accordingly out of caution. It should be said that the heavens were truly watching over Ling Lan, helping her to resolve her greatest threat at this crucial moment. Yay! Watching how his modified plasma bolts were forcing the two mechas to run around in circles, Little Four raised his hand up in a victory pose. There was a hint of a smile on Ling Lan's lips, and she was no longer as tense as before. She had become much more relaxed since the most pressing problem had been resolved. Little Four, this time it's all thanks to you. Ling Lan's thanks was heartfelt. If it weren't for Little Four, Chamberlain Ling Qin might have been in real danger. And now, Chamberlain Ling Qin had even more time to make sure he could finish off the final two opponents before him. Boss, why are you thanking me? Aren't I your follower? It's a follower's duty to help their boss. Little Four was puzzled. Didn't the novel he read say that it was the unquestionable duty of a follower to back up his boss in all things, no matter if it was to take the fall for a crime or just to help relieve their worries? Additionally, he found that he loved the intensity of battle. Looking at the bolts he reprogrammed chased the opponent's mechas all over the place. His mood was exceptionally well. Little Four had the vague feeling that he was born to do this. Although he hadn't been unhappy helping Ling Lan to earn money in the past few years, the present intensity here truly made his blood boil. Right then and there, Little Four made a decision. In future, he must look for more opportunities for his boss to encounter battle. Damn it, it was just too exhilarating. At this moment, Ling Lan would never have guessed that this fight had captured the interest of Little Four, and under his cajoling persuasion, she would be set upon a path directly opposed to her original plan, moving further away from a stable and peaceful life to a life full of bloody carnage. Blissfully unaware of the difficult battles to come in her future, Ling Lan patiently waited for Ling Qin to defeat the final enemy. Ling Lan was very cautious. Before she could be sure it was safe, she had kept a tight lid on her presence. Although she had learned some combat skills and had survived the primordial forest, this was still not enough for her to go up against these experienced killers. Furthermore, it was possible that far away from here, somewhere out of Little Four's radar, stronger mecha were lying in wait, just waiting for her to reveal herself. Ling Lan did not believe that she was a victor in life, who could exude dominance with just a shake of her body, and easily cut through all clamoring enemies as if they were experienced fodder. She was also not the type of female main character who was loved by everyone around her, who would have flowers blooming in her presence. It wasn't like she could be a female main character right now anyway, who, when in a difficult situation, would have a Prince Charming come riding to her rescue. Right then, Little Four suddenly exclaimed in shock, causing Ling Lan's heart to jump into her throat again. "What's going on, Little Four?" Little Four did not answer, but moved the display screen he was looking at in front of her. On the screen, the two mecha that were busily evading were suddenly surrounded by three different groups of people. The first group, which was also the most aggressive-looking group, had the fewest people. They consisted of only 4 mecha, but exuded a heavy aura, completely overpowering the other groups in terms of sheer presence. Their mecha had strange outer appearances, clearly shorter than the other mecha by a head, about 50 to 60 centimeters, but their torsos and limbs were obviously thicker and bulkier. The joints of the 4 limbs, in particular, were so thick that they lacked all sense of grace and beauty. But it was precisely this sort of rough and unsophisticated mecha which could strike fear into people's hearts, mounting pressure on their opponents. These mecha had clearly undergone reinforcement procedures for all their parts. Whether it be in terms of weapon weight load or melee combat, these mecha would perform better than other humanoid standard mecha. At a glance, one could tell they were killing machines, and their body paint emphasized this. They were not painted in Federation white, but rather in a dark understated crimson, which just added to the overall aggression and bloodlust the mecha exuded. Clearly, these 4 mecha had rushed over here after a fight, as there were still the signs of battle on their bodies. They were indeed 413 squad. Just as they had been struggling to find Ling Lan, fruitlessly and helplessly, Ling Qin's signal flare had given them direction, and they had finally managed to catch up. The second group was a troop of 6 mecha. Their appearance was very similar to Federation regulation mecha, only bearing some slight adjustments. Instead of the uniform bright white, they were a mix of white and blue. Anyone with an understanding of the Federation's mecha would know that these mecha were captain-level mecha, which were 1 level above the standard mecha. It looked like this troop was from the federal military. And the final group was a troop of 5, common standard mecha, though painted in a dark gray color denoting that they were private forces. The Federation had an agreement with the elite families, permitting the families to have their own private forces, but their mecha could only be the most basic standard mecha, and the color of those mecha must be dark gray. The only way to distinguish between the mecha of differing private forces was the logo painted on the chest plate of the mecha. The logos on the chest plates of this troop of mecha was the Ling families, a blazing fire phoenix, eye-catching and vibrant. This troop was the Ling family loyalists, the mecha troop responsible for Ling Lan's safety. The fire phoenix was one of the spiritual totems of the ancient Chinese people, and the Ling family personally believed that they were the descendants of the god-beast fire phoenix. Hence, they had naturally selected the fire phoenix as their family crest. When Ling Lan had found out the origin story behind her family crest, she had almost been unable to stop herself from bursting out in laughter. Who'd have guessed that 10,000 years later, in such a technologically advanced era, such unfounded myths and legends would still be around? All she could say was that humanity's love and obsession with the concept of God was just bone deep. Of course, it was only called the Fire Phoenix within the Chinese Federation and its allied countries. In the neutral countries, or the enemy nations, it was often referred to as the undead bird, and ever since Ling Lan's father Ling Xiao had become a god-class operator, it had degenerated into being called that dead bird. You could just see how deep the enemy's hatred ran. The 3 groups saw each other almost simultaneously and raised their respective guards immediately. However, the Ling family troops drew closer to the Federation troops, seemingly intent on allying themselves with them to oppose the other team, the one with the 4 fearsome-looking mecha. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown, asking Little Four, "Little Four, could you zoom in closer and hack their communications?" "Zooming in is fine, but I can't hack their communications. Your current spiritual power cannot support such long-distance hacking." Little Four's words contained a tinge of contempt, and combined with the stink-eye Little Four was giving her, there was only one conclusion. She was being looked down upon by Little Four. Ever since Ling Lan had found out that her body may be ravaged by her spiritual power if it was too much for her body to handle, Ling Lan had been very wary of her spiritual power. She had not forgotten the daily suffering she had gone through in her previous life because of it. That's why, in this life, Ling Lan did not dare to cultivate her spiritual power on her own, fearful that she would overdo it and end up causing irreparable harm to her body. As such, no matter how much Little Four wheedled, Ling Lan had never used her honor points to redeem anything related to spiritual power training within her mind space. Still, even so, at 6 years old, Ling Lan's spiritual power was already at the peak of Tier 4. With just the right push, she would naturally break past the Tier 4 barrier to enter Tier 5. Of course, Ling Lan's impressive 3-tier increase in spiritual power since birth was not really because of her talent in spiritual power, or because it grew too fast. From the beginning, Little Four had sealed up 2 tiers of Ling Lan's spiritual power. But now, as Ling Lan's physical body slowly developed and grew stronger, Little Four had gradually unraveled the seal around her spiritual power. The potential problem of her overwhelming spiritual power was so quickly resolved due to Ling Lan's diligence in practicing her qi exercises. In truth, Ling Lan's spiritual power at birth was actually Tier 4. The information Lan Luofeng, Ling Qin, and the military had received was actually fake, a result of manipulation by Little Four. It was for this reason that, back during Ling Lan's newborn assessment, the assessment device had started screeching in warning. The assessment devices for public use were only able to withstand up to Tier 3 spiritual power, military use assessment devices excluded. Why did the public use assessment devices have such a setting? That was because without special care, any child with Tier 4 spiritual power would certainly die within the womb, body collapsing under the weight of its spiritual power. It was impossible for a child with Tier 4 spiritual power to be born naturally without advanced technological support. Of course, Ling Lan was able to grow well enough in Lan Luofeng's body, primarily due to Little Four's assistance. As mentioned, Little Four had sealed away the excess spiritual power. However, both success and failure were 2 sides of the same coin. When Little Four discovered the capabilities of the assessment device to measure spiritual power, he had released all of Ling Lan's spiritual power out of curiosity, wanting to know how high Ling Lan's spiritual power was. Unexpectedly, this almost ended in disaster, almost blowing up the device. If it weren't for Little Four's fast reflexes, quickly resealing Ling Lan's spiritual power back to Tier 2, the results would have been catastrophic. Frankly, Ling Lan's body at birth could bear up to Tier 3 spiritual power, though her body would certainly be a little weakened. However, prioritizing safety, Little Four had fixed Ling Lan's spiritual power at Tier 2. In any case, Ling Lan had not wasted these past 6 years. With the passage of time, Ling Lan's spiritual power had grown till the peak of Tier 4. It shouldn't be long now before all her efforts culminated and she naturally ascended to a mind-blowing Tier 5 at her age. If the federal military ever found out that a 6-year-old child had managed to achieve Tier 5 when most grown men could not, they would certainly be floored. She was certain to be hailed as a genius among geniuses in terms of spiritual power. On the screen, that troop of 4 crimson mechas had immediately gotten into battle stances, but they did not make the first move. Instead, one of the mechas tried to initiate communications via shouting. Unfortunately, Ling Lan couldn't hear anything from this distance. It made her have the sudden urge to rush into the learning space and redeem some spiritual power cultivation skills so that she could raise her spiritual power enough for Little Four to hack into their communication systems. Right at that moment, the frozen tableau of the 3 groups suddenly turned as one to face a particular direction. It turned out that the 2 mechas which had been evading Little Four's projectiles had inadvertently stumbled into the detection range of the 3 groups. The evading mecha B abruptly received an emergency warning from his mecha systems. Warning, enemy detected. Warning, enemy detected. Only then did Mecha B notice that several red dots had appeared on his radar, and when he drew closer, 15 mechas from 3 different forces were displayed on his screen. By now, their weapons had already been leveled against him, but weren't locked on just yet. FCK this. Why are there so many mechas here? Wasn't it agreed that there would be no one else here? Mecha B's entire chest felt cold, and his back was drenched with cold sweat. Could it be that this so-called mission was actually a trap? Mecha A had also noticed these mechas, and his face paled dramatically. He seemed to have the same suspicions. Ed, let's just run. Mecha B grit his teeth. He glanced at the many mechas before him on his screen, and then glanced at the two homing projectiles close behind them. Relying on his battle experience, he made a snap judgment. Follow me closely. We'll just charge through. In this hopeless situation where they were facing a pincer attack, there was no room for them to retreat. Only by charging forward might they have some hope of surviving. The two mechas did not stop, accelerating instead as they rushed towards those mecha. Of course, as they moved, Mecha B did not forget to open general communications to say, Mecha Squad 37 of the 7th Division in the 3rd Army, please help us to eliminate the homing projectiles behind us. Mecha B knew that this lie would be easily seen through, but his objective was not really to fool them. He only needed them to hesitate and not open fire, so that he and his partner would have the 1 minute they needed to escape from their attack radius and leave for safety. If they were a little luckier, they may even be able to borrow the opponent's strength to get rid of the two projectiles sticking to them like gum. Sure enough, when the opponent heard the words coming through the general comms channel, one of the squads lowered their particle beam guns, while another squad lifted their weapons to train them on the air behind him and his partner. Only the 4 Crimson mechas were still wary of them, facing them unwaveringly. Meanwhile, on Ling Lan's end, as she couldn't hack into the group's communications, she could only watch in confusion as the 2 enemy mecha flew like moths to a flame towards the 15 rescue mechas. She then saw the 6 mechas representing the military open fire first. However, they didn't do it to kill those 2 mechas, but helped them instead to destroy the 2 homing projectiles tracking them. Ling Lan's brow furrowed, and her expression turned grim. Could it be that this assassination attempt on her was sanctioned by the military? Was it because she had proved to be too outstanding by absorbing too much gene-stimulating agent, drawing the concern of the higher ranks of the military? No. Ling Lan immediately threw out that possibility. These past few years, although Ling Lan had been forbidden from going onto the internet due to her being underage, she was still aware of the information available on the net. Little Four had given her a detailed overview of her new world, letting her know that this present world she was in was a militant world. From birth, every person was prepped to become qualified military personnel, and among all the military positions, mecha operators were considered the cream of the crop. The requirements to become a basic level operator were still rather common, but the requirements to be an advanced operator were just too demanding. Especially with regards to physical fitness, that requirement could almost be called insane. Thus, the Federation greatly prized all children who had the possibility to become advanced operators, and all military branches and divisions were responsible to monitor and protect these children. They would never go after her for this reason. Excluding this possibility, then, as such a young child, who could she have offended? The Ling family members who had been chased out of Doha? They did not have the guts to do this. If investigations found their hand behind this, the military would make sure that the Ling family would be utterly eradicated from within the Federation. The Ling family could not take the risk. So, excluding herself, and also excluding the family, Ling Lan abruptly thought of the premium military benefits she had inherited. Before he died, her father Ling Xiao had been the youngest major general in the Federation. Could it have something to do with her father? Ling Lan felt that this was a likely possibility. Perhaps when her father had still been serving in the military, he had inadvertently offended some people. Only now did Ling Lan notice that she really didn't know much about her father Ling Xiao. She felt a little regretful. All these years, why hadn't she thought of asking Chamberlain Ling Qin and her other guardians about her father? Of course, Ling Lan knew that her father was the Federation's. No, the whole universe's coolest, handsomest, most young and impressive, most outstanding, most formidable yet gentle, and flawless gentleman. All the above was directly quoted from her mum Lan Luofeng, which led Ling Lan to conclude that a woman deeply in love was extremely blind. She would never say that out loud, of course, just letting this opinion stew within her, or else she would certainly be whisked away by her mum for a thorough spanking. Pity the present Ling Lan, who only knew her father had been one of the youngest major generals in the Federation, and that he had died in a chaotic death tunnel during the war with the Farand Empire. As for anything else regarding Ling Xiao, she knew nothing. Well, that's not quite true. She also had the extremely embarrassing and overblown description her mum Lan Luofeng had insisted on telling her. Ling Lan decided that when she returned safely this time, she would go find out more about her father and get to the bottom of things. She didn't want to have to be on her guard every day against hidden enemies. She liked having all the information within her hands so that she could chop off any trouble at its root. Although all these thoughts went swirling through Ling Lan's mind, it was actually a matter of a split second. Meanwhile, when the two enemy mechas had gotten close enough to the 15 mechas, the 4 crimson mechas that had been still and silent till now suddenly sprang into action, doing something that stunned all the other operators. The 4 mechas had waited till the 2 enemy mechas were close to them before firmly pulling on their triggers. Countless high-temperature beams shot out from their guns, 2 mechas in a group, as they fired at the cockpits of the 2 enemy mechas. The cockpits could not handle the high temperatures of the particle beams and finally exploded, blowing up the mechas along with them, all of it raining down to the ground in a fall of debris. At that point, the military squad finally shook themselves out of their shock and immediately raised their weapons agitatedly, aiming at the 4 crimson mechas. The situation was tense, and battle looked imminent. The mecha squad from the Ling family was cunning. Knowing that this was not a matter which concerned them, they quietly snuck away as the other 2 groups faced off against one another. Right now, their top priority was to locate their young master Lan. Everything else was none of their business. They soon found the right direction and sped off towards Ling Lan's location. At their current speed, it probably wouldn't even take 1 minute for them to arrive. Little cast a longing glance at those 4 extremely powerful crimson mechas, and then looked back at the hover car he was controlling with disdain. He had completely forgotten how excited he was when he had first obtained the hover car, and how grateful he was when he had discovered the plasma cannons it was equipped with. As expected, comparisons should be avoided. The moment one learns how to differentiate between good and bad in terms of quality, then pickiness and disgust are sure to follow. This was a bad habit that no sentient being could avoid. 35 seconds later, 2 particle beams shot out towards Ling Qin at almost the same time, striking the final 2 opponents he had been struggling with. The 2 men, which included the team captain, died on the spot. Ling Qin exhaled deeply, slowly pulling back his attack stance to stand straight once more. With a smile on his face, he looked up at the sky and watched as 5 mechas appeared before him. The loyalists protecting Ling Lan were finally here. He could finally relax. As the tension eased from his stance, Ling Qin could feel the aches and pains in his body making themselves known. He knew that this was the result of drawing on his latent reserves, but it was fine. The Ling family had a medicinal bath to repair this sort of damage. As long as he could rest for a couple of days, his body would recover. Of course, for Ling Qin, as long as Ling Lan was safe, even if his body was destroyed in the process, he would regret nothing. The 5 mechas slowly descended in front of Ling Qin until they all landed soundly. Then, 3 of the mechas continued to maintain a vigilant lookout, while the cockpits of the other 2 mechas opened up. The operators in those 2 mechas stood on a halyard and were lowered slowly to the ground. They were both dressed in a blue and white standard mecha operator uniform, with the Ling family Fire Phoenix logo emblazoned on their chests, flickering in an almost lifelike manner under the sunlight, as if it were about to take flight. The moment they landed, the 2 men hurried over to Ling Qin's side and removed their helmets. The one in the lead had a remorseful expression on his face as he said, "Elder Qin, sorry, our rescue was late." He was a hulking man, with a strong body and a strong face, with an honest and sincere expression. He was roughly 34 to 35 years old, and was very mature and reliable. Ling Qin was very dissatisfied with the slow response time of the Ling family mecha rescue team. In this period of time, if they hadn't been so lucky that the opponent's hover car hadn't fired its cannons. Although it still fired them in the end, the projectiles had seemed uncontrolled, flying wildly in some random direction. Otherwise, he would have been dead 1,000 times over. And once he died, would Ling Lan, this 6-year-old child, have had time to escape? Furiously, he said, "Ling Hua, what really happened? Why didn't you keep up with us?" The Ling family mecha squad was supposed to trail Ling Lan at all times, not allowing her out of their monitoring range. The Ling family had straightforward demands of the loyalists protecting the master. In cases of danger, they had to be on the scene within 10 seconds, unless it happened in a location where military force was forbidden, such as at the scout academies. But this time, The Ling family mecha squad had been delayed for a whole 5 minutes and more. This was something Ling Qin could not tolerate. Ling Hua did not argue, only saying with remorse, "Sorry, Elder Qin, it's our fault." Right then, the young man following Ling Hua spoke up, explaining, "Elder Qin, we fell for the opponent's stratagem to lure us away. By the time we figured it out and rushed back, we had lost track of both you and young Master Lan." "Ling Yu," raged Ling Hua, as if unwilling to let Ling Yu explain. Perhaps he had decided that a mistake was a mistake, and that there was no excusing it. When Ling Qin heard what Ling Yu said, his attitude gentled considerably. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Oh you, why didn't you say anything and just take all the blame on your shoulders? Youngster Hua, don't push yourself too hard. This time, you all still made it in time. Otherwise my old bones would have been ended here today." Ling Hua had been raised single-handedly by Ling Qin, which was why Ling Qin was so harsh on him. The deeper the love, the greater the expectation. Ling Qin had very high expectations of Ling Hua, cultivating him as his successor. It was his hope that after he passed away, Ling Hua would be able to take over his position and continue to protect the Ling family, Ling Lan, and her future children. Still, perhaps Ling Qin had been too harsh on him, causing Ling Hua's personality to become increasingly reserved, bottling everything up inside his heart. Even when he had been wrongfully accused, he would still keep quiet, silently taking all the blame. This time, Ling Hua reacted in the same way. Although Ling Yu had explained on his behalf, and Ling Qin did not continue to berate him, Ling Hua still couldn't get over his own inner guilt, saying, "Sorry, teacher, I have disappointed you." Ling Hua's fierce eyes were filled with pain and self-remonstration. His carelessness and wrongful judgment this time had almost ended in disaster, causing him to feel extremely ashamed. Ling Yu felt that he could not let his team captain continue to blame himself. The pressure upon his captain was just too intense. He looked around briefly and saw no sign of Ling Lan. His expression changed drastically as he asked, "Elder Qin, what's going on? Where's young Master Lan? Why don't I see young Master Lan? Did something happen?" Ling Qin hurried to reassure him. It's fine. Young Master Lan is very well. He's just in hiding." He turned his head to look at Ling Hua, chuckling. "Young Master Lan is very intelligent and also very level-headed. I believe that he won't be any worse than any of the previous Ling family heads. You'll like him." Ling Qin's tone was full of pride. The rationality and calmness Ling Lan had displayed during moments of crisis was just too remarkable. Even Ling Lan's father Ling Xiao might not have done any better than Ling Lan at 6 years old. Although Ling Qin had jumped out of the car at the same time as Ling Lan, Ling Qin had still spared some attention to keep an eye on Ling Lan's actions, afraid that Ling Lan would make a mistake under pressure. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan's conduct had thrilled him immensely, be it choosing a piece of debris to hide behind in midair, or even the handling of her landing. Everything had been almost perfect. In the end, it was Ling Qin's hiding spot that had been discovered instead, forcing him to battle just for the hope of survival. The more Ling Qin thought about it, the happier he became, and the smile on his face deepened accordingly. Perhaps grandparental love was a part of human nature, prompting elders in the family to take solace and fawn easily over their grandchildren and those of the same generation. Ling Qin selectively chose to forget that at 6 years old, Ling Xiao had already been thrown by his own father into the wilderness for survival training. In terms of resilience and keeping cool under pressure, Ling Xiao was certainly no weaker than the current Ling Lan. At Ling Qin's words, Ling Hua's raised brows revealed his astonishment, but his expression was quickly smoothed back into his usual calm mask as he asked, "Teacher, then where is young Master Lan now?" Ling Qin signaled for them to walk with him. The three of them walked past several patches of shrubs and arrived at that wide expanse of flat plain, spreading out before them without a single hiding place in sight. Looking out at this scene, the mature and reliable Ling Hua did not react in any way, patiently waiting for Chamberlain Ling Qin to explain. However, the young Ling Yu could not hold back his confusion and asked, "Elder Qin, there's no place for anyone to hide here. Why did you bring us here? To look at the scenery? What's so interesting about a plot of yellow soil? It would be better to find young Master Lan instead, so that we can protect him better." Ling Yu's words implied that Chamberlain Ling Qin shouldn't fool around with them any longer, that finding young Master Ling Lan was more important. Ling Qin glared at Ling Yu irritably and smacked him on the head, barking, "You rascal! Am I that unreliable? Damn it, don't speak up if you know nothing. Disgraceful. Just keep following me and you'll see." Ling Qin continued to lead the two of them forward, muttering all the way, "Really? You've been following after your team captain for around 2 to 3 years already. Why haven't you learnt the least bit of composure? Still so impatient." Ling Qin was somewhat puzzled. Ling Hua was so steady. After being in constant contact with him for these 2 to 3 years, Ling Yu's character should have settled down somewhat as well. Why was he still so restless? In the future, how would he take over Ling Hua's position to become the next mecha squad captain? Ling Yu pulled a long face behind Ling Qin's back, twitching his brows and eyes at his captain as if asking him, had Elder Qin always been so naggy like this? Ling Hua smiled wryly, communicating with his eyes that Ling Yu should just bear with it. He himself was already used to this. Ling Qin finally arrived at the piece of debris Ling Lan had used to conceal herself, and he chuckled as he asked the two men beside him, "Do you sense anything?" Ling Hua looked at that piece of debris before them, and his eyes flashed, thoughtfulness stealing over his face. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's face was full of bewilderment, seemingly completely clueless about what Chamberlain Ling Qin meant. Before him was obviously a flat piece of land. Even if there was a small sheet of metal on top of it, it was still just a flat piece of land. There was really no place at all for someone to hide here, right? After all, could anyone be as thin as a piece of paper? Ling Hua squatted down and touched the sheet of metal. Young Master Lan should be right below this, right? It is indeed a great hiding place. Young Master Lan is very smart. At Ling Hua's words, Ling Qin's smile grew even wider, causing his relatively wrinkle-free face to crinkle up into a smile as vibrant as a blooming flower. That's right, young Master Lan is just below. Squatting down as well, he knocked gently on the metal sheet, saying, "Young Master Lan, it's safe now, come out quickly." The metal plate remained motionless, as if no one was below it. But just as Ling Yu started to wonder if Chamberlain Ling Qin was going senile, misremembering the location, the metal plate actually started to move. It twitched and then lifted up slightly, revealing a tiny gap between the plate and the ground. Although the gap was really narrow, Ling Yu could still clearly see the difference. He looked on with a face full of astonishment. Who'd have guessed that there was really someone hiding below? When Ling Lan saw that the person standing outside was really Ling Qin, she excitedly threw off the metal plate on top of her, jumped out of the hole, and hugged Ling Qin tight. As she did so, her little body was actually trembling. Ling Qin sighed and hugged Ling Lan in return. Although Ling Lan had reacted well under pressure, making all the right decisions, she was still just a child after all. That life and death situation must have really frightened her. Ling Hua and Ling Yu could now see the ground below the metal sheet, and so finally understood how Ling Lan had managed to hide herself under it. There was a deep man-shaped ditch in the ground, perfectly sized for Ling Lan's body. As such, the sheet would cover it completely when Ling Lan was inside, and still remain parallel to the ground. This would lead outside observers to believe that it was just flat ground, and utterly dismiss the metal sheet. Ling Hua looked at Ling Lan with a complex gaze. This ditch was most likely forcefully created by Ling Lan at the moment she landed. This meant that their little master was not to be taken lightly, both in terms of strength and situational adaptability. No wonder Chamberlain Ling Qin was so pleased. With Ling Lan in the family, the Ling family would never fall. Still, due to her young age, she was unable to keep calm to the end yet, and was starting to show signs of aftershock now. Ling Lan seemed to take comfort in Chamberlain Ling Qin's hug, and when she lifted her head once more, her face had regained its usual calmness, and her eyes no longer held the remnants of fear and shock that they had when he first saw her. Ling Hua nodded to himself. Their young Master Lan's mental resilience seemed to be exceptional, and she seemed able to adjust her emotions well. As expected of a child who inherited their Master Ling Zhao's excellent genes, several years later, she would certainly be able to become an ace operator, perhaps even a royal operator. Ling Hua directed a friendly smile at Ling Lan. He wasn't good with words, and he also had no idea how to interact with a child, but he couldn't go wrong with a smile. Ling Lan glanced at him curiously, and then tugged lightly on Chamberlain Ling Qin's sleeve, silently asking for Chamberlain Ling Qin to introduce these two men to her. Ling Qin pointed at Ling Hua and said, "He's called Ling Hua, a Ling family loyalist, captain of the Ling family mecha force, responsible for the master's safety when he is out working. This time, he's in charge of the squad guarding us in secret." And then he pointed at Ling Yu, who had been trying to pose as a big brother figure beside Ling Lan, and said, "This brat is called Ling Yu. He's a member of the force. Young Master Lan can just choose to ignore him." With Ling Yu's erratic behavior, Ling Qin was afraid that Ling Lan would be infected by it after too much exposure, so it would be better to just separate them from the start. Ling Lan nodded at Ling Hua, and then asked Chamberlain Ling Qin, "Did something happen to the mecha squad, which is why they didn't manage to keep up with us?" Ling Yu sputtered in surprise. "Young Master Lan, how did you know we had encountered some trouble?" Ling Lan rolled her eyes at him, saying in contempt, "Why else would you all arrive so late?" Ling Hua's gaze brightened unnaturally, but he quickly lowered his lashes, shielding his thoughts. Ling Yu thought about it and couldn't help but agree. Since the Ling family squad had not managed to arrive until this late, it went without saying that they must have been lured away by the enemy or had been caught in a trap. Why was he so stupid? To the extent that he was being looked down upon by a 6-year-old child. He could only rub at his nose in embarrassment and pretend that he could not feel Ling Lan's contempt as he replied seriously. "When we had just passed by Chia City earlier and entered this wasteland, the captain was the first to notice a squad of mechas sneakily trailing young Master Lan. To ensure the safety of young Master Lan, the captain sent Ling Zhe and 2 other men to draw away those mecha, while the captain and I continued to follow the both of you from far away. But soon enough, we had met up with another group of mecha which already had their weapons set up, who clearly intended to harm young Master Lan. The captain and I could only open fire and draw away those mecha personally, and then find a way to slip away." Reaching this point in his explanation, Ling Yu's expression was dark. Later, the captain and I managed to regain contact, only to find that we had all been drawn far away from young Master Lan, completely losing any sign of young Master Lan. We realized then that we had probably fallen for the enemy's stratagem of luring the tiger out of the mountains. Thinking back on those mecha, they were better than us in terms of both numbers and equipment. It was still possible for the captain to escape, but at my level, I shouldn't have been able to escape, but I managed to. Ling Yu was very depressed. He bowed his head, deeply regretful that he had not noticed all this back then, almost causing trouble to befall the Ling family's only hope. If he had figured out the enemy's intention earlier, even if he had to fight to the death, he would still stick to young Master Lan. Moreover, he would send out a signal flare so that the other members would be able to rush to the rescue quicker. Ling Hua was also full of self-recrimination. This cock-up was entirely his fault. If he hadn't made the wrong decision, Ling Lan and Ling Qin would never have been pushed into such a dire situation, almost losing their lives in battle. After Ling Lan had heard what Ling Yu had to say, her little face was grim. This couldn't be helped. The enemy's plans were detailed and well-connected. Even if you all had figured it out from the start and rushed over, it would probably have been useless anyway, and may even have forced the enemy to be even more vicious. Isn't everything just fine now? Everyone survived. That's a good thing, right? As long as we live, there's hope, and we can do what we want to do, no matter whether it's to protect or to seek revenge. Ling Lan sent a warning glance at Ling Yu. I sure hope no Ling family member is a retard. She had noticed Ling Yu's yearning to die in battle, perhaps wanting to redeem himself in this manner out of self-blame. However, this sort of retarded action was something Ling Lan despised. She would not allow her loyalists to become this kind of person. Although Ling Lan's words were a little blunt, Ling Qin was very satisfied. Ling Lan's words had been both gentle yet firm, managing to convey the authority of a master without involving baseless anger, full of understanding and mercy. With this, Ling Hua and Ling Yu should be able to truly recognize Ling Lan as their master. The Ling family loyalists, although generation after generation were dedicated to the Ling family head at the time, getting them to serve with their lives still required the head to earn their acknowledgement. This was the Ling family's way, a part of their rules and culture. According to the old ancestors' will, If the current head could not get the proud family loyalists to submit, then he should have no business pursuing any grand ambitions. He should just stay at home obediently and focus on siring children, living out his idyllic life. The Ling family had set the submission of the loyalists as a trial of passage. Success meant that the head could go out into the world and pursue his ambitions, while failure meant the head should just give up his dreams and stay home and protect the already established family assets. As expected, Ling Yu's face was full of emotion. His eyes were no longer downcast, but were shining brightly on his face. In this moment, he had truly become Ling Lan's loyalist and was no longer just a Ling family loyalist. After regaining his good cheer, Ling Yu noticed Ling Lan staring curiously at the particle beam handgun at his waist. Showing off, he pulled out the handgun and passed it to Ling Lan, saying, "You like it? This is a particle beam handgun. Although its firepower is no match for submachine guns, it's still more than enough to wipe out anyone not wearing a protective vest." Ling Lan's eyes sparkled as she accepted the handgun, excitement clear on her face. She lowered her head and began studying the gun, as if curious about how the particle beam gun was assembled. A smile played on Ling Hua's lips. In this moment, Ling Lan had reverted to a regular child, full of curiosity towards something she had never seen before. Only Ling Qin looked strangely at Ling Lan. He knew that Ling Lan had long known about this sort of weapons. Why did she want to feign enthusiasm? Still, he said nothing. He believed that Ling Lan must have her reasons for doing so he would wait patiently for the answer to be revealed at the end. Watching as Ling Lan fiddled around clumsily with the handgun, Ling Yu nervously reminded, "Don't flick off that safety. That's the switch. Pressing it carelessly will cause problems." Ling Lan cast a reproachful look at Ling Yu, as if cross that he didn't trust her, but she was soon fully absorbed in playing around with the particle beam handgun in her hands again. Not long after she had played her fill, she seemed to lose interest, and just as she was about to return the gun to Ling Yu, she suddenly saw that the handgun on Ling Hua's waist was different than the one in her hands. With some confusion, she asked Ling Hua, "Why is your particle beam handgun different from this one?" shaking the gun in her hand. Smiling widely, Ling Hua answered, "This is because the captain's designated weapons are different from the team members." "Oh, so that's why? Can I take a look at your handgun?" Ling Lan's eyes were full of curiosity, as if she really wanted to know what was special about the captain's handgun. With just a little hesitation, Ling Hua pulled out his particle beam gun and handed it over to Ling Lan. Of course, he did not forget to caution, "Make sure you don't open the safety catch. This handgun is 4 to 5 times stronger than the regular particle beam handguns, almost on par with submachine guns. Young Master Lan, take care." Ling Lan nodded obediently. She was not one to reject another's good intentions. Accepting the obviously larger handgun into her hands, she held the two guns up side by side in comparison. They actually didn't look that much different from the outside. Only the tail end, which housed the energy storage unit, and the barrel were noticeably thicker and larger than those on the regular particle beam handguns. Ling Lan played around with the two guns in her hands for a bit, but just as Ling Hua and Ling Yu were about to ask for their guns back, Ling Lan's next move immediately caused their eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. They had never thought that their own young Master Lan could be so shameless. She blatantly put the two handguns directly into her protective vest and even patted the compartments they were in with satisfaction after. That smug expression on her face told them loud and clear that the two particle beam handguns were hers now, confiscated as part of her collection. Ling Hua laughed helplessly, looking at Ling Qin in hopes that he could say something to convince young Master Lan to give the guns back. After all, these were their standard weapons, a necessary part of their equipment. However, just as Ling Qin was planning to do just that, Ling Lan sent a pointed look his way, sharp and determined. His heart thudded in response, and he instantly changed his mind. Instead, he subtly indicated to Ling Hua that they should just let young Master Lan satisfy her curiosity, and as for their weapons, they would be suitably compensated by logistics when they got back to the Ling household. Ling Hua and Ling Yu could only pretend they hadn't seen anything, while Ling Lan smirked like the cat that ate the canary. Their small group quickly left the deserted plains and returned to the place where Ling Hua and Ling Yu's mecha were parked. Ling Lan eyed those two gigantic mecha. Right now, standing proudly on the ground, Looking down upon Ling Lan and the others, the mecha loomed large before her, making her feel exceptionally weak and fragile. It would be so easy for these mecha to crush her. The rush of emotion was too great, causing the excitement to blaze from her eyes as if she had just seen her most beloved toy. In reality, Ling Lan wasn't as crazy about mecha as she made herself look to be. However, the cool mecha that she had only seen in anime and manga in her previous world was now standing right in front of her as something real and tangible. This made her feel as if she was in a dream, and for a moment, she was unsure whether she was still here or had gone back to her previous world. Thus, Ling Lan could no longer maintain her calm facade. So this is our Ling family mecha? It looks so powerful. Ling Lan couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Hua laughed, thinking back on his first time ever seeing a mecha. His reaction then had been much like Ling Lan's now. Ling Yu became even more animated, boasting proudly. Of course. But private mecha can only be this sort of standard mecha. If you enter the military, perhaps you can get even better mecha, and if you can become an ace operator, you can even change the color of your mecha freely. I really wish I could paint my mecha in my favorite color red. Stop dreaming. We won't even have the chance to upgrade to a captain-level mecha. Ling Hua voiced his regrets for the first time. Every mecha operator would like to pilot the best mecha he could handle and soar freely among the stars, cutting down all enemies before him, being able to dominate through fearlessness and sheer strength. Unfortunately, mecha were still considered restricted goods in the Federation. Even if some families had the right to own private mecha, all they could get were still the most basic standard mecha within the Federation. Having his dream shattered by his own captain, Ling Yu could only sigh. Becoming a family loyalist meant that they could no longer pursue a military career. Ling Lan seemed oblivious to Ling Hua and Ling Yu's actions, walking up to the mecha in a daze. She reached out to touch anywhere she could reach, and her fingertips met a smooth coldness, just as she expected from a metallic outer casing. She wasn't content to just feel up one, running her hands over the other mecha as well. The slightly sleazy way she did it sent chills running through Ling Hua and Ling Yu as if they themselves were the ones who had been molested. It couldn't be helped. Every mecha operator was very protective of his own mecha, loving it just as if it were his own body, which is why the two reacted this way. At that moment, a loud rumble could be heard coming from above. Ling Lan lifted her head and immediately saw 3 mecha flying overhead in a radius of roughly 100 meters, each vigilantly watching the direction it was responsible for. Ling Hua walked up to her and asked, "Young Master Lan, would you like to see how a mecha moves close up?" Ling Qin frowned slightly. Was it really appropriate to use mecha to entertain a child at this time? Their safety hadn't been guaranteed yet after all. Seeing this, Ling Hua explained, "The military group came together with us. They are guarding the outer perimeter right now, and we only managed to escape earlier due to their help." Ling Lan looked up at Ling Qin with a face full of hope, stopping Ling Qin's words of refusal within his throat. "Fine, just consider it as a sort of compensation." Ling Lan had almost lost her life this time. It should be fine to spoil her for a bit. So Ling Qin nodded, giving his approval. At this, Ling Lan saw Ling Hua winking at her conspiratorially, prompting her to giggle. Looks like Ling Hua really wanted to entertain her and had arranged this on purpose. Immediately, Ling Hua connected the communicator on his wrist. "Ling Zhe, fly a bit lower so young Master Lan can see how cool you all are. Make it a good show." Ling Hua's words had a double meaning, subtly telling the other members that they shouldn't just do a simple sweep, but should include a few fancier moves. Children love those, after all. Roger. Ling Zhe got the point instantly. The 3 mecha revved their engines and began flying circles above Ling Lan. And then they began executing various basic flying maneuvers and combat moves, causing Ling Lan to drink it all in excitedly, clapping and jumping unabashedly. After a set of extremely fancy movements, the 3 mechas suddenly dropped rapidly, causing Ling Lan to scream out in shock, before coming to a sudden stop, drawing laughter from Ling Lan once more. Watching this scene, Ling Qin felt tears gather in his eyes. Ling Lan's usually mature demeanor often made Ling Qin almost forget that Ling Lan was just a 6-year-old child. It was natural for her to be this innocent and carefree. Sadly, due to Master Ling Xiao's premature death, she had had no choice but to bear the mountainous burdens of the Ling family. which was why he had no choice but to force Ling Lan to grow up so quickly. This was supposed to have been something her father would have shown her, but was now being performed for her by the Ling family loyalists. If only the mecha flying above were Ling Zhao's Iron mecha, how wonderful that would be. The three mecha finally finished their performance and began their descent. To avoid shaking the ground too much, they activated the anti-gravity function of the engine. The mecha gradually descended, and the immense thrust energy coming from the engine caused Ling Lan, who was standing closest to the mecha, to lose her footing. Just as she was about to fall over, however, Ling Hua reacted and grabbed hold of Ling Lan, holding Ling Lan still even as he stabilized her. On Ling Lan's lowered face, a flash of killing intent came and went. Wasn't Ling Hua holding on just a bit too tightly? A cold awareness spread through Ling Lan's eyes, and her hands, feet, waist, and torso all shifted slightly in preparation. The mecha got closer and closer, and Ling Lan raised her head with difficulty. From Ling Hua's height, he could clearly see the expression on Ling Lan's face, full of excitement and joy, completely clueless about what would happen to her soon. A trace of regret and hesitation flashed through Ling Hua's eyes. Right then, the three mecha which had just landed suddenly raised up their right arms simultaneously, directing their light-speed guns squarely at Ling Lan. Before anyone could react, Ling Hua, who had been holding Ling Lan, suddenly lifted Ling Lan's entire body up and threw her upwards into the air with all his might. Flying above Ling Hua's head, Ling Lan could clearly see Ling Qin rushing over from behind Ling Hua with a face full of fear and panic, while an enraged Ling Yu followed close behind. Unfortunately, it was too late, as two of the three mecha aiming at Ling Lan abruptly turned to transfer their aim to Ling Qin and Ling Yu. Quicker than words could say, a decisive chokehold. Ling Lan's right arm shot out at an angle which defied human physics, forcibly bending to lock onto Ling Hua's throat, and pivoting on this chokehold, she pulled back her body backwards in midair to hide herself behind Ling Hua's back. At the same time, a particle beam handgun had appeared in Ling Lan's left hand, and then it was pressed harshly against Ling Hua's temple. "Don't move," Ling Lan yelled out, freezing the three mecha in their tracks. If she had just been a bit slower, they would have pulled their triggers. Suddenly finding himself in a reversed hostage situation, Ling Hua's face changed. With a chagrined look, he asked, "Where did we mess up, young Master Lan?" Ling Lan answered serenely, "From the very beginning." "Huh?" Ling Hua did not understand. "From the moment you all were late, I had begun suspecting all of you. And when you all managed to return without any injuries at all, I knew for sure." Ling Lan had never trusted the Ling family mecha squad from the very beginning. The two sides faced each other in a stalemate. Although the three mecha still had their lightspeed guns trained on Ling Lan's group of three, because Ling Lan had Ling Hua at her mercy, they didn't dare to really pull their triggers, afraid that Ling Lan would kill Ling Hua in response. On the other hand, although Ling Qin and Ling Yu really wanted to get closer to help Ling Lan control Ling Hua, the three mecha clearly knew that letting them gather together would be a bad idea, and had shot a few warning shots at their feet when they tried to move. This was a warning to not move recklessly, otherwise they would willingly choose to let everyone die altogether. Both sides had their own concerns, so both sides dared not to make the first move. Why? This stalemate gave Ling Hua the time to voice the questions he held within his heart. There is only one possibility why Ling family loyalists would be late to the rescue, and that is fighting to the death after being caught in an ambush. I'm sure you understand. Ever since Ling Lan had been officially taught how to read, she had blatantly started to go through all the old books and historical records preserved by the Ling family. Therefore, she was well aware of all the information pertaining to the training of the Ling family loyalists. A truly loyal Ling family loyalist would never choose to leave his master's side on his own. In a situation like what Ling Hua described, Ling family loyalists would only choose to fight the enemy till the death and not run away. They would definitely never allow their master to leave their sight unless they all ended up dead. Hearing this, Ling Hua smiled coldly. "Don't you know that the Ling family has another family rule? If a new master would like the loyalists to defend him with their lives, he will have to first gain the acknowledgement of the loyalists. You think you've done this, young Master Lan?" His lips curled into a mocking smile. Ling Lan's baseless accusations and suspicious nature were very likely to alienate others, leading to the eventual downfall of the Ling family. This proved that he hadn't made the wrong choice. It was just a pity he had failed. Ling Hua sighed. Young Master Lan, this time, you were just lucky to stumble onto the truth. The goddess of luck had stood on Ling Lan's side today, while he was just unlucky. Still, he wasn't going to make things easy for Ling Lan. He continued to say, however, you should really do something about your suspicious and distrustful nature. Which family loyalist would be willing to lay down their life for you with that personality? Perhaps he might be the very next person you suspect. Ling Hua's words caused both Ling Qin and Ling Yu's face to drain of color. Ling Qin knew that Ling Hua was saying this just to sow the seeds of distrust within the Ling family loyalists, to prevent them from ever fully trusting in Ling Lan, making it so that Ling Lan would never be able to gain the acknowledgement of the Ling family loyalists, while Ling Yu was worried about whether he was under Ling Lan's suspicion himself. Ling Lan had seen the change in both Ling Qin and Ling Yu's expressions. Little Four's full-scope coverage was very efficient. Nothing that happened on the scene would escape his detection. Even small actions such as Ling Hua's surreptitious palming of a dagger from within his sleeve. Ling Lan silently put up her guard, even as her lips curled up in a cool smirk. Lucky? If your mecha had had any signs of battle on it, perhaps I might have doubted my suspicions. Unfortunately, you forgot to account for the small details. You should have compared it with Ling Yu's mecha and added on several scrapes caused by beam shots. Perhaps then your words would have been more believable. I'm really such an overly suspicious person. Slowly but surely, Ling Lan pointed out the mistakes Ling Hua had made in his setup. As Ling Qin heard her speak, his face became more and more wrought with emotion. So his young Master Lan had already become so capable without his noticing. Master Ling Xiao truly had a successor now. A frisson of regret ran through Ling Qin's heart. Oh, if only young Master Lan was really a young master. Ling Yu finally realized that what he had assumed to be the childish whims of young Master Lan were actually full of hidden meaning. He looked at the small body clinging to Ling Hua's back, holding Ling Hua hostage, and his eyes glittered with a strange light. Young Master Lan was so level-headed and intelligent, as befitting her status as master. At only 6 years old, she was already so amazing, and it was likely that she would only grow up to be even more impressive. Awe and respect surged within Ling Yu. At this very moment, he truly recognized Ling Lan as the master he intended to serve, someone he would be willing to sacrifice his life for. So, you were feeling up our mecha to check for the signs of battle. Ling Hua finally understood where he had gone wrong and was filled with regret. He couldn't believe that he had really been tricked by Ling Lan. He had thought that she was just a child, that no matter how smart she was, she wouldn't be able to see through his plot. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan was so freakishly talented that she had suspected everything from the start. Not only did he not manage to fool the other, but unknowingly, he had been drawn into the other's carefully laid plot. Frankly, Ling Lan hadn't been sure at first who was the traitor, which was why she had plotted to take away both Ling Hua and Ling Yu's particle beam handguns so that she could guarantee Ling Qin's and her own safety. And then, she had faked an obsession for mecha so that she could get close enough to inspect the mecha. As she touched the outer shell of the mecha, she took the opportunity to check on the condition of the mecha, which helped her to determine the true culprit. Ling Hua chuckled bitterly. If only he had taken Ling Lan seriously from the start and treated her as an equal, he would never have let Ling Lan get close to his mecha. Then, she wouldn't have been able to discover his lie, and he wouldn't have ended up losing so terribly. Didn't you consider that I could just be that much stronger? The captain must be better than the regular team members after all, asked Ling Hua stubbornly. Ling Lan was silent for a moment as she considered his point, but then replied regretfully. Honestly, I would like to think that way as well. I really did not want to see the day the Ling family loyalists would betray the Ling family. Betray me. But, you forgot the most important thing, one of our Ling family's most important house rule. Ling Lan's voice was soft, but her words crashed into Ling Hua's ears like thunder. While we still have strength, we are not to abandon our family. Ling Hua, it's true that the Ling family loyalists do not have to put their lives on the line before they have acknowledged the current family head. This is why I do not doubt Ling Yu's loyalty. There are clear signs of beam damage on his mecha, some close to piercing through his cockpit. This meant that he had almost died in his fight, that he had done all that he could. Hearing this, Ling Yu's heart warmed, and his eyes became damp instantly. But you are different. Your mecha has no signs of damage at all, which meant that the situation was still well within your control. Although I have not gained your acknowledgement, I'm still a member of the Ling family, still a member of your family. But in that situation, you chose to abandon me. This behavior, what does it mean? Ling Hua was rendered speechless. So, he had carelessly exposed his true thoughts so easily. He had taken the 6-year-old Ling Lan much too lightly. Deep in his heart, regret swirled. If he had known that Ling Lan was this bright, he would have just carried on honestly with his duty to protect Ling Lan. If he had not fallen for that temptation and chosen to take this risk, perhaps his children would still be able to receive the best upbringing from the Ling family in remembrance of his hard work. Young Master Lan, I'm sorry. If I had only known you were such a bright child, I would not have accepted another's offer to betray you. Sadly, it's too late. I will not ask for your forgiveness, but only hope that you won't take out your anger on my family and my children. Everything is my own fault. Ling Hua exhaled a quiet breath, the regret in his eyes unconcealed as he spoke with an earnest expression. Emotionlessly, Ling Lan replied, I never take out my anger on other people. Thank you, young Master Lan. As Ling Hua's voice rang out, the stalemate broke in a blur of violence. Ling Hua grabbed Ling Lan's hand on his throat with his own left hand, even as he flicked his right hand upwards in a vicious thrust. The dagger in his hand was aiming for Ling Lan's right wrist, which was holding the particle beam handgun to his head. That was the greatest threat to him right now, and he needed to get rid of it while Ling Lan was still unprepared. But then, he felt a flash of heat course through his head, and all was empty. He could no longer feel his right hand. Had he missed? Why wasn't his left hand holding on to that little hand at his throat? And then he saw the scenery in his vision change, from the sight of 3 mecha to a sheet of endless blue. And that was his final thought. Captain! A terrible wail rose up from among the 3 mecha, and then the 3 mecha pressed down on their triggers resolutely. Ling Qin and Ling Yu made a frenzied jump towards Ling Lan, hoping desperately that they would be able to block Ling Lan from the beam attacks. Only Ling Lan was unmoved, staring steadily at the 3 mecha without even flinching. Ling Qin and Ling Yu shoved Ling Lan roughly onto the ground, and then laid their own bodies over hers to cover her from sight completely, almost suffocating Ling Lan in the process. Impassively, Ling Lan said, Grandpa Ling Qin, and you too Ling Yu. You're flattening me. Can you both get off me now? Ling Qin barked. Just stay still and hide yourself. Even if we die, you cannot die. You're our Ling family's only hope. Ling Yu nodded vigorously in agreement. I'm young master's loyalist. To die for you is my duty and honor. That said, he pressed down on Ling Lan's head once more, as if afraid that Ling Lan would be struck by some stray attack beam. Ling Yu was rather surprised that he could survive for so long under the collective attack of 3 beam guns, so long that he even had time to respond to young Master Lan. Finally, Ling Lan could take it no longer. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she said, Don't you two notice that you aren't in any pain whatsoever? Taken aback, Ling Qin abruptly realized that it was true. Why wasn't there any pain? Could it be that his entire body had been blown to smithereens until his nerves were no longer there to feel pain? Of course, he knew this was impossible, so the only possible explanation was that the opponent had not attacked. Ling Yu had also figured it out by this time. They turned back to look and saw the 3 mecha just standing there, still in their attack stances, unmoving as if they had been frozen in place. But when they looked at the middle sections of the mecha, they immediately understood. Somehow, sometime, the cockpits of the 3 mecha had disappeared, only leaving behind 3 large holes. Not too far away from the mecha, the 3 cockpits could be seen slowly drifting downwards on parachutes, flashing distress signals all the way. The 3 cockpits had obviously been set to space rescue mode. As long as no one opened the cockpits up to provide rescue from the outside, the people inside would not be able to open it. From the looks of it, the 3 cockpits had been automatically set to rescue mode by the mecha and summarily ejected, causing the pilots to become trapped like fish in a bowl. Seeing this, Ling Qin and Ling Yu were ecstatic. They quickly clambered off the ground, pulling Ling Lan up with them, and then Ling Yu ran over to check on the 3 cockpits to make sure the opponents were really trapped within. After all, the pilots still had weapons on them. This was not the time to take any chances. Meanwhile, Ling Qin had walked over to stand by Ling Hua's body, sadness written all over his face. Ling Hua was the successor he had raised single-handedly, outstanding in all respects. Whether in terms of ability or personal charisma, he was heads above all the others. All these years, as Ling Qin gradually released the reins, Ling Hua had taken on a larger role and had gradually gained the trust of the other Ling family loyalists. Slowly but surely, he was being accepted as the next leader of the Ling family loyalists. In Ling Qin's original plans, once Ling Hua had acknowledged Ling Lan, he would relinquish his role as the leader of the loyalists and pass it on officially to Ling Hua. He had believed that, as long as Ling Hua took good care of Ling Lan, the glory days of the Ling family would continue. So, even when he died, he would be able to face the previous two family heads proudly in the afterlife. He would never have guessed in a million years that the successor he had chosen and raised so carefully would betray them, breaking his heart and chilling it in equal measure. Ling Hua, what in the world could have persuaded you to betray Ling Lan, to betray the Ling family? Could there possibly be someone else like you in the Ling family? Little Four, this time is all thanks to you. With a face full of gratitude, Ling Lan looked at the smugly wriggling Little Four in the learning space. If it hadn't been for him, no matter how alert she was or how much she tried to prepare, the result would have been the same. The overwhelming strength of a weaponized mecha was not something her strategies could counter, meaning that they actually had no chance of winning. The reason Ling Lan had blabbered on for so long with Ling Hua was to buy time for Little Four to infiltrate the mecha's AI and wrest control. Although Little Four was like a god in the virtual world, the natural enemy of all AI, the AI of the mecha was not like the low-level goods installed in the hover cars. For Little Four to gain control, he still needed to expend quite a bit of effort. Of course, after gaining this experience, it wouldn't take this long to hack into common standard mecha next time, unless the mecha was of a higher level. Besides that, Ling Lan had also wanted to take the chance to reveal Ling Hua's true colors to Ling Qin and Ling Yu, as well as lay out the reasons for calling him a traitor. She knew very well that if misunderstandings and grudges were not removed early, after festering to a certain extent, the consequences could be disastrous, and she had no intention of making such a low-level mistake. After examining the three cockpits, Ling Yu bounded back excitedly and asked Ling Lan, "Young Master Lan, what should we do next?" Ling Yu had already acknowledged Ling Lan, fixating on her as his lifelong master, so his first instinct was to look to Ling Lan for instruction. Contact home and ask them to send more people over. Bring these people back for interrogation and find out who exactly is the one who is after me and after the Ling clan. Ling Lan had not forgotten about that lockdown hovercar Little Four had parked at the wayside. Perhaps the people inside knew something useful. Yes, young Master Lan. If it wasn't for the fact that young Master Lan was not yet 16 years old, and as such not able to officially accept the position of family head, Ling Yu would have really liked to call her master. That's right, Ling Yu had already imprinted on Ling Lan for this life, so even if Master Ling Xiao came back to life, his loyalty would not change. Of course, the current Ling Yu did not know that he would really face this extremely difficult dilemma in the future. With a heavy heart, Ling Qin walked back to stand by them. Even without looking at his heavy steps, Ling Lan knew that Ling Hua's death was a great blow to the old chamberlain who had served the Ling family for 3 generations. After all, within these last 6 years, Ling Qin had spoken of Ling Hua's excellence more than once with unreserved pride. Yet, it was this same person that he had been so proud of that had betrayed the Ling family, betrayed him. This caused Ling Qin to lose faith in his own judgment. Frankly, Ling Lan's ready suspicion of Ling Hua had a lot to do with Chamberlain Ling Qin's constant mentions of Ling Hua around her. Because, according to Ling Qin, Ling Hua was just too outstanding, so outstanding that it was impossible for him to commit such a low-level mistake and delay rescue. So really, a person should never stand out too much. Doing so would make people remember you. So whenever you decide to drag your feet to cause a bit of mischief, the jarring difference between your performance then and now would easily expose your intentions. If Ling Hua ever found out that this was the reason behind his failure, he would probably deeply regret how brilliantly he had shown before this day. Ling Lan didn't know what she could say to console the sad old man before her. She had never been good at consoling others. That was why she had decided to always face her loved ones with a smile in her previous life, just so her parents wouldn't worry. Still, history had proven that this method of hers was useless. Although her parents would keep smiling in front of her, they would always cry later in places where she couldn't see, but her ears were sharp, so she had still heard it all. Due to her high spiritual power, her five senses were also in times more sensitive than an average person's. Ling Lan believed that for someone to forget their grief, that person should be kept busy. Wasn't it said that time was the best medicine? She was sure she had read it in a book somewhere. In any case, regardless of whether it works, she would just go ahead and use it for now. She lifted her hands to clasp Ling Qin's hands in hers and asked, "The hover car is gone. How are we going to get to school?" "Well, all right." So Ling Lan hadn't forgotten the purpose of their trip today. Today was the first day of school for her. Ling Lan didn't want to become that one student who was late on the first day and become the focus of attention that way. Ling Hua's bloody end had driven the lesson home that it wasn't a good thing to stand out and be remembered. When Ling Qin heard Ling Lan's question, he immediately rallied himself. That's right, now wasn't the time to grieve. He must not allow Ling Lan to be marked down for being late. This black mark would definitely hold Ling Lan back when she applied to the various major military schools in the future. Ling Qin was very ambitious. He was already imagining Ling Lan's entrance into the Federation's strongest #1 boys' military school. All right, so Ling Lan's true gender had slipped his mind for the moment. Please forgive an old man for his random fit of Alzheimer's. Without even thinking about it, Ling Qin decided that he would pilot Ling Hua's mecha to send Ling Lan to the Central Scout Academy. As for those traitors and assassins, he would leave them to the reluctant Ling Yu, who really wished he could switch places with Ling Qin. Looking on as Ling Qin flew away with Ling Lan as a passenger on the mecha, Ling Yu's face was glum as he whined internally. Boo-hoo-hoo. How I wish I could personally send young Master Lan to school. The mournful Ling Yu could only vent his surging resentment on the few assassins within the hover car. Before they left, Little Four had already unlocked the car door, but for safety reasons, he had destroyed the AI on board to disable its weaponry. As for the old-school particle beam handguns, they were basically useless against mecha, so the assassins didn't even dare to try and resist, obediently giving themselves up. Even so, they were almost roasted. Ling Yu used the beam gun on his mecha to herd them, and even though the beams had just grazed by their bodies, the intense heat of the shots had still left serious burn damage on them, leaving them one step away from being cooked. Thus, by the time another batch of Ling family loyalists arrived, the assassins looked at them as if they were their saviors, so moved that they almost wanted to cling to the loyalists' feet and cry. Damn it! Even if they were assassins and now prisoners, that didn't mean they deserved to be tortured. What happened to human rights? The moment Ling Lan entered the cockpit, she found out how a mecha carried a passenger. It turned out that behind the control seat of the mecha, between the seat and the wall of the cockpit, there was a small space. It was large enough to hold a grown person of roughly 150 caddies one, but of course it wasn't as comfortable as the pilot control seat, and could perhaps even be considered a little cramped. Of course, for a child like Ling Lan, this space was still rather large, almost enough for Ling Lan to move around freely inside. Closing the cockpit door, the lights dimmed, and Ling Qin quickly pressed the AI activation button to light up the cockpit once again. AI activated. Checking in progress. Please wait. To select emergency activation, please press the emergency activation button. The AI reminded as part of its activation procedure. There were two ways to activate a mecha. One was the regular activation, which was a little slow, requiring about 1 to 3 minutes, while the other was the emergency activation, whose activation time correlated with the level of the AI. The higher the level of the AI, the less time it took to activate. The AI of this type of common, standard mecha required between 12 to 15 seconds. Captain-level mecha could shorten this time till about 10 to 12 seconds, and moving upwards, each level higher could shorten that time by another 2 to 3 seconds. At the top, the Federation's ultimate weapons, the Iron Mecha, could truly achieve 0-second activation, which was one of the reasons why they were considered the strongest mecha. Of course, Ling Qin did not choose the option of emergency activation this time. Although Ling Lan ran the risk of being late, the situation was not so dire that they had to use emergency activation. Although emergency activation could save time, it had a fatal weakness. It would skip the process of checking the functionality of all its parts and weapons. Mecha, as finely calibrated combat machines, would accumulate damage to its various parts in every battle. And when a particular part reached its breaking point and stopped functioning as it should, if the pilot decided that day to use emergency activation, predictably, it would all end in tragedy. The only question being the scale of the tragedy. Naturally, Ling Qin would not let Ling Lan risk this kind of danger, so he took the regular path of regular activation. This time, the activation process did not require the full 3 minutes, completing itself in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, logging them onto the main mecha control system. However, this sort of activation speed drew Little Four's contempt. Within the learning space, he was jumping around agitatedly, loudly complaining about how this sort of tortoise-like speed was literally akin to murdering the mecha operator. If it weren't for Ling Lan's quick and vehement objection, Little Four would have already forced his way into the mecha to begin modifying the AI. Still, Ling Lan promised Little Four that once she obtained her own mecha, she would definitely let Little Four take charge of the AI. It would be up to him completely how he would like to modify it. Only then did Little Four subside reluctantly, agreeing to wait till the day he could show off what he could do. Swiftly, Ling Qin turned on the mecha's omnidirectional display function, which immediately immersed them in what Ling Lan felt to be like a virtual world. It seemed like she was sitting on a floating seat, looking down at the ground from a height of 5 to 6 meters. Yep, this feeling isn't half bad. Ling Lan watched with enraptured eyes as Ling Qin piloted the mecha, finding the entire process fascinating. She was a little eager to try it herself, starting to look forward to the day she could pilot her own mecha. Ling Qin grabbed hold of the control stick and turned his head briefly to caution. "Young Master Lan, sit tight. I'm about to take off." Ling Lan nodded and held on tightly to the armrest beside her, indicating that she was ready. Receiving confirmation from Ling Lan, Ling Qin's hands flew rapidly over the controls. All Ling Lan knew was that within a split second, Ling Qin had gone through approximately 20 different motions. From the outside, the mecha Ling Qin was controlling was seen to bend its knees, and then it sprang upwards. Simultaneously, the two main engines below the waist section of the mecha rumbled to life, generating an immense propulsion force, sending the mecha flying forwards into the air. The abrupt movement of the mecha caused Ling Lan's body to be pressed down securely into her seat by the opposing gravity. Fortunately, Ling Lan's physical condition was good enough that it didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. Although the cockpit had a certain degree of decompression capability, for the sake of better sense control for the pilot, it didn't eliminate this sort of inertia. This was yet another reason why mecha operators needed to have strong physical bodies. Research had proven that, without the existence of pressure, operators were unable to sense the movements of the mecha. They were unable to confirm whether their movements were being projected accurately, and thus couldn't achieve the precision needed to execute the movements they wanted up to proper standards. Soon, the mecha had entered airspace and had begun flying swiftly towards its destination. Due to the projection of the omnidirectional display, Ling Lan had the false perception that she was sitting on an untethered chair, weaving swiftly through the blue skies and fluffy white clouds. All Ling Lan could hear was a persistent buzzing in her ears, and then she blacked out. Before she fainted, she finally remembered. She still hadn't gotten over her fear of heights yet. "No, what about my dream of piloting a mecha?" Ling Lan was weeping piteously at Little Four within the learning space. In return, Little Four was driven into a frenzy. If Ling Lan did not manage to overcome this problem, how would he ever get the chance to modify a mecha's AI? Early that morning, the main entrance of the Central Scout Academy was already bustling with people. Countless hover cars weaved through the air. If the local government hadn't taken the proper precautions by sending out police forces to maintain order, the traffic would most likely have jammed up, and several collisions might even have occurred. It couldn't be helped, as there were just too many cars. Every year, almost 10,000 students enrolled in this Scout Academy, and the parents of the students who were only allowed to go home on off days every week were out in full force. They were the main culprit behind the unusual congregation of hover cars in the air today. After all, only the top 100 kids who qualified for the special classes had the right to be day students one and could freely choose the courses they were interested in. The other children had no choice but to accept the school's arrangements to live on campus and were only allowed to go home on off days every week. However, these children could still change their fate. Every year, there were 2 chances to enter the special classes. To encourage competitive spirit in the children, the Central Scout Academy would re-rank the entire school every 6 months. It didn't matter if you were in the special classes, the merit classes, or the regular classes. No one was exempt, and only those who managed to rank within the top 100 would be taken into the special classes for the next 6 months. Of course, for the children from the merit classes and the regular classes to score within the top 100 and enter the special classes. Although it couldn't be said that no one succeeded, the chances of it happening were highly unlikely, rarer than rare too. From the beginning, the children from the special classes would receive education and resources far beyond the means of the regular classes. Half a month's time was more than enough time for the gap between them and the children from the other classes to grow exponentially. Nevertheless, this was still considered a sort of fairness mechanism, a chance given by the school for those children in the merit and regular classes to break through their limits and reach for the stars 3. Whether the children succeeded in doing so depended solely on them. On one of the fields of the Scout Academy, Chi Long, Han Jijian and his cousin Han Shuya, as well as the twin siblings Luo Lang and Luo Chao, were gathered together. They were peering out into the sky with their heads lifted as if searching for something. They had arrived at the Scout Academy bright and early that morning. Ever since they had found out that they had qualified for the special classes, they had been filled with anticipation for the first day of school. That's right. The final results confirmed that all 5 of them had been grouped into the special classes. Chi Long, Han Jijian, and Luo Chao had all entered Special Class A, while the 2 girls had successfully entered Special Class B. This result had sent the girls into joyous fits. None of the adults had expected much of them at first, predicting that it was more likely for them to end up in Merit Class 1. So when the results came out, the 2 girls had been smug about it for weeks. Besides that, Luo Xiaoyun and Yuan Yuyun, who had taken the exam with them, had also managed to rank within the top 100, successfully becoming members of Special Class B. And while the final 2 people in their exam group had scored a little weaker, they had still got into Merit Class 1, which was the top class right after the special classes. Han Shuya and Luo Chao knew in their hearts that these exemplary results were all thanks to Boss Ling Lan. Since their elder brothers had already recognized him as their boss, of course they'd choose to follow suit. However, they also knew that it was all up to them from this point onwards. They really did not want to be the first students to drop out from the special classes. Chi Long, you still haven't found Boss Hovercar? Chubby girl Han Shuya asked Chi Long rudely. Han Jijian marked her tone and frowned. He really disliked the way his cousin's sister ordered Chi Long around. She shouldn't lose her manners just because they were familiar. This character of his cousin's made it very easy for her to offend others without even knowing it. Chi Long did not respond, not because he was angry or anything, but just because he was too lazy to deal with Han Shuya. He just kept his eyes glued to the sky, but sadly, he still saw nothing. Seeing how Chi Long was ignoring her, Han Shuya was a little ticked off. But just as she was about to say something about it, she saw her elder cousin brother glaring at her, so she could only swallow her words resentfully. What could she do? Her parents had told her to listen to Han Jijian in all things at school. Finally, Chi Long could take it no longer. He reeled back his gaze, rubbed his hands over his tired eyes, and said helplessly, "No sight of that hover car boss was riding before." Luo Lang jeered, calling someone boss, yet forgetting to get his contact number. Only you. It turned out that, in his excitement back then, Chi Long had forgotten the most important thing, to exchange contact information with Ling Lan. As such, now he could do nothing but keep scouring the skies with his eyes for any sign of Ling Lan's hover car among the countless other hover cars in the sky. Chi Long threw an unimpressed glance at Luo Lang, retorting, "Didn't you forget too? Who was he to criticize him when they were the same? You?" Chi Long had hit Luo Lang right where it hurt, riling up the boy once again. Han Jijian rubbed his forehead in consternation and began to play mediator. Okay, since we've all acknowledged the same person as our boss, we're all on the same boat now. We should be a bit more united to avoid giving Boss Lon any trouble. Perhaps Han Jijian's phrasing of giving Boss Lon trouble was effective, for the two troublemakers subsided, although they both still sniffed loudly once before turning away to ignore each other. Han Jijian smiled wryly to himself. These two were certainly a handful. Looks like their issues could only be resolved once Boss Ling Lon gets here to force them to get along. Alright, so the one who had always been watching out for Qi Long, Han Jijian, had also learned how to shift responsibilities, summarily deciding that these two troublemakers were Ling Lan's problem now. At that moment, a loud siren rang out through the Central Scout Academy. This siren was to warn everyone present that some weaponized force had entered the outer perimeter of the Central Scout Academy. Heavens, who would be so daring as to attack Doha's Central Scout Academy? Did they not know that the school had a squad of military mecha and permanent residents? Before Qi Long, Luo Lang, and the others could react, a dark gray mecha could be seen approaching rapidly from the horizon. Its imposing large body, as well as the two giant beam sabers on its back, sent tremors of fear running down the back of anyone who saw it. However, the Central Scout Academy also responded quickly. 6 blue-white mecha had already appeared to fly forward to meet the dark gray mecha. The only reason they didn't just open fire was that the signal being transmitted by the dark gray mecha registered as friendly, but they still couldn't afford to drop their guard. Watching this, the children on the ground were slack-jawed and wide-eyed with wonder. Some of them had never seen a federal mecha before. At most, they had seen pictures or even 3D animations, and while others may have seen the real thing before, they had still never seen a real battle between real airborne mecha. Regardless, all the children here shared one thing in common. All of their eyes had lighted up at the sight of the mecha, glittering and bright. Unquestionably, they had been utterly captivated by the formidable figures of the mecha. In contrast, the adults surrounding the children were in no mood to admire the mecha. If that dark gray mecha turned out to be an enemy, they knew that they were in grave danger. The power of mecha was truly horrifying. Not only were their equipped weapons fearsome, the mecha itself was fearsome. Their self-destruct sequence before death was not something a normal person could withstand. Even just standing here, they could be drawn into the path of its destruction. However, the following events helped to settle the fears of everyone there. The 6 mechas seemed to have reached an agreement with the dark gray mecha, and soon, under the escort of the 6 mecha, the dark gray mecha had landed at a designated landing spot. Right then, Qi Long suddenly asked Han Jijian, "Jian, the picture on the dark gray mecha's chest, doesn't it look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Han Jijian was already on the case. He felt that vague sense of familiarity too, so when he heard Qi Long's question, he nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. It is familiar. I'm sure we've seen it somewhere before. Could it be one of the elite families we know?" The dark gray color of the mecha meant that it was a privately owned mecha, and totems were the favored symbols by elite families to represent themselves. Han Jijian's thoughts naturally led in that direction. Luo Lang, however, was derisive of their actions. In his opinion, it was just an exceptionally ordinary red bird. There were so many elite families within the Federation, large and small, and there were plenty among them who used totems similar to this one. Perhaps they had seen something similar to this before somewhere, hence the sense of familiarity. Han Jijian and Qi Long searched their memories, but came up with nothing. None of the elite families close to them used anything similar to this totem, so where could they have seen this before? And then, Luo Chao, who had been standing to one side, spoke up softly, her entire face blushing red. "On Boss Ling Lan's hover car, I think I saw something very similar." "Ah." The 3 boys gaped in surprise. Luo Chao's words were just too unexpected. Han Jijian was especially troubled. Could it be that he and Qi Long had also seen it then, but hadn't registered it consciously? Instead, had their subconscious remembered it, resulting in this strange sense of familiarity? On the other hand, Qi Long had immediately cast away all his doubts after Luo Chao's words. Since he had the answer now, he wasn't going to waste any more effort thinking about it. Luo Chao was frightened by the response of the 3 boys, and had immediately scampered like a rabbit to hide behind Han Shuya, and refused to say another word after that. "Sister, come here, come here. Come tell your elder brother how you know that Boss Land's hover car has this picture on it." With a face full of pleasant surprise, Luo Lang hurried to call his sister out for a detailed explanation. Seeing everyone's attention on her, Luo Chao became even shyer, replying in a low voice. I wanted to know more about Boss Lon, so I paid special attention to the car that came to pick him up. And there was the answer. When it came to a boy she liked, a girl would be willing to dig 3 feet deep just to find out everything she could about the other, and the bashful little Luo Chao was no different than any other girl in this respect. Luo Lang felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Was the little sister he had grown up with going to be taken away by another just like that? No way. Even though he had submitted to Ling Lan, that didn't mean that he would just give up his little sister on a silver platter. Luo Lang silently determined that he would think of a way to minimize contact between Boss Lon and his sister. He wouldn't allow his own precious baby sister to be snatched away by someone else, not even Boss Lon. Han Jijian did not spare a thought for Luo Lang's internal conflict. He watched the dark, gray mecha land safely, then turned on the communicator on his wrist. Aya, so you finally remember me, Master? May I know how I can help you? An extremely sweet and pretty voice could be heard coming from the device, its tone flirty and playful. This prompted the Luo twins to turn around with curious looks, because Han Jijian's communicator was clearly different from theirs, actually containing an intelligent system. Theirs just had boring selection buttons, not personable whatsoever. On the other hand, Qi Long and Han Shuya were already used to it, and so remained impassive. Han Jijian had always liked to fiddle with this sort of little curios, and had actually managed to piece together this one functional little gadget over the years. Expand search range, ordered Han Jijian. Okay. Very quickly, a bird's-eye view of the Central Scout Academy had appeared on his communicator's virtual screen, displaying the image of the entire Central Scout Academy within the confines of the screen. Of course, the image was clear enough that they could see the landing spot chosen by the mecha. Han Jijian tapped lightly on the landing spot on the virtual screen, and the screen automatically zoomed in as close as it could to the tapped location. Han Jijian adjusted the viewing angle slightly, and soon, a dark gray mecha was presented in all its glory before the children. Its entirely metallic outer plating shone with the dark gleam unique to mecha, while on its chest area, a large red bird with outstretched wings on the brink of flight rested, its entire body wreathed in flames, shining with exceptional brightness in the morning sunlight. Although the mecha had no visible heavy weapons, if it had, it would have been shot down by the Central Scout Academy's defensive missiles before it could even get near the school. The 2 giant beam sabers strapped on its back were more than enough on their own to emphasize its might. It should be known that a normal mecha would have just 1 small beam saber as its standard weapon, but this mecha had 2 giant beam sabers instead. It was clear to see that the operator of this mecha was an extremely talented close combat mecha specialist. This clearly customized weapon, so different from the weapons of common standard mecha, made Qi Long and Luo Lang's eyes burn with want. It couldn't be helped. Mecha, as high-grade weaponized equipment of the Federation, were banned goods that could not be purchased by the public. The children had almost no chance of seeing the real thing close up, only getting a glimpse through video screens, or even just learning about them through illustrations. Only if they were direct descendants of some major elite family, or perhaps the offspring of some high-ranking military officer, nth generation military, then they might have a chance of coming in contact with a mecha. Has the cockpit of the dark, gray mecha opened? Luo Lang's sharp eyes caught the difference on the virtual screen. Looks like it. What a shame the image is still a little small, so we can't see it clearly, said Qi Long with some regret. Without saying a word, Han Jijian threw a scornful glance at the 2 of them. He didn't mock them, however, only zooming in once more onto the dark gray mecha, fixing the display on the cockpit. Sure enough, the dark gray mecha's cockpit was already open, and they could see a small child climbing out from inside with his head lowered. Why does this person look so familiar? Qi Long was a little slow on the uptake. This question drew the contempt of both Luo Lang and Han Jijian. Hells, this fool was the first one to rush up to acknowledge him as boss, and now he can't even recognize him? At the sight of the little figure, Luo Chao, who was standing beside them, had blushed bright red even as her eyes sparkled. It looked as if she had recognized who the person was as well. Meanwhile, Han Shuya was the only person who wasn't looking at the virtual image, for all her attention was on Qi Long. Right then, The child in the image finally raised his head. Holy SHT, it's Boss Lon. Qilong finally recognized the person and couldn't help but yell out in excitement. That's awesome. Actually riding a mecha to school. Hail, boss. Right now, Qilong's respect for Ling Lan was surging endlessly like the waters of a river after rain. Damn it. Tell him, who else could be as freaktastic as his boss? Qilong wasn't the only one taken in completely. Even Luo Lang had lost the heart to compete with Ling Lan at this point. The distance between the two of them was just too goddamn wide, wasn't it? Just think. Here they were drooling over the mecha on the screen, when Ling Lan had already gotten to use a mecha as mere transportation. Where was the humanity? Fine, he should just quit comparing himself against a non-human being and save himself some grief. Luo Lang had been enlightened. He decided he would not waste any time trying to steal Boss Ling Lan's position. It would be wiser to just faithfully do his duty as a follower. Perhaps then he might even be able to ask Boss Lan to let them touch the mecha. Thinking of this, Luo Lang's blood boiled, and his eyes shined with a dazzling light. Yep, the perks of being his follower may not be half bad. In contrast, Han Jijian's expression was rather troubled. His face was stiff and closed off, and a question had lodged itself within his mind. Who exactly was Ling Lan? Coming here by mecha? Although that was also shocking to Han Jijian, it wasn't as impactful as it was for Qilong and the others. What shocked Han Jijian more was the response and attitude of the Central Scout Academy. Qilong, Luo Lang, and the others may not know what all this meant, but Han Jijian knew. Piloting a mecha into the heavily guarded Central Scout Academy was a suicidal act. And usually, continuing on after a warning had been given would definitely result in a merciless barrage of fire until the mecha had been shot down. This scenario, where 6 mecha were sent out to escort it instead, was something that shouldn't have happened. Of course, the 6 mecha were there in part to monitor and dictate the landing of said mecha, but still, no matter what happened today was definitely not normal. It looked like Ling Lan's family background carried some weight. During their enrollment test, Ling Lan's exceptional perceptivity, logical reasoning, and combat prowess had gained the sincere admiration of Han Jijian. Which is why when his good mate Qilong had chosen to acknowledge Ling Lan as his boss, Han Jijian had not objected. However, now it seemed like there were some issues surrounding Ling Lan's identity. He would need some time to think about this, about whether acknowledging Ling Lan as their boss would have any negative repercussions for Qilong and himself. Han Jijian still remembered what his father, the head of the Federal Intelligence Agency, had once taught him. Be wary of anyone who got close to him, even children, for in their position, it was far too easy to become ensnared in some other's plot and end up being used as a pawn. Descending from the mecha via a halyard, Ling Lan's feet once again met solid ground, and her heart could finally settle. Still, now wasn't the time to rejoice just yet. She needed to control the muscles of her 2 legs so they wouldn't tremble. As a member of Special Class A pinned with high expectations, she couldn't afford to expose her weakness against heights. Ling Lan took in a deep breath to calm herself before forcing out a stiff smile, and turned to wave goodbye to Chamberlain Ling Qin in the cockpit. Chamberlain Ling Qin could no longer accompany her into the school to handle the registration procedures. The school was not going to allow a mecha which could threaten the safety of the children to remain on school grounds for long. Aware of the vigilant stares of the 6 mecha beside him, Ling Qin knew there was no point in delaying. So, he piloted the mecha and left reluctantly under the watchful guard of the 6 mecha. The reason Ling Qin could leave so simply without protest was that he knew there was nowhere safer than the Central Scout Academy. Their safety measures were even more impressive than that of the Ling families, so he was completely at ease leaving Ling Lan in their care. Ling Qin knew that it wasn't wise to linger. If by any chance this issue was manipulated by the Ling family's enemies, the Ling family would be in deep trouble. The current Ling family was no longer the Ling family during the time of Master Ling Xiao. The influence they wielded then and their impenetrable strength had disappeared completely. At the heart of the matter, it was because there was no individual mighty enough support the family. Since young Master Lan was really just too young, not yet able to withstand the storms of life, they had no choice but to keep a low profile for now and bide their time. Ling Lan watched as Ling Qin and his escort of 6 mecha departed, before looking around curiously. The spot she had landed in was a small wooded copse. There was hardly anyone else around, and it was very secluded, but it had plenty of space to support the landing of one mecha. No wonder the 6 mecha had directed them here to land. It was also a good place if they needed to dispose of any bodies. In the midst of her wild thoughts, Ling Lan chose a direction at random and started walking. She was prepared to keep walking until she got out of the woods and found someone to point her towards the registration area for new students. Since she had confirmed that this location was very secluded, Ling Lan was calm. As long as no one knew she had arrived in a mecha, then there wouldn't be any negative impact on her academic life here. She would still be the totally mediocre genius Ling Lan, submerged among the throng of other geniuses. Seeing Ling Lan on her way out, Han Jijian shut down his communicator and turned to tell Qi Long and the others, "Let's go welcome Boss Lan." Right now, Han Jijian's mind was clear. From the start, all the kids in their exam group had not revealed their backgrounds, so they really did not know who Ling Lan's parents were, nor which system he came from. However, Ling Lan also didn't know anything about them either, so they were still on even ground. If he only started worrying about Ling Lan's true identity now, that would be rather narrow-minded of him. So, Han Jijian wisely decided to let the matter rest. As for whether Ling Lan was a person worthy of befriending, they had plenty of time to judge that for themselves, so there was no hurry. Han Jijian decided to take a neutral stance and observe from the sidelines for now. Qi Long was the first to respond to Han Jijian's suggestion. "All right, I'm going to ask Boss Lan later if I can take a ride on that mecha." Qi Long's excitement was palpable when talking about the mecha. Although Luo Lang didn't say anything to that, the glint of greed in his eyes left no doubt in the others' minds that he was in agreement with Qi Long on this matter. Han Jijian opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something in response to Qi Long, but quickly closed it again. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could use Qi Long's questioning to get a better idea of Ling Lan's personality. Ling Lan had been walking for roughly half an hour when she suddenly saw the vague outlines of some buildings in the distance. Ling Lan's heart leapt up joyously. She was finally getting out of these woods. And then, Ling Lan abruptly frowned, and her right hand slipped casually into her pocket, gripping hold of the miniature particle beam handgun she had taken from her family's hover car previously. Meanwhile, under her clothes, Ling Lan's nerves and muscles pulled taut. If Ling Lan sensed any danger at all, both the particle beam gun in her hand and her prep body would be able to spring to her defense instantly against any ambusher. "Boss, we've finally found you." Qi Long's voice boomed out from the edge of the woods. Ling Lan's face could not help but darken instantly. Sullenly, she thought to herself, why did she have to meet up with this fellow right when she entered the school? She had never wanted to be a boss or gather any followers. This was obviously contradictory to her personal setting of mediocrity. Just as Ling Lan was wondering whether she could get away with pretending not to hear him, or perhaps avoid him by turning in a different direction, Qi Long and his group of 5 were already sprinting towards her. Well, dodging was out of the question. She sighed, and her right hand slipped out naturally from her pocket. Then, she turned and waved listlessly at Qi Long and the others. At the same time, her tightly coiled body loosened up. Against these companions who took the test with her, she really couldn't keep her guard up. "Boss, you were just too freaktastic earlier. Actually riding a mecha to school." The moment Qi Long opened his mouth, Ling Lan's beautiful plans were smashed. Who else knows? Ling Lan glared fiercely at Qi Long, wanting him to explain fully. If it really turned out that everyone had already found out, then she would have to completely reconsider how she would portray herself to the public. Only we know. Han Jijian was the first to respond. Ling Lan's expression eased immediately. Things weren't that bad then. Right now, Ling Lan still hadn't noticed that she had actually already accepted these few children into her heart, which was why she was unconcerned that they knew about this situation. Han Jijian was carefully observing Ling Lan's expressions. He smiled a subtle smile. Ling Lan's reaction pleased him because it meant that he had also acknowledged them in return. Qi Long, Luo Lang, and the others were not as meticulous and contemplative as Han Jijian. Brimming with excitement, they surrounded Ling Lan and started bombarding her with curious questions about how it felt to ride a mecha. Facing these questions, Ling Lan was a little embarrassed. She was at a loss on how to answer since she couldn't very well say she was unconscious for most of the flight. No way. To protect her glorious image, she definitely could not let this weakness of hers be exposed. Vaguely, Ling Lan said, "When you all get the chance to ride one yourself, then you'll understand." Hearing this, Qi Long and the others were naturally disappointed, which made Ling Lan feel bad for being so flip towards these children who admired her. So, she added, "There are some things that, if told to you by others, will always belong to them. You must experience these things yourself for them to belong to you." These words sounded deep, and as if coming to some realization, Qi Long and the other children's eyes lit up. Once again, they were taken in by Ling Lan, who had spouted such profound words with such flair. Seeing the idolization on these children's faces, even the intelligent Han Jijian's eyes were shining with pleasant surprise. Ling Lan's heart wavered as she sweated internally. She had never intended to deceive children. How was it that she had once again raised the level of idolization these children had for her? Finally, Qi Long, Luo Lang, and the others dropped the topic of mecha and began chatting about what they all did at home after the test. All of them had trained. It looked like Ling Lan had truly inspired them. When Ling Lan was asked about his activities for the past month, they unexpectedly saw his face turn white before he said listlessly, "What else could it be like? I was training, just like the rest of you." Luo Lang and Han Jijian could just tell that that training he mentioned was not ordinary. Otherwise, Ling Lan wouldn't have such a traumatized look on his face. Only Qi Long remained clueless and continued to pester Ling Lan for details. Weakly, Ling Lan replied, "I was experiencing death in various forms. Would you like to try?" Ling Lan's words, said in an eerie dead tone, sent chills running across Qi Long's body. No matter how brash he was typically, this time he dared not say anything more. Moreover, even Luo Lang and Han Jijian distanced themselves from Ling Lan, afraid of being dragged in as well. They had no doubt that what Ling Lan said was true, because they could already feel the malevolent aura seeping from Ling Lan's body. This wasn't something that could be achieved through just normal training. Very quickly, Ling Lan and the others had finished registering and had set their study schedule. As Ling Lan had chosen to be a day student, she had tried her best to squeeze all her classes together. Unfortunately, even so, she only managed to keep Wednesday free, as several of the classes required attendance for consecutive days, making it unavoidable. Next, they went to the logistics department to collect 2 sets of tailored uniforms each. As today was just the registration day, the school did not arrange any classes yet, merely allowing the students to wander around campus to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and the facilities. Ling Lan also took the chance to tour Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Han Jijian's shared dorm. Although special class students could choose to be day students, almost none of the special class students would choose to do so. As such, this privilege was considered by the students of the Central Scout Academy to be the most pointless and pretentious privilege ever. The 3 boys were assigned the same living quarters, a villa just for the 3 of them. More precisely, all Special Class A students would be assigned a villa when they chose to board at the school. This was one of the perks of being a member of Special Class A. The villa was rather luxurious, and it was free. The kitchen and living room was well equipped, and aside from the 3 bedrooms, there was a training room, a gym, and specialized login pods for the children to enter the Academy's virtual reality system. The Federation was very strict when it came to minors' access to virtual reality. Any child below the age of 16 was only allowed restricted login. Meanwhile, young children who hadn't entered Scout Academies did not even have the right to enter virtual realities and could only browse web pages on a screen. However, once the children entered a Scout Academy, it meant that they were now allowed to access virtual realities. Of course, this access was limited. They were only allowed to log into the closed virtual reality of the Scout Academies. There, the only people they could interact with were teachers and other students of the Scout Academy. They could receive guidance from teachers there or have a virtual spar with the other Scout Academy students, but that was it. This was protection provided by the school to prevent the children from premature contact with the complicated world of adults, which could influence their growth and development. The conditions of the villa were top-notch. Luxury and comfort, combined with a high level of integrated technology. Ling Lan was overcome with envy, almost wishing that she could board at school after all. As for the living quarters of the 2 girls, Ling Lan and the boys did not go over to look. Although the children were still small, they already knew enough to distinguish between the sexes and knew that it wasn't right for boys to simply enter the girls' dorms. By the time the two girls were done settling in and returned to meet up with them, it was already time for lunch. Qi Long magnanimously declared that he would treat them to lunch for today. With the commoner mentality of never passing up a free meal, Ling Lan quickly agreed, even though the amount of credits she had personally was staggering. These past few years, Little Four had become a famous online writer. Rumor had it that he had many crazed fans supporting him. And although Little Four would purchase some gene agent every once in a while, it hardly made a dent in the amount of credits Ling Lan had. The Scout Academy's canteen was very large, taking up a full several thousand square meters. Everywhere you turned, there were food options for the children's selection. It was a dazzling smorgasbord of any variety of food you could imagine. Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Han Jijian were all descendants of mid to high-rank military families, certainly not the type to lack for money. Since he had decided to treat, of course he must treat the best available. After asking one of the teachers on duty, Qi Long grandly led the way to a particular corner of the canteen. It was said that the food there was the most delicious and exquisite, naturally with a suitably steep price. When Ling Lan saw the random dishes of several thousand credits per platter, she felt that she should really rebuild Qi Long's value system. Ling Lan had already found out the value of credits in this world. 1 credit was roughly equivalent to 1 Chinese yuan in her previous world, which meant that even the cheapest dishes before her now was easily 1,000 yuan each. They weren't eating food, they were eating money. Ling Lan was determined. From now on, she would hold on to the money of all these babes. She just couldn't allow them to be so wasteful anymore. Consequently, all the allowance of the 5 children were confiscated by Ling Lan, who only gave them 1,000 credits each from that. Of course, they could ask for more if they spent it all, but they would need to report what they spent it on, and if any wastefulness was discovered. The 5 children had no idea what the consequences would be, since Ling Lan didn't tell them, but the cold smile on Ling Lan's face told them that it would not be good. Han Jijian had no objection to all this. Although he didn't know why Ling Lan would care so much about the way they spent money, he believed that Ling Lan had no ill intentions, and may perhaps even have some profound motivation for his actions. Could it be that he wanted them to become more independent? At that thought, Han Jijian visibly lightened up. That was the problem with intelligent children. They would always think too much. Ling Lan really wasn't thinking much about it at all. She just felt that the way they spent was too wasteful. Although Ling Lan was also able to be wasteful now if she wanted to, the commoner mentality embedded in her bones still felt that wastefulness was a sin. Because they knew they wouldn't be able to eat this way again from now on, the children dug in with gusto, fully prepared to consume the future's worth of food now. After all the credits had already been transferred over to Ling Lan. And so, they ate and drank, and ate and drank, and then they noticed that the other 3 people from their exam group had also come to the canteen for their meal. Qi Long thought that since his credits would be confiscated from today onwards, he might as well use more now, and so generously invited them to join in as well. Thus, the 6-person group expanded into a 9-person group, packed tightly around the round table. The lively air at their table drew the attention of everyone around. After all, they were all new here. The old students would only be here a week later, so it was rare to see a group as large as Ling Lan's hanging out together, which naturally drew the envy, jealousy, hate of various parties around them. One such example was this frowning fellow. He was watching them with a face full of displeasure because his should-be underling Li Jinghong had actually decided to leave his side to join them. This displeased him greatly. Li Jinghong, why don't you introduce us? Although he was furious, he could still maintain his calm. Before he found out more about the opponent, he would not be so rash as to start fighting. He kept the Li family teachings close to heart. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Luo Lang. Long time no see, greeted Li Jinghong energetically. With that, the companions of exam room 072 were all gathered, and Li Jinghong's arrival was met with a hearty welcome. Han Jijian noticed the darkening of the handsome face behind Li Jinghong, and couldn't help but snicker internally. From Li Jinghong's impatient demeanor, as well as the other fellow's arrogant expression, he could just tell that the fellow wasn't all too likable. Ahem, an impatient reminder of his presence. With an affected expression of realization, Li Jinghong pointed at the boy behind him with exaggerated motions and said, "This is the third grandson of our Li family head, Li Yingjie." Li Yingjie stood proudly, waiting for Li Jinghong to continue elaborating, but Li Jinghong wasn't as cooperative as he had assumed, stopping with just that brief introduction. This made Li Yingjie's expression turn even darker, and he looked on the verge of blowing his top. By now, even Qilong had figured out Li Jinghong's stance. It was clear that he really did not like this Li Yingjie, but only tolerated him as another member of the same Li family. However, Li Jinghong could not outright offend him, because Li Yingjie was a descendant of the main family after all, while he was just from the branch family. At the end of the day, he was still one of the members being shaded by the large tree of the Li family. That said, Qilong and the others did not share Li Jinghong's concerns. Since their comrade didn't like that person showing off in front of him, then they should definitely bite the bullet for him and chase the annoying fellow away. Li Yingjie was it? "Hello, but we're eating right now, so we don't have time to entertain you. Please show yourself off." Qilong's blunt dismissal caused Li Yingjie's expression to change dramatically. He had never encountered such treatment before. In the Li family, no one would dare to treat him this way. Mind you, he was a favored child, for his assessment results at birth had placed him securely before his two elder cousin brothers. Although he was not the first in line to inherit the Li family leadership, he believed that once he grew up, he would definitely be able to usurp his elder cousin's position and obtain the right to inherit. "You're way too arrogant," bit out Li Yingjie vehemently. If it weren't for the Li family teachings, he would have already charged over to give the other a good pummeling. Qilong was not one to back down from a fight. Hearing what Li Yingjie said, he rolled his eyes and replied, "Too much? So what if I'm too much? You've something to say about it." Sometimes Qilong was outright shameless because he didn't need to think about the consequences. He believed that his good friend Han Jijian would definitely come to his rescue, and now he also had Boss at his back, causing him to become even more impudent. Of course, at his back, his solid shields Ling Lan and Han Jijian weren't as lighthearted. They shared a commiserating look, wry smiles on their faces. Han Jijian, in particular, was rather troubled. He found that Qilong was becoming more and more reckless, which wasn't a good thing. He decided that he would need to sit Qilong down and give him a good brainwashing soon when no one else was around. Qilong's words finally set off lackey number 1, who was standing behind Li Yingjie. He jumped out raging. "Punk, do you know who he is?" "The third grandson of the Li family head." Qilong picked at his ear, indicating that he wasn't deaf and that he had heard everything clearly the first time. He's also the number 1 ranking student in this year's special class, the most promising scout student in the Federation this year. The pride on lackey number 1's face made it seem as if the number 1 rank belonged to himself. Li Yingjie's face was also full of smugness. He was very proud of the fact that he had managed to stand out among the masses with his skills, obtaining the coveted position of first place. First place? Qilong cast a searching look at Li Yingjie. The smug fellow didn't feel that strong. The presence seeping from his body wasn't even a match for his own, not to mention against his boss's. Qilong had already had a taste of his boss Lan's indistinct yet menacing trace of malevolent aura, and knew that it was not to be taken lightly. Qilong's natural gift was his strong intuition, in Han Jijian's words, animal instinct. He didn't have to think much, being able to accurately gauge an opponent's strength just via pure intuition. Sensing that the first place of this year's Special Class A was not even a match for himself, Qilong's mood took a dark turn, and his attitude became even meaner. With clear disdain, he said, "So what?" This answer was obviously not according to script, sending the opponent into an immediate apoplectic rage. The others also burst out laughing. Qilong was absolutely the type that could cause someone to keel over dead out of sheer anger. And the most frightening thing was that he himself wouldn't even be aware why the other died. "You, wait till our boss comes after you." Lackey number 2 was also moved to help. "Is that so? Then I'll be waiting," said Qilong shortly, still looking at Li Yingjie with contempt. Qilong's impudence was because he had the utmost confidence in himself, and he also believed that no one could best him aside from his own boss. Furthermore, even if he did SHT the bed, there was still Boss to pick up after him. He had faith that Boss Lan would not just stand by while his own followers were being bullied. In any case, Qilong was already shamelessly counting on Ling Lan. Long's words caused Li Yingjia's cheeks to puff up like a toad's in anger. However, he still had the mind to maintain the poise of a member of an elite family, and chose not to start a fight right then and there. In the end, he only glared darkly at Long, and left with these words, "Just you wait." The waters of the Scout Academy were truly deep. Li Yingjie still remembered the cautionary words of his father. Before he fully figured out how things stood in the Scout Academy, he should not move recklessly. His father had also mentioned that the main principle in the school was survival of the fittest. It was almost impossible to dominate within the school by relying on one's family background or wealth unless you managed to buy the loyalty of some of the more formidable students to be part of your guard. Otherwise, he could only suck it up even if he were bullied by the commoner children within the school. His family would not intervene, so he could only rely on himself to resolve any problems. He had reservations because of his father's words, so he decided that he would hold off for now. After he had gained a better understanding of the school and had built up his own power base, then there would be plenty of opportunities for him to discipline that impudent fellow and teach him what's what. Li Yingjie was very confident. With his own abilities and his family background, there was no reason he would lose to anyone in the academy. Since the master had left, the lackeys were sure to follow, but the fierce glares they left behind was a clear sign that the matter wasn't over. Nevertheless, this was now a matter for the future. Li Jinghong released a heavy breath. Finally, he was rid of that annoyance. Why do you hate him so much? I heard he was a strong contender to be the next family head. Han Jijian was curious. The struggles within the Li family had always been intense. Every generation, the crowning of the family head was always the result of a descendant of the main family stepping up to bend all the other contenders to his will by force. The so-called hierarchy of inheritance was just an empty promise. According to the survival principles of the elite families, Li Jinghong, a branch family member, should be doing his best to kiss up to Li Yingjie. Li Jinghong's expression dimmed, and he said, "I really don't like him. No matter how talented he is, I still won't like him. You all don't know, but our eldest cousin brother is really nice. All of us children in the branch families really like him, but unfortunately." Abruptly, Li Jinghong's expression hardened with determination. "Regardless of the result, I will never stand on the opposite side of my eldest cousin brother. This way, won't you offend Li Yingjie?" Han Jijian shook his head. Li Jinghong's way of thinking was really unsuitable for survival in a large elite family like the Li family. The consequence of being led by one's emotions was often becoming mere cannon fodder in the crossfire. If Li Yingjie really ended up becoming the family head, Li Jinghong's actions now would guarantee that he would have no place within the Li family in the future. It's fine. Who knows if a child more talented than him would appear in the future? Li Jinghong did not believe that it would be so easy for Li Yingjie to just claim the position of family head. In this generation, due to his eldest cousin brother's mediocrity, all the children of the main family were champing at the bit. Hidden maneuvers abounded as they all fought with their sights set on the position of family head. Not to mention, even if Li Yingjie really got lucky and managed to inherit, I am not afraid. I'm prepared to become a professional soldier, so the Li family can't touch me in the future. Li Jinghong laid out his plans, stating why he wasn't afraid of offending Li Yingjie now. He didn't want to see his favorite elder cousin brother forced to lose the position of family head and being put into captivity for the rest of his life. So, he decided to leave the messy quagmire of the Li family as early as possible. What he couldn't see couldn't hurt him. This was the reality of a large elite family. The complex environment, full of cruelty and bloodshed, forced the children within it to grow up so quickly. Welcome then. Han Jijian really liked Li Jinghong's personality. Planning out his future so early and pursuing it with determination, ignoring all the miscellaneous distractions along the way. This type of person would succeed easily. Han Jijian liked making friends with people like this because they wouldn't give him any trouble. Yup, one troublemaking Long was more than enough. Thank you. Han Jijian refused to accept the second one. The 10 people of Group 072 did not get hung up on the matter for long and continued to feast and be merry. At this moment, Ling Lan was still unaware that her future would be full of entanglements with the Li family. In the afternoon, they toured the entire campus grounds of the Scout Academy. Halfway through, when they passed by a combat hall, Long had dragged Ling Lan in for a fight. Naturally, Ling Lan pummeled Qi Long soundly. However, despite his swollen eyes and bruised nose, Qi Long continued to keep a silly grin on his face. Seeing his full mouth of white teeth on display, one could just tell he was really very simple and was a masochist to boot. After eating lunch, Ling Lan had already arranged the time for her pickup with her family. When it was about time, she bid farewell to these companions of Group 072. Perhaps it was just the way of this world that the children were so mature and intelligent, in such a way that Ling Lan did not feel at all annoyed or bored when interacting with them. Of course, she was also exceptionally patient, because these adorable children with varying personalities had triggered her maternal instincts to the max. With reluctance, the children accompanied Ling Lan to the school gates. Especially Qi Long, who strongly requested Ling Lan to convince her parents to let her stay with them at school. According to him, being able to fight with Boss Lan every day, it was awesome just thinking about it. Learning of Qi Long's plans, Ling Lan, who had originally started considering staying at the school after all, decisively dismissed the idea completely. Damn it, she definitely had no interest to cross moves with Qi Long every day. This fellow fought like a maniac and was as stubborn as a cockroach. Although she was confident in defeating him, she couldn't be certain how long it would take, so it was overall a troublesome labor which exhausted both her mind and body. The school gates were shut tight. All was silent, and there was no one around. When the guard at the gates saw Ling Lan's group coming out, he immediately rushed forward to stop them. Ling Lan's group was still dressed in their own clothes, so the guard couldn't tell which class they were from. As today was registration day, the school did not restrict the children's dressing. But from tomorrow onwards, the students of the Central Scout Academy would have to put on their individual uniforms, otherwise they would find it very difficult to get around the Scout Academy. With regards to the Scout Academy uniforms, there were a total of 4 colors. These colors were not for distinguishing between the lower grades and the upper grades, but were meant to distinguish between the classes. This taught the children to recognize what rank and privilege were from the very beginning, and about what survival of the fittest meant. The school uniforms resembled the Federation military uniforms and looked very smart when worn. The color of the Special Class A uniforms was a vibrant red, and the edges of its sleeves and collar were also different from the other classes. They were decorated with gold patterns, an understated nod to luxury. The uniform represented the school's hopes for these children. May they blaze as brightly as the red of their coats, and finally become one of the dazzling battle stars of the Federation. According to school rules, when facing a child wearing the red uniform of Special Class A, children wearing uniforms of any other color, regardless of their grade level, would have to give way. Of course, if someone from Special Class A insulted a child wearing a uniform in any other color, the child had the right to challenge the other to combat during the large-scale ranking every 6 months. All consequences to be borne by the involved parties, of course. Meanwhile, Special Class B had white uniforms. Special Class B consisted of children who were just a shade weaker than the Special Class A kids. In the future, it was possible that they could achieve the heights of the Special Class A kids, but they could also end up becoming a mediocre member of the military. Therefore, the white of their uniform was a message, telling them that their future was up to them to color in. What color it became in the end was all up to their own individual efforts. Then, the uniforms of the merit classes were blue, while the regular classes were green. Both these colors symbolized sources of life. The school wanted to tell the children through these colors that they were an indispensable part of the Federation. Of course, the color of one's school uniform was not set in stone. As long as you worked hard, there was a chance to move up every 6 months. The school would be impartial in rearranging the classes based on the newest rankings. The 50 slots of Special Class A were the prize being fought over by over tens of thousands of students, while the original Special Class kids would have to give it their all to keep their spots. From the very first day of school, the Central Scout Academy had already started teaching the children that this was an unbelievably intense world of competition. When the guard found out that Ling Lan was a member of Special Class A, who had also chosen to be a day student, he was dumbfounded. After so many years of being a guard at the school, this was still the first time he had met a day student. From this, we can see that the freedom to be a day student offered by the school was basically just an empty privilege. It's obvious if you think about it. With such a competitive system in place, Every student would wish that they could spend the 24 hours each day as if they were 48 hours, who'd be willing to waste time commuting back and forth from school. Although the guard was shocked, he still let Ling Lan out of the gates without comment. Of course, Qi Long and the other kids were mercilessly locked within the gates, who asked them to choose to board at school. Upon becoming a boarder, students were not allowed to take even half a step out of school grounds outside of specified times, even if one was a special class student. Ling Lan waved goodbye to her companions and stepped out of the school gates. Right outside, the Ling family hover car was already parked, waiting. This time, the Ling family had sent out 5 hover cars, and Ling Lan's main escort was the only non-betrayer of the rescue team, Ling Yu. Chamberlain Ling Qin hadn't come because he was busy wrapping things up with the betrayers. Ling Lan got into the hover car arranged by Ling Yu, and Ling Yu got in after her, and then started reporting on the investigation results they had gathered in the course of the afternoon. It turned out that Ling Hua had betrayed the Ling family because he didn't want his child to follow in his footsteps to become a Ling family loyalist for the next generation. Ling Hua's son, Ling Yi, was younger than Ling Lan by 1 year. At his birth, he was assessed to be just a hair weaker than Ling Lan in terms of fitness and potential. In other words, Ling Yi had a very high probability of becoming an ace operator. However, the offspring of Ling family loyalists had no right to enroll and study in a scout academy. They could only accept the in-house education organized by the Ling family. This meant that Ling Yi's growth would be stunted. He would never be able to pilot a mecha better than the standard mecha, and his chances of being promoted to an ace operator were pretty much nil. As Ling Yi grew closer and closer to turning 6, Ling Hua had been tormented by his internal struggle. It was then that a chance for his son to excel beyond his station had appeared before him, and so Ling Hua's loyalty had wavered. The other party had promised that as long as Ling Lan died, the Ling family would be dissolved. Then, Ling Hua's family could become regular citizens again, and Ling Yi would be able to formally enroll and study at a scout academy, obtaining a bright and limitless future. After listening to Ling Yu's report, Ling Lan sighed regretfully. How stupid, Ling Yu said dazedly. Yes, the captain was really so stupid. If only he had told us about this. He could have used the information to gain enough merit to request for his freedom. Ling Yu still remembered that there was one rule among the Ling family rules. Any loyalist who performed exceptionally meritorious services could request one thing of the family head that was within the head's means. As long as Ling Hua had related the plan against Ling Lan to Chamberlain Ling Qin, it would have counted as an exceptionally meritorious service, and he would have been able to put forward his request. Ling Lan and Chamberlain Ling Qin would never have refused him. Till this point, Ling Lan and Ling Yu just couldn't understand why Ling Hua had been willing to walk down this dark path, finally choosing to betray the Ling family rather than use this information as a bargaining chip. However, once Ling Lan returned to the living room of the Ling family main estate, the waiting Ling Qin told her the rest of the information he had just discovered, which included the other reason behind Ling Hua's betrayal. With a serious expression, Ling Qin said, according to those 3 loyalists, during a fit of boasting, Ling Hua revealed that the other party had promised to provide his son with 6 tubes of gene-stimulating agent every year until Ling Yi could absorb no more. Of course, he had also promised the other 3 loyalists that their descendants would also be able to enjoy this privilege if their stats were good enough. The other party is certainly generous. Looks like this person who's after me is someone powerful. Ling Lan finally understood why Ling Hua had chosen to betray them in the end. Even though the offer seemed to be just 6 tubes of gene agent, it had given Ling Hua a sense of how powerful the other side really was, implying that crushing the Ling family was not too difficult for them. Ling Hua was frightened. He felt that the Ling family would not be able to go up against that person. He didn't want his child to be buried along with the Ling family. Ling Qin naturally understood Ling Hua's mentality as well, and sighed sadly once again. Young Master Lan, what do you plan to do with Ling Hua's wife and child? Asked Ling Qin carefully. There wasn't a single family which would accept the orphan of a traitor. Many families would choose to eliminate the problem entirely by getting rid of them as soon as possible. Just as Ling Lan was about to answer, a commotion broke out at the main gates. A child could be heard crying, young Master Lan, I beg you, please see me." From the sofa, Ling Lan quirked a brow, lifting her head to look at Ling Qin. As such, she saw when a hint of awkwardness flashed past Ling Qin's face. It looked like he knew who the child screaming outside was. Ling Lan did not ask any questions. She just stood and walked to the gate, with Ling Qin and Ling Yu following close behind her. The moment Ling Lan arrived at the gate, she saw a little midget just a little smaller than her struggling within the grasp of one of the guards. He was still screaming for young Master Lan, and when he saw her appear, his eyes lit up with a savage joy. "Who are you? Why do you want to see me?" Ling Lan asked impassively. "So you're young Master Lan?" At Ling Lan's words, the little midget struggled even harder. Ling Yu, who was standing behind Ling Lan, threw a pointed look at the guard holding onto the child, and the guard immediately loosened his grip and retreated to the side. "I'm called Ling Yi. My dad's Ling Hua." The midget straightened up and introduced himself after calming himself for a moment. Ling Lan nodded internally. No wonder Ling Hua was willing to become a traitor for his son. The child was indeed very bright and could already control his emotions well enough to grasp opportunities in his path. "They told me that my dad is dead. My dad was so strong. How could he die?" There was still hope on Ling Yi's face, as if hoping that Ling Lan would tell him that all this wasn't true. Ling Lan secretly sighed. Ling Hua may have wronged her, but he hadn't wronged his son Ling Yi. A thought tumbled through her mind, and she replied, "Even the strongest person cannot always fend off an enemy's underhanded schemes. Ling Yi, your father is really dead." "Who killed my father?" Ling Yi's eyes were clouded with despair. "I do not know, but we're guessing that the orders came from someone in the upper ranks of the military, and that my father was also killed by one of the opponent's plots," said Ling Lan sadly and regretfully. Ling Lan resolutely pushed the blame of Ling Hua's death onto the enemy who wanted her dead. She looked forward to Ling Yi's vengeance against the other once he grew up. After all, even though Ling Hua had died at her hands, wasn't the root cause the other party's inducement? Of course, Ling Lan's words caused a flash of surprise to pass through both Ling Qin's and Ling Yu's eyes, but their expressions quickly relaxed, as if pleased with the way Ling Lan had spun things. Gaining the answer he sought, the flames of hatred blazed in Ling Yi's eyes. "Young Master Lan, I'll definitely become stronger. At that time, I hope young Master Lan will give me the chance to end the enemy with my own hand." Ling Yi's words caused an irrepressible shudder to run through Ling Qin's and Ling Yu's body. A chill settled in their hearts. Could this end up being a case of warming a snake in one's bosom one? Only Ling Lan seemed unperturbed as she nodded and said, "All right, I promise you this. Also, I must tell you, when your father sacrificed himself, he requested that you be set free, and I've agreed to it." But Ling Yi interrupted Ling Lan to say, "I don't want to leave the Ling family." "Why?" Ling Lan was curious. "I want to inherit my father's position. I want to become young Master Lan's most trusted loyalist." Ling Yi's face was filled with determination. Ever since he was little, he had received education telling him to be loyal to the Ling family and the family head. The thought of leaving the Ling family had never crossed his young mind. This response caused Ling Lan to fall silent. "Ling Hua, you betrayed yourself and betrayed the Ling family, but your child had no intentions to leave the Ling family to begin with. Wasn't that just ironic? I really want to agree with your request, but unfortunately, I promised your father first. A person should not go back on their word," said Ling Lan regretfully. Ling Lan's words made Ling Yi burst out into tears instantly. After all, he was only just a 5-year-old child. Facing an unknown future, even the strongest and brightest child would not be able to bear the anxiety within his heart. Like the child he was, he wailed, "Ling Yi, if you want to inherit your father's position, then you can't cry anymore." With reddened eyes, Ling Lan comforted the boy. "Your father wished for you to enter a scout academy, and then obtain a place in a military school, and finally become a professional military man. You cannot let your father down." Then, Ling Lan patted him on the head and continued, "However, I didn't say anything about sending you away. You will still be a member of the Ling family, only a free man in name. When you've grown up, it'll be up to you whether you want to leave or return to the Ling family." Ling Lan's words reignited the hope in Ling Yi's heart. He wiped away his tears and said, "Yes, I'll work hard, young Master Lan. I'll definitely come back." He said this with steel-like conviction. He then turned around with a serious look on his face to speak to Ling Yu, who was behind Ling Lan. Brother-in-law Yu, I'll leave young Master Lan to you for now. Once I've become stronger, I'll definitely come back to take your position from you. That said, he bowed to Ling Lan in farewell and left the Ling family main estate. With a face full of worry, Ling Yu asked, Young Master Lan, isn't this arrangement too risky? If Ling Yi ever found out the truth, it was very likely that he would turn against them instead. Ling Lan smiled a slight smile. Isn't it more interesting this way? Whether or not Ling Yi becomes useful to me in the end, he is still a good chess piece. Ling Lan's words rendered Ling Yu speechless. He really couldn't figure out what Ling Lan's true thoughts were now. Ling Qin's expression was a little unsettled, but in the end, he said nothing. Ling Lan turned her head to face Ling Qin with a harsh expression. Grandpa Chamberlain, you've already handled the traitors and those prisoners, right? Ling Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Ling Lan intently. Ling Lan asked, About Ling Hua's betrayal, besides the three of us, who else knows? Ling Yu hurriedly shook his head. Out of caution in case there were other traitors within the Ling family, the 3 traitorous mecha squad members had been interrogated personally by him and Ling Qin. No one else knew any details. Ling Qin's verbal response corroborated this. After Ling Yu had left, he had continued the interrogation on his own, which was how he had found out the key reason behind Ling Hua's betrayal. That's good. After getting rid of those people, as long as the 3 of us keep our mouths shut, Ling Yi should never be able to find out the truth. Ling Lan's words sent cold sweat running down Ling Qin's and Ling Yu's back. Was this Ling Lan's subtle way of warning them? What if the person who tried to buy Ling Hua comes out to tell Ling Yi the truth? Ling Qin was still uneasy about this. Ling Yi was clearly a ticking time bomb. Perhaps then we can inculcate the idea in Ling Yi that all of it is a plot by the opponent. Anyway, it's a bigger problem if he doesn't reveal himself. If he comes out, we could then follow the vine to get the melon too, and find out once and for all who is trying to harm our Ling family. Ling Lan's expression was sly. Ling Qin's eyes lit up. This is a good plan. If Ling Yi really managed to draw out that venomous snake from the shadows, it was worth it to take the risk. Just like that, the 3 of them discussed things a little more, and then Ling Qin and Ling Yu went off to handle their respective matters. Meanwhile, Ling Lan was left sitting alone on the sofa of the large living room. Once she confirmed that the 2 men had left, she sighed softly. To save Ling Yi, was it really necessary to make things so complicated? On the surface, Ling Qin and Ling Yu had seemed as if they really wanted to tear the weed out by its root 3, but in truth, everything they did was to salvage Ling Yi's life. Otherwise, how could the little Ling Yi suddenly appear at the main door of the Ling family main house? The loyalists protecting the main house must have received the order to let Ling Yi through to the main doors, and both Ling Qin and Ling Yu should have something to do with this order. The moment Ling Lan saw Ling Yi, she had understood this immediately. Although Ling Lan had no intention of taking Ling Yi's life to begin with, this sort of intentional arrangement annoyed her. It was great that the Ling family rules were humane and reasonable. However, they weren't ideal for warding against insubordination. In times when the family head was weak while the servants were stronger, this type of subtle nudging without the master's express permission was likely to happen. Although they didn't mean any harm, and there was no negative impact on her currently, if she let this go on unchecked, it might end up causing her a lot of trouble someday. Perhaps she should think of a way to change the current status quo. Otherwise, it may really become impossible for her to continue putting her trust in the Ling family people. And that would truly be a tragic thing, both for Ling Lan and for Ling Qin and the rest. Walking out from the Ling family main house, Ling Yu finally couldn't contain himself any longer and asked Ling Qin in front of him, Elder Qin, why didn't you ask about the cockpits ejecting from the mecha? Ling Yu knew that that must have been caused by Ling Lan somehow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when the mecha had fired. It's just, he really couldn't figure out how Ling Lan had done it. Could it really be that he could control AI? Of course, Ling Yu knew that this was preposterous, a joke. Everyone knew that AIs were self-contained systems. If a hacker was crazy enough to try and control an AI, the AI would shut down automatically, and the mecha would automatically switch over to manual controls. Even the most skillful hacker in the world would not be able to succeed. Moreover, once the AI had shut down, the controls would still be in the hands of the operators in the cockpits. It couldn't be that all three operators had made the same control error, right? Of course, another possibility was the AI itself glitching. Ling Yu naturally shied away from this avenue of thought. If that were true, it would certainly be a catastrophe of epic proportions. It would utterly destroy the entire weapons system of the Federation. The Federation just could not afford for this to be true. In front of him, Ling Qin paused for a moment before turning his head back to caution. Ling Yu, you overstep. Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat. Every generation of the Ling family had his own trump card and last resort, and these were considered forbidden territory within the Ling family. No one was allowed to look into it, and violators of this unspoken rule would receive a bloody end. And here he had stumbled across the line unknowingly. Yes, thank you, Elder Qin, for the reminder. At this point, Ling Yu no longer held a whit of curiosity about it. Perhaps this was just one of the Ling family's last resorts. It made sense when one thought about it. Mecha were the ultimate solo weapon. Even the common standard mecha could easily wipe out a bare-handed martial expert. If he didn't keep something up his sleeve, how could the Ling family head put mecha into others' hands without worry? It had to be said that Ling Yu had an overactive imagination, his brain easily coming up with all sorts of wild ideas to fill in the blanks. The result of his reasoning was a back drenched with cold sweat, and the already loyal Ling Yu had no more stray thoughts, becoming Ling Lan's most loyal loyalist in his lifetime. Ling Qin observed Ling Yu's realization and acceptance, and smiled a satisfied smile. Ling Qin was a good elder and a good guard, but he was not a good steward. If he hadn't been so lax in his management all these years, the people of the Ling family wouldn't have been so uncertain about their own position within the household, resulting in that tragic betrayal. However, Ling Qin was a person who knew how to reflect. Since he had made a mistake previously, then he would change now. So he had deviated from his usual agreeableness into this stern demeanor, and had issued an immediate warning in the face of Ling Yu's curiosity. If this was before, Ling Qin would have patiently explained things to Ling Yu before counseling Ling Yu to drop the matter. He wouldn't have outright warned Ling Yu without providing an explanation. It looked like Ling Lan wasn't the only one who had sensed the problem within the Ling family. Ling Qin had sensed it too and had begun his attempts to correct it. As for whether it would be effective, only time would tell. Of course, Ling Qin may have been affecting an enigmatic look as he warned Ling Yu, but in reality, he himself had no clue how the cockpits had been automatically ejected from the three mecha. Back then, his first thought was indeed that this was a last resort of the Ling family. He still recalled that when Ling Xiao had left, he had said something carefully and intently by Lan Luofeng's ear. Perhaps even then, Master Ling Xiao had sensed the problem within the Ling family, and for precaution's sake, had passed the secret of this last resort on to Lan Luofeng. Grandpa Chamberlain, you're really thinking too much. The man just wanted to say some sweet nothings to his beau, and was embarrassed to be overheard. And later, Lan Luofeng must have passed it on and turned to Ling Lan. It should be noted that Chamberlain Ling Qin's ability to fill in the blanks was certainly a match for Ling Yu's. Initially, Ling Lan had still been worried about how she would explain this issue away, but now, because of these two's misunderstandings, it was no longer a problem. Mind you, as Ling Lan had been discussing the matter of Ling Yi earlier, she had been constantly worried that they would ask about that. Of course, she had already come up with a strategy to handle it, but unexpectedly, the dreaded question hadn't come even when they had left. This made Ling Lan very thankful, and she could finally relax. Since everyone was willing to pretend, she was also happy to play along. Still, Ling Lan wasn't happy for long before she was mercilessly dragged into the learning space. That night, under Lan Luofeng's praise, Ling Lan had played up her cuteness to the max and feasted until she was full. Just as she was humming and preparing to lie down to rest, she felt her consciousness being sucked out of her body by a terrifying force. FCK. Not again. Ling Lan savagely raised her middle finger against the dark world before her, mentally cursing at the tyranny of the learning space and at how it didn't know how to respect its own host. Of course, Ling Lan only dared to be so impudent now. Once instructor number 1 showed up, Ling Lan would be as obedient as she could be. It couldn't be helped. Number 1 was just too scary. Ling Lan's strength was improving little by little, and the more it improved, the more she could sense how overwhelming instructor number one's strength was. With just one look, he could render her immobile. As expected, the somber coffin-faced instructor number one appeared, and Ling Lan immediately hid away her indignant expression, lowering her head and smoothing her brows into a face eager to learn. Today's ambush. What are your thoughts? Asked number one directly. In front of Mecha, the ultimate solo weapon, pure physical strength is nothing like an ant. Ling Lan would never forget the helplessness she had felt when facing the mecha. If it hadn't been for Little Four's help, she would have been done for. For the present you, it's already not bad that you could comprehend that. Number one didn't seem particularly satisfied with Ling Lan's response, but he wasn't angered by it either. He continued, based on your current performance and condition, I have to adjust your training plan. Ling Lan was taken aback. She had no idea what instructor number one meant. Number 5. Number 1 spoke once again, but called out an unfamiliar number. Big bro, I'm here. A vaguely lazy voice rang out from behind Ling Lan. Ling Lan abruptly turned her head and saw a rather dashing-looking young man with a smile on his lips. When his eyes met hers, he waved at her enthusiastically. Facing number 1's stifling presence, he seemed entirely unconcerned. Ling Lan's gaze narrowed. This man was definitely more than he seemed. She knew very well how formidable as usual instructor number 1's presence was. The fact that this man could be so carefree in the face of that. Did it mean that his presence was just as formidable? After this, your training will be led by number 5, with number 9 assisting. Number 1 didn't seem to mind number 5's flippant attitude, disappearing after laying down the law. Meanwhile, number 9 had also appeared in the learning space. When she saw number 5, the subtle smile on her face faded into ice. Number 5, long time no see. Lil sis number 9. It's been such a long time. Your brother here has almost contracted lovesickness since it's been so long. My hair turning white overnight and all. Number 5 scurried over to number 9, face filled with emotion as he clasped number 9's hand. His expression was full of longing, completely oblivious of the throbbing green vein on number 9's forehead. Faced with number 5's shameless words and actions, number 9 threw a kick at him without any hesitation. With just a single leap, number 5 escaped the range of number 9's attack, but he still showed no restraint, continuing to tease. Lil sis number 9, so passionate even after so long. You make elder brothers so happy. Number 5, do not forget your mission. Number 1 isn't as patient as I am, huffed number 9 coldly. She seemed used to number 5's lackadaisical attitude, bluntly reminding him not to go overboard. When number 5 heard this, his grin visibly froze for a beat. Number 9 didn't pay any more attention to number 5, turning instead to Ling Lan to say, Ling Lan, number 5's training will not be easy. You must be prepared. Facing her pet disciple, she couldn't help but worry a bit more than usual. She understood that number 1 wouldn't allow her to be the only one responsible for Ling Lan's training this time, because he was afraid that her affection for Ling Lan would affect her progress. Although number 1 seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Lan, nitpicking at any little flaw, number 1 actually thought very highly of Ling Lan, even training her up as if she were his successor. Otherwise, number 1 wouldn't have modified his training plan for Ling Lan again and again. Hearing this, number 5's smile deepened once again. Number 9, relax, Ling Lan's also my student. I'll take good care of him. For some reason, looking at number 5's smile, Ling Lan felt a chill settle over her heart. Ling Lan's intuition was not mistaken. When number 9 heard number 5's words, she did not relax at all, but rather looked at Ling Lan with strange pity in her eyes. This gaze set off the final alarms in Ling Lan's mind. Hells, this was definitely nothing good. Before Ling Lan could ask number 9 any questions, number 5 flicked a finger, and Ling Lan was thrown into a new learning area, an endless grassy plain. With a tortured look on her face, Ling Lan heard the voice of the system ring out by her ear. Mission, 1 minute later, a wolf pack will come. Please hold out against the wolf pack's attack for 20 minutes without dying. Reward for completion, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. Ling Lan had no thought to spare right now for reward or punishment. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. God damn it. Actually expecting her to fight barehanded against wolves. And she had to hold out for 20 minutes as well. This was definitely a mission meant to kill someone. Ling Lan did not believe that the wolves in this wolf pack here would be like the wolves from her previous planet. The wild beasts within the learning space were definitely several times bigger and stronger than their earthly counterparts. It wasn't that Ling Lan had not considered running away, but unfortunately she had no idea which direction the wolf pack would come from, or even if they would attack from all directions. Since she couldn't be sure, recklessly running away might just put her in a worse situation. She might as well just save her strength and wait for the final battle. Ling Lan naturally used the last of her waiting time to observe her grassy surroundings. If she could just find an easily defensible location, then setting aside 20 minutes, she should even be able to defend for a fair bit longer. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was disappointed. The learning space was not like the games of her previous world, full of bugs. In this grassland before her, there wasn't a single obstruction in sight. The endless flat plain of grass only followed by yet endless flat plain of grass. And on the ground itself, there was only soft grass on top of loose soil. There weren't even any hard rocks, so Ling Lan couldn't even find one to use as a weapon even if she wanted to. Damn it, the learning space was truly vicious. It wouldn't allow Ling Lan to borrow any external strength whatsoever, determined to make Ling Lan fight off the wolves with just her bare hands. A minute's time went by swiftly, and then countless howls broke the silence from all around Ling Lan. Sure enough, the wolves were not going to come from just one direction, but were surrounding her. For Ling Lan, this just made the situation even more perilous. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes and released the malevolent aura contained within her body in a sudden blast. The moment this malevolent aura appeared, a change fell over the wolves' howls. Against a wolf pack, showing any weakness was not going to work. A wolf pack wouldn't think as deeply as a human would. In their eyes, the weaker the prey, the easier it would be for them to release their aggression upon it. In contrast, against a stronger opponent, a wolf pack would be much more cautious and wouldn't just pounce recklessly. Sure enough, the full blast of Ling Lan's malevolent aura made the alpha wolf pause. After all, Ling Lan was someone who had killed the king of the swamp before and had been baptized in the blood of the various kingly beasts. This malevolent aura caused the wolves to become wary, and the wolves who had been bounding at her from all directions stopped at the lead wolf's howling cries. Still, they remained poised to attack, just waiting for the alpha wolf signal. The dense pack of wolves almost filled the entire grassy plain, and every wolf was extremely large and fierce, their bodies as big as a small cow's. Their snouts were spread in savage grins, and drool hung from the razor-sharp tips of their exposed teeth. Facing such delicious prey, the eyes of this pack of ravenous wolves were almost glowing green. If a normal person was here and was faced with this scene, he would likely piss his pants and collapse to the ground. Still, Ling Lan was unaffected. She remained cool-headed and continued to look for her chance. At this moment, she was very grateful that she had gone through the survival training in the primordial forest. After experiencing the terror of surviving there, she could keep her calm in this situation, heart steady and muscles pliant. Both sides observed each other for a long moment. And then, the alpha wolf's howl rang out once again. Ling Lan's ears twitched, sifting through the cries coming from the wolf pack, and she managed to confirm that there were actually 5 alpha wolves of equal rank within the pack. Pleasant surprise flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. Perhaps this was the fighting chance she had to hold out for 20 minutes. Without waiting for the 5 alpha wolves to come to an agreement, Ling Lan charged forward, her target being the area to the northeast side. Different from the other wolves in the wolf pack, the wolves in this area had a clear red line on their foreheads. Ling Lan's unexpected action caused chaos to break out within the pack surrounding her, but a piercing howl rang out, followed closely by the cries of the 4 other alpha wolves, bringing the pack back to order and silence. Only the wolves with red-lined foreheads continued to bare their fangs at Ling Lan, who had invaded their territory. It looked like the alpha wolf of this part of the pack felt that this was a direct challenge to its authority, and that Ling Lan was a prey that had delivered itself to death's door. Although Ling Lan's fists flew furiously, savagely sending red-lined wolf after red-lined wolf flying, she was still keeping a close watch on the whole situation. Seeing the other wolf packs under the other alpha wolves sitting by the sidelines as she had expected, her heart settled. Of course, Ling Lan didn't think the danger was over yet. If the red-lined wolf pack couldn't handle her, the alpha of this pack would probably compromise in the end and choose to cooperate with the other wolf packs. At that time, she would still be subject to a group attack. Frankly, although the wolves had looked as if they worked together like a single entity at first, they were still divided by their respective packs. Cooperating to take down a prey was fine, but if one pack wanted to enter another pack's territory, that was definitely out of the question. Unless the particular wolf pack was weaker and needed the reinforcement of outside help. Only then would the alpha wolf loosen this restriction. Ling Lan had cleverly grasped hold of this point and had jumped on her own into the red-lined wolf's territory, forcing the other wolf packs to step back and wait. Ling Lan may be small, but the power behind her fists wasn't, and her physical fitness was certainly of the abnormal sort. After 6 years of continuous training with the qi cultivation exercises, along with the medicinal baths of the Ling family, her body's resilience had long since exceeded that of an average person's. Although her skin still looked as fair and rosy as a maiden's, it was very difficult for normal blades to leave any sort of mark on her body. Somewhere high up in the air out of Ling Lan's sight, number 5 and number 9 were watching the fight. Number 5 nodded and said, "Not bad, she has good basics." Number 9, "Looks like you put in a lot of effort." Number 9's eyes held a trace of a smile, and her tone was proud as she said, "Yes, Ling Lan is very hard-working and motivated." Number 5 glanced at number 9 with a half-smile on his face. "You're satisfied with her current progress? It doesn't seem like she's reached her limits yet. Number 9, you've become soft on her after all. That's not like you." Number 9 sniffed. "I think this level of progress is best suited for her." However, after she said this, a subtle blush stole over the skin behind number 9's ears. It couldn't be helped. Number 9 couldn't really say that with full honesty. It was the truth that she hadn't pushed Ling Lan as hard as she could in the past few years. Mind you, the teaching approach of the learning space was to use the most extreme and cruelest methods imaginable to force the children to break past their limits and unleash their innate talents. It made the children challenge their limits in every way, physically and mentally, and even in other respects. This sort of cruel teaching approach put every single child who entered the learning space under an endless amount of torment and duress. Almost all the children had not been able to bear it, and would end up either breaking down in tears, running away in fear, or even losing all their confidence to loudly beg for mercy. This was all part of the phase of vulnerability that the children had to experience and overcome. But Ling Lan stood out as an oddball. It was as if she had already established her goals early on. The girl was a proper adult who had lived 2 lives, not an ignorant young child. Of course, she wouldn't be so easily scared off by this type of teaching approach. So, in the 6 years with number 9 in charge, no matter how harsh the training or how unreasonable the courses, Ling Lan had endured. She had never voiced a single complaint, nor shed a single tear. This stoicism ended up moving the typically unfeeling number 9, leading her to become somewhat soft on Ling Lan. It had to be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Number 5 touched his chin with his right hand, and the smile on his lips deepened. Perhaps this was why number 1 had unsealed him. This child had actually managed to affect number 9. How interesting. Seeing number 5's strange smile, number 9 couldn't help but worry for Ling Lan. She raised her voice in warning. "Number 5, don't go overboard." Number 9 knew how insane number 5 could get. At the beginning, countless promising prodigies had had their wings snapped by his hand. Of course, anyone who managed to survive his training would certainly become an unimaginable talent, but she had never seen number 5 succeed in training anyone. Number 9 looked over at Ling Lan with a complicated gaze. It's not that she didn't want Ling Lan to become great, but rather than subject her to the unspeakable torments of the training period, she'd rather see Ling Lan happy and carefree. But could a powerless person truly be happy and carefree? As if coming to some realization, number 9 abruptly turned away, and with her back to number 5, she said, "Once you're done with training, come find me." Number 5 quirked a brow. "What? Not going to follow us around anymore? Aren't you afraid I'll end up ruining your beloved disciple?" After all, the reason they had come here was due to number 9's worry to begin with. At this moment, number 9's face no longer held any traces of worry. With a cool expression, she said, Number 1 did the right thing. I am not suitable to be Ling Lan's main instructor right now, but I believe that Ling Lan will definitely complete your training course. So much confidence in her. Number 5 was taken aback. For context, it should be known that he had ruined several hundred prodigies with his training methods previously, which was why he had been sealed within the learning space. Thus, he himself was very surprised when he was unsealed this time. And even more surprisingly, Number 1 had actually put him in charge of their current host. Ling Lan's not just my pet disciple, she's also elder brother Number 1's. A confident smile appeared on Number 9's lips before she disappeared from the area. Number 5 stared at the spot where Number 9 disappeared and smiled thoughtfully. Number 1's disciple? That was just too interesting. Meanwhile, around Ling Lan, the bodies of red-lined wolves were beginning to pile up, and although yet more red-lined wolves continued to circle her, their attacks were not as aggressive as they had been before, and were perhaps even a little tentative. This scenario enraged the alpha wolf of the red-lined wolves. It felt that its authority had been undermined by this weak little prey before it. So it let loose another howl, spurring on the attacks of the red-lined wolves, causing them to become more aggressive. Bam! A red-lined wolf who was lunging for Ling Lan's throat was punched right in the head. Crack! Its skull fractured, and its calf-sized body fell heavily to the ground. And there the red-lined wolf lay, whining piteously, and after a few final fluttering breaths, its chest went still and the wolf never got up again. The current Ling Lan was no longer her usual serene self. Her eyes held a limitless amount of killing intent, and she attacked with precision and ruthlessness. This sort of life-and-death scenario did not allow for any carelessness on her part. She was determined not to experience death being torn apart by wolves. She had already begun circulating her chi the moment she started attacking, as this was one of her trump cards when charging into the wolf pack. As long as the opponent was not stronger than her, the energy expended in her attacks could be completely recuperated by the circulation of chi. In other words, Ling Lan would never be in danger of a tragic death by exhaustion. The alpha of the red-lined wolves watched as its subordinates fell one by one, with no visible effect on the weak prey. Finally, it could tolerate it no longer, and with a howl, it rushed into the fray. The alpha of the red-lined wolves was much bigger than the other red-lined wolves. Its body could be compared to that of an adult bull. It approached with bloodshot red eyes. The countless deaths of its subordinates by Ling Lan's hands had sent it into a towering rage. The other red-lined wolves backed away in the face of their alpha, leaving the battlefield completely up to their leader. Ling Lan exhaled softly. Plans and counterplans flashed through her mind as she considered whether she should try to draw out the fight with this alpha wolf, so she could while away a bit more time. But the red-lined alpha wolf was not going to give Ling Lan the time to think, pouncing at her the moment it got within range. It swung its thick claws at Ling Lan, trying to tear this detestable prey in half. Ling Lan leant back slightly, just enough to avoid the alpha's claws, when suddenly, the wolf's claws mysteriously lengthened. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly pushed on her 2 feet to spring back further, narrowly managing to avoid those sharp, extendable claws. After evading the attack, Ling Lan struggled to regain her balance as she peeked at the alpha's claws. All 4 of the alpha's claws had extended by approximately 10 centimeters. Who knew that the red-lined alpha wolf within the learning space would have the ability to retract its claws? This surprise had almost made her take some unintended damage. The alpha wolf wasn't going to give Ling Lan time to adjust, immediately lunging at her once again, and its main weapon this time was its sharp teeth. Ling Lan met it with a fist, but this time she felt as if she was hitting a solid rock. Her fist throbbed in pain, and the resulting aftershock of energy pushed her back by 5 to 6 paces. On the other hand, Ling Lan's punch didn't seem to have caused much damage to the alpha. The alpha landed squarely, and when it saw Ling Lan falling back, it charged forward once again with all its might, jaws wide open in preparation for a savage bite. Rabbit sky leap. Ling Lan's right arm was numb, so she could no longer use it to attack, so she decisively threw out a back kick, using the technique she had trained diligently to obtain in the past 5 years, the rabbit sky leap. And now she would finally be able to test it out for real and see how much power this skill, which had cost her 10 honor points, truly wielded. With a loud bam, the red-lined alpha wolf was sent flying amidst its own pained cries. It smashed onto the ground and actually rolled another 5 to 6 meters due to the remaining energy behind the blow before coming to a stop. Ling Lan put down her right foot, her eyes full of satisfaction. As expected, the rabbit sky leap was really powerful. The strength of her own fists had not been able to do much damage to the red-lined alpha wolf, but the rabbit sky leap could, and it looked like the damage value it dealt was significant. According to Ling Lan's calculations, the rabbit sky leap technique could increase her leg strength by as much as 5 times, and this was just at the basic level of mastery. If she continued to practice and became even more proficient with the skill, it would definitely become one of her killing techniques. At this moment, the red-lined wolf tottered upright again. As its head was hit directly, it seemed to still be somewhat dazed. The red-lined alpha wolf shook its head to try and dispel the dizziness, but this move only made it fall over again. The condition of the red-lined alpha wolf caused the red-lined wolf pack to fall into disarray. The wolves were all howling at the sky worriedly, as if asking if their leader was okay. Still, as befitting one of the reigning kings of the grasslands, the red-lined alpha wolf stood up once again. This time, it seemed to have regained full awareness, and turning to face the one who had kicked it, its eyes were crimson, filled with the need to rip Ling Lan into pieces. Still, the wild beasts within the learning space had a certain level of intelligence. Ling Lan's kick had shown the alpha wolf that this small prey before it was not as weak as it seemed. It knew that it would not be able to handle the prey on its own, and so the red-lined wolf cast away its dignity and howled up at the sky. Very quickly, the wolves all around took up the howl as well, and the wolf packs in all directions bowed down collectively. From different directions and from different wolf packs, for huge alpha wolves emerged. They were like kings, strolling out proudly from among their subjects, slowly approaching Ling Lan. Apparently, the red-lined alpha wolf had called out for assistance from the other alpha wolves. Ling Lan's expression turned frigid. Although she didn't have to continue duking it out with the sea of wolves, the combined attack of 5 alpha wolves was also nothing to sneeze at. She really feared that she might lose her life under the fangs and claws of these alpha wolves as soon as the fight began. Interesting, didn't expect her to have that skill. Number 5's eyes narrowed in contemplation, a complicated expression on his face as he watched Ling Lan preparing to do battle against the 5 alpha wolves. Had that skill been her own choice? Or had it been just luck? At that moment, the 5 alpha wolves officially began their attack on Ling Lan. With the red-lined alpha wolf as the lead attacker, the other alpha wolves circled around, darting in every so often to try and score a sneak attack. Their movements were well coordinated, nothing at all like the messy and chaotic attacks of the regular wolves of the wolf pack. The attacks of the alpha wolves had a sort of beauty to it, unlike the crude savagery of the regular wolves' attacks. The alpha wolves' movements could even be called graceful, though sometimes strange and elusive. But every collaboration between the wolves was just right, causing Ling Lan to be extremely harried as she evaded, almost dying several times in the process. Ling Lan no longer held anything back. She pushed Qi into her 2 arms, instantly doubling their strength. Although it couldn't compare to the power of the rabbit sky leap, it was still more than enough to penetrate through the alpha wolves' thick hides and deal them some pain. Right now, Ling Lan's own body strength was not enough to fight against these alpha wolves. Ling Lan had already become aware of this during her first battle with the red-lined alpha wolf. The perfectly coordinated attacks of the 5 alpha wolves gave them the upper edge, but Ling Lan wasn't helpless under these attacks. The powerful rabbit sky leap was something the 5 alpha wolves had to watch out for because they just couldn't tell which kick was actually a rabbit sky leap in disguise. Under this scenario, the 2 sides were actually pretty evenly matched. Still, the fearsome attacks of the alpha wolves let Ling Lan experience the thrill of dancing with death. She slowly let herself go, subconsciously descending into a pure world of combat, not a single stray thought within her mind. After fighting for a long while, Ling Lan felt a rush of euphoria permeate through her body. The shackles holding her back had finally been broken. Ling Lan felt as if she had entered a whole new world, where the energy within her body was cheerfully waving at her, as if announcing their return. Ling Lan knew what this was. It was the shackles she had put on herself previously to control her own strength. Within the past month, Ling Lan had been embroiled in combat training with the Ling family loyalists, all for the sake of restraining her malevolent aura. Even so, Ling Lan was very afraid that her malevolent aura would suddenly burst out, causing her to lose control and harm her family by accident. And so she had cautiously convinced herself that no matter what the situation, she would not permit herself to release all of her strength in its entirety. Gradually, this self-hypnosis of sorts became a type of shackle, until finally, Ling Lan found that even if she consciously wanted to, she was unable to unleash all of her strength. Ling Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this result. Later on, she had sparred with Qi Long, and although she should have been able to defeat Qi Long with a straightforward show of strength, she had found it impossible to bypass her own personal limiters. In the end, she could only keep dragging out the fight until Qi Long had been exhausted for the spar to end. Naturally, faced with such a frustrating situation, Ling Lan was very unhappy. But unfortunately, she had been unable to resolve the problem, and so had had no choice but to push it to the back of her mind and wait for a solution to present itself later. Unexpectedly, at this crucial life-or-death moment, Ling Lan had broken past her shackles, regaining full access to her strength. The Alpha Wolves sensed this change in Ling Lan. Slowly but surely, they sensed the strength of their opponent grow stronger and stronger. Attacks which had only caused minor pain previously were now actually hurting them to their bones. Ling Lan didn't know how long she had been fighting the Alpha Wolves, but she was starting to feel that her qi circulation could no longer keep up with her energy expenditure. Her stamina was gradually fading, seeming as if it would disappear entirely the very next moment. She should have been anxious and worried by this, but she was uncharacteristically calm, just as if she wasn't the Ling Lan fighting for her life right now, but rather a cold-eyed observer on the sidelines. Indeed, she had actually entered a strange sort of plane where the attacks of the 5 Alpha Wolves seemed to occur almost in slow motion. She could actually see a hole in the collaborative attacks of the 5 Alpha Wolves, and sensed that if she targeted that spot, she would definitely manage to land a solid hit. Although Ling Lan didn't know why this was happening, she instinctively knew that this was a precious opportunity. Thus, she absorbed energy through her circulation of qi once more, sent it running down into her right fist, and then threw a firm punch at the hole she had noticed. Meanwhile, from number 5's perspective, Ling Lan's right fist vanished mysteriously all of a sudden, and then a loud smack rang out, and an Alpha Wolf was sent flying to sprawl on the ground a distance away. However, the Alpha Wolf wasn't heavily injured and managed to struggle back to its feet, and then with an angry howl, it rejoined the battle once more. At that moment, number 5's face was a study in shock. Disbelievingly, he muttered to himself again and again, "How can this be? How can this be? Could it be the zone?" Even as the thought reared its head, he squashed it. He shook his head forcefully, telling himself to calm down, that what he was thinking was impossible. What child would be so aberrant as to touch on the borders of a zone at 6 years old? Perhaps it was just a lucky shot by Ling Lan. Seeing their own comrade being sent flying, albeit just briefly, the other alphas were enraged. This was an outright challenge. They no longer held any of their initial notions of fooling around, deciding to give the fight their all. Ling Lan still remained calm. She had once again noticed a hole in the defenses of the 5 Alpha Wolves. Even now, she was unsure how her fist had connected with the head of one of the Alpha Wolves. The area she had aimed for had clearly been an empty space. Her last attack had been half-hearted, tentative as she was only testing it out. But this time, she would no longer hesitate. Rabbit Sky Leap. Resolutely, Ling Lan used her strongest technique on the hole. Immediately after, a desolate cry rang out, and one of the Alpha Wolves was seen falling heavily to the ground. A large hole had been ripped open on its belly, and its blood was gushing out like a river. There was no possibility that it would survive. The Rabbit Sky Leap technique could really be used as a one-hit kill blow. Ling Lan was extremely pleased. Perhaps there were other skills and techniques much stronger than the Rabbit Sky Leap, but Ling Lan still felt that the Rabbit Sky Leap was much more useful and adaptable. Since the movements for it looked no different from a regular kick, she could hide it when she used it. No one would be able to tell which kick of hers was a Rabbit Sky Leap, so it was an extremely stealthy move. The wolf who died was the red-lined Alpha Wolf. All we can say is that the red-lined Alpha Wolf was just too unlucky, coming on so strongly because it thought it had the upper hand, only to lose its lupin life. At the death of the red-lined alpha wolf, the red-lined wolf pack started a round of mournful howling and then quickly dispersed. Within the span of 2 to 3 minutes, they had all fled the scene. The 4 remaining alpha wolves stared at each other for a moment, and then decided to follow the example of the red-lined wolf pack. They swiftly retreated, howling out to their subordinates as they did so. Ling Lan watched as the wolf packs slowly retreated until they had left her range of sight. Still, she didn't relax yet, staying on her feet for another 3 minutes. Finally, she could hold on no longer and toppled over to lie down on the ground. Those final 2 blows at the end had drained all of Ling Lan's physical energy. She had only remained standing out of sheer stubbornness, afraid to reveal her inability to continue to fight. Only when her body could really take it no longer had she given in to fall to the ground. If the wolf packs chose to return and rally a second attack on her right now, it would definitely be an easy task for them to make mincemeat out of Ling Lan. Fortunately, though, the wolf packs had really departed, so Ling Lan managed to survive by the skin of her teeth. Even so, Ling Lan was still fearful as she recalled the situation. Once again, she was keenly aware of how important Little Four was to her. Without his comprehensive monitoring, her safety was entirely up to fate and circumstance. Ling Lan really detested this feeling of uncertainty. Of course, most importantly, it was rather lonely without Little Four by her side. However, Ling Lan's thoughts quickly turned to the sensation she had experienced in the earlier battle. That ability to glean the defensive holes of an opponent with one look, the feeling of having the flow of battle within her hands, that sensation was just wonderful. Ling Lan laid on the ground and held a fist up to the sky. Although she had no clue what that sensation was, she knew that it came from within her own body. In the fight, both her combat instincts and her physical strength had been pushed past her original limits, progressing one step further. Was this what was meant by a personal breakthrough? But before Ling Lan could get too caught up in her excitement, a wet blanket in human form appeared in her sight. Number 5 had materialized out of thin air right above Ling Lan. Peering down at Ling Lan, he grinned widely as he said, "Congratulations, you've cleared the mission." At the same time, the system's voice rang out by Ling Lan's ear, "Mission completed. Reward. Intense training by Number 5 obtained." When Ling Lan heard the contents of the reward, her gut reaction was that she had been ripped off. If she had known that this was the reward for clearing the mission, she would definitely have committed suicide right off the bat, so that she would utterly fail the mission. Ling Lan had not forgotten Number 9's gentle warning. Boo-hoo-hoo. Could she have a redo? Ling Lan really felt like crying, full of regret for what might have been. However, Number 5 didn't give Ling Lan much time to regret her life choices. With another quick grab, he tossed Ling Lan into his own special training area. Somewhere on the planet of Doha, in a top-secret location, someone was reporting the results of their operation through a communicator. "Sir, the people below have sent back the news. We have failed." What happened? The screen was pitch black, and the disguised voice that came through was cold and mechanical. "There were way too many people protecting that brat. Not just those opposing us, but even the Blades showed up." The Blades? Why are they involved? The other could not understand why the bladed forces would appear here and now. "Sir, what should we do now?" The caller's forehead was dripping with sweat. His superior was unforgiving of failure. He was deeply afraid that he would lose his head over this. "Looks like the situation is a little complicated." The bladed forces' involvement was clearly a concern to the other. Ling Zhao's son, perhaps they are using him as bait now. It can't be. The caller just could not believe it. Ling Zhao was the Federation's hero. How could they treat a hero's child so heartlessly? Humph. For their own benefit, what wouldn't the people in power abandon? The other laughed coldly, tone mocking as he continued. If Ling Zhao were still alive, and found out that the country he defended with his life was using his only descendant as bait, putting him in danger, he would probably be filled with endless regret. As if finding his own words rather pointless, the mechanical voice regrouped and commanded sternly, "Forget going after Ling Zhao's son. Using him as bait to draw us out? In their dreams." Understood. The caller reflexively stood up to receive his orders. However, he was still worried, so he asked, "Sir, that boy is the child of a God-class operator. According to the transmitted data, his potential is excellent. If he is like Ling Xiao and grows up to be another God-class operator for the Federation, this will be very disadvantageous for our empire. Shouldn't we just take the risk and eliminate him? God-class operators were just too strong beyond belief, capable of deciding the ultimate outcome of a battle if they were present. The speaker of the mechanical voice picked up on the worried tone of his subordinate and chided in dissatisfaction. Didn't you do research on the information regarding God-class operators? Over the last several hundred years, has the offspring of any God-class operator managed to achieve that pinnacle? Even ascending to the level of an ace operator has been difficult for them. Didn't the geneticists of our empire publicize their research thesis? When a particular bloodline has culminated in a God-class operator, that means that the energy potential within the genes of that bloodline has already peaked. This also means that all the energy potential of that bloodline has been consumed by the produced God-class operator, resulting in his descendants becoming more and more mediocre. Ling Zhao's descendants are done for. Otherwise, Ling Zhao's son Ling Lan wouldn't have failed to even make the top 10 of the Central Scout Academy. The decline of the Ling family was a foregone conclusion, so they weren't really worth their attention. This news dropped onto the caller's head like a bomb, sending his mind reeling. If Ling Zhao's son wasn't a real threat to the empire, then why had his superiors spent so much effort trying to assassinate Ling Lan? As if sensing his subordinate's bewilderment, the mechanical voice rang out once more through the communicator. It has been almost 7 years since Ling Zhao's death, but all the military personnel of the Federation have not forgotten this extraordinary God-class operator, still filled with unflagging admiration for him. If at this time, news that his son had been assassinated by official mecha operators of the Federation were to spread, how do you think the military men in service of the Chinese Federation will react? The sweat started to flow freely from the caller's forehead. They may start to suspect that Ling Zhao's death was due to a conspiracy, a sacrifice in the power struggle among the upper ranks of the military. A mutiny may occur within the Federation. Who knew that his boss had been planning to use Ling Lan's death to set up such a large stage? What a pity the opponent also thought of the same thing and decided to just play along with our trick, choosing to use Ling Zhao's son as a sacrificial pawn to bait us. I think, even if we really killed Ling Zhao's son, the opponent will be able to fabricate evidence to pin the blame on our empire. The mechanical voice was filled with regret. This exchange was his loss. It was just lucky that he had discovered this early on and managed to clean up after himself, only exposing some unimportant pawns in the process. Listening to the analysis of the situation by the mechanical voice, the caller's forehead was beaded with sweat. He had almost ruined his superior's grand plan. He quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, sir, I understand now. We shall scatter our forces and lay low for now. Don't do anything rash. The matter of the Ling family ends here." The mechanical voice decisively gave up on the operation to assassinate Ling Lan. He just could not let the opponent pin the death of Ling Zhao's son upon the head of the empire. Ling Zhao's death had already shown him the fervor of the military men of the Federation. Due to his death, the conflict between the two nations had escalated into an epic, long-standing feud, which currently still showed no signs of stopping. If Ling Zhao's son's death became more fuel to the flame, he was afraid that the empire would become overrun by those military men of the Federation and be utterly destroyed. "Yes, sir," responded the caller, before carefully shutting his communicator and turning to relay his superior's orders. Just like that, the threat towards Ling Lan was resolved. When Ling Lan later became the Federation's star warrior of a new generation, these people would be filled with regret, beating themselves up for not choosing to continue with their assassination operation. Meanwhile, the commander of the Blades had received news from 413, who had secretly escorted Ling Lan all the way home. The assassination attempt this time had chilled him, even as it infuriated him. He had never expected that the opponent had already managed to secretly control some of the high-ranking people within the federal military. The band of mecha operators 413 squad had captured and brought in were indeed serving military men of the Federation, but unfortunately, they really didn't know anything and were just a bunch of idiots who had been used. Still, the commander of the Blades had been able to confirm that the power base of the opponent hidden within the Federation was considerable, and that a bunch of traitors had already been gathered around him. But for now, his greatest worry was for Ling Lan's safety. Ling Lan may have narrowly escaped this time. But what about next time? The commander of the Blades hesitated for a brief moment, but finally connected to that particular contact number once more. In the end, when he shut his communicator, the tension in his brows had faded and his expression was light and cheerful. Although that old fellow had mercilessly extorted a substantial sum from him, it was all right as long as his objective had been achieved. At the most, he'll just have to take on a couple more strenuous jobs in the meantime. But for the preservation of the bloodline of the Federation, this trouble was worth it. Early the second day, Ling Lan finally escaped from the torments of number 5. With low spirits, she levered herself out of bed and washed up, and then rapidly wolfed down her prepared breakfast. There was no helping it. The distance to school was rather far, so she needed to hurry to make sure she had enough time for the journey. Of course, Ling Lan was also considering whether she should look for a place close to the Scout Academy to live. Wasting so much time every day on commuting was not a sustainable plan in Ling Lan's opinion. Ling Lan decided that she would discuss the matter with her mother when she returned from school that day. Just as she finished her preparations and was about to leave, an unexpected guest showed up on the Ling family doorstep, the dean of the Central Scout Academy. The dean's arrival was for one purpose only, and that was for Ling Lan to give up her special class right to be a day student. This was because Ling Lan was the only person this year who chose to be a day student, so the dean was concerned that Ling Lan's grades and progress would be held back by this. Of course, as the academy was the one to request for the student to relinquish this right, the academy promised that Ling Lan could request something else from the academy, as long as the request was within the academy's means. Although Lan Luofeng was very tempted by this offer, she could not agree. Why had Ling Lan chosen to be a day student to begin with after all? Because of the problem of her gender. If she stayed with someone else, the risk of exposure would be too high. Lan Luofeng could not afford to take the risk. Even if Lan Luofeng wanted to refuse, she still needed to have a legitimate reason for refusing. This moment fully displayed Lan Luofeng's ability to improvise. In an instant, she actually managed to concoct a believable excuse. She said that ever since Ling Xiao had passed away, she had contracted an extremely severe case of depression. Consequently, she could not bear to be apart from her loved ones for long. If Ling Lan were to board at the school, she would be unable to control herself and may end up harming herself. Ling Qin, who was standing to one side, was very cooperative, immediately affecting an extremely morose expression, nodding gravely to affirm that what his mistress said was true. Meanwhile, with a face full of worry for her mother, Ling Lan regretfully declined the dean's kind offer. Playing the pity card was obviously a smart move, for the dean's expression was awkward and filled with helplessness. Just as the three believed that the dean would give up on his plan, the dean seemed to come to some momentous decision and suggested an arrangement that shocked the three of them. He actually suggested that Lan Luofeng live together with Ling Lan in the school. And since the academy had the ironclad rule of not allowing non-staff to live on campus, the dean even went so far as to offer Lan Luofeng a position at the school as a teaching assistant, so that she could legitimately board at the school. The dean also promised that Ling Lan and her mother could live alone in one of the villas at the school, where they wouldn't be disturbed. On top of that, the dean even specially permitted Lan Luofeng to bring along 2 servants to help her manage the villa. With this, there was no longer any reason for the three to refuse. Ling Lan quickly thanked the dean, agreed that she would relinquish her right to be a day student, and would try her best to finalize the procedures required to board at the school as soon as possible. Having received a satisfactory answer, the dean was greatly pleased and automatically offered to give Ling Lan the day off so that she could finalize all the procedures today itself. Then, without leaving a trace of his visit, he left, only leaving behind 3 dumbfounded people who hadn't regained their senses sitting in the living room. The dean walked out of the Ling family gates, boarded his hover car, and finally dropped his noble bearing to slump in his seat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and once again lamented to himself at how difficult the Ling family was to handle. He thought back to the time when he had to persuade Ling Xiao. He had also had to sacrifice a lot then to succeed. However, he had still managed to achieve what his old friend had asked of him. Although the academy had had to pay a steep price, the result was still wonderful. The dean smiled in satisfaction. He had gotten many concessions from his old friend for this, so it was overall worth it. Ling Qin was the first to regain his senses. With a face full of joy, he turned to say to Lan Luofeng, "Mistress, this is a great thing. If young Master Lan lives at the school, her safety is guaranteed." Lan Luofeng remained uncertain and suspicious, smiling wryly as she said, "Uncle Qin, why do you think the academy is so accommodating towards Ling Lan, even going so far as to open a back door like this for her? I'm very worried." Ling Lan had just been ambushed, and now right after, the Central Scout Academy is giving Ling Lan such preferential treatment. It should be known that the gates of the Central Scout Academy were not so easily entered. The work benefits offered by the school was unquestionably the best in the Federation, so even a lowly teaching assistant position there was still highly sought after by countless highly educated people. Lan Luofeng had never dreamed that such a coveted position would just fall into her lap due to her connection with Ling Lan. Of course, Lan Luofeng was not impressed by the position since she didn't need it. Although the Ling family seemed weak now, it still had a substantial foundation, enough so that both Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng could live in lifetimes without having to trouble themselves over living expenses. Lan Luofeng's words made Ling Qin hesitate as well. Could it be that this was just another plot against Ling Lan? Ling Qin was beginning to become a little fearful. The assassination attempt and its series of attacks had troubled the heart of the old man, and he hadn't had time to get over it yet. Seeing this, Ling Lan hurried to remind them, "I hear that the Central Scout Academy has the highest safety ranking, and students are prized most highly by the Academy. Ever since the Academy has been established, not a single student has ever been harmed on school grounds." "Grandpa Ling Qin, is this rumor true?" Ling Qin's eyes brightened, as if reminded of something. "Mistress, young Master Lan is correct. The Scout Academies are run independently of any government or military system, and God-class operators are the ones in charge of protecting them." Ling Qin's gaze was passionate and heated. Ling Lan was very familiar with such eyes. Some rabid fans of superstars in her previous world had eyes which shined with the exact same type of light. Ling Lan knew that Ling Qin's passionate reaction was drawn out by the God-class operators he mentioned. What exactly was that all about? Ling Lan was determined to let Little Four dig up some information on this later on. Suddenly, she realized that she really didn't know much about this world at all. The assassination incident had given her her first glimpse of real mecha, blinding her with obsession for a moment. These past few years, she had just been focused on training hard and had rather neglected all the interesting things in the outside world. In truth, Ling Lan could not be blamed for this. Some information was actually classified by the government, and Little Four had felt that Ling Lan really didn't need to know about these sort of things at her age, and so hadn't collected these information. As such, Ling Lan naturally wouldn't have known about any of this. Thus, poor Ling Lan was still unaware that her father was the idol of the military men of the Federation, and that he had been the youngest God-class operator of the Federation. Ling Qin's words reassured Lan Luofeng, and so she happily ran upstairs to pack for both Ling Lan and herself. Just like that, Ling Lan did not show up in Special Class A for the first official day of school. When the homeroom teacher of Special Class A glossed over the fact that Ling Lan had already applied for the day off, his tone was obviously protective. This stirred up the discontent of the other students in Special Class A, provoking a flurry of private discussion. While Qi Long didn't think much of the matter, Luo Lang seemed to have sensed something. But only Han Jijian had a serious expression on his face. "Boss Lan, who are you really?" In the mirror, a little boy was wearing the rumored military-style uniform of Special Class A. The bold red, the fitting tailoring, the glittering bronze leather boots that were so polished that one could almost see one's reflection in it, and the leather belt with a metal buckle around his waist. All of it added a dash of charm to the already handsome boy, swaying the heart of the woman beside him, causing her heart to swell with motherly love. Lan Luofeng framed her face with her hands, expression dreamy as she said, "Lan Lan, you really look so much like your daddy today. So handsome beyond compare." Ling Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Praise her if she wanted to praise her. Why did she have to bring up her old man? Could it be that she was praising her on the surface, but was actually thinking about her old man? Thinking about Lan Luofeng's long previous history of such occurrences, Ling Lan was pretty sure her mom was caught up in her own romantic fantasies again. She decided to disregard the woman, turning to say to Ling Nani directly, "Grandma Chamberlain, I leave Mum in your care." Ling Nani was Chamberlain Ling Qin's wife. This time, moving into the Scout Academy, Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan had brought Ling Nani along, tasking her with the running of the villa. And Ling Nani had then also selected a servant girl who was deadly loyal to the Ling family, with an impeccable record to come along with her, to help her with the cleaning of the villa. With a smile, Ling Nani replied, "Young Master Lan, please don't worry." That done, Ling Lan waved goodbye to them and walked to the villa doors. Just as she opened the door, Lan Luofeng finally shook herself out of her love-dazed state. "Ling Lan, what do you take your mother for? You ingrate!" Lan Luofeng bellowed from behind her. She had just registered what Ling Lan was implying, and her ire was raised. Ling Lan turned to look back with a smile. "Congratulations, Mum, you haven't become a complete idiot." That said, she slipped out of the house. Crash! Some unidentified item slammed into the doors, and Lan Luofeng's lion roar could be heard once again. "Ling Lan, just you wait, you'll get it once you get home." With a smile on her lips, Ling Lan left the villa behind. She knew her mum was just talk. When she really returned later, her mum would definitely hug her close and kiss her all over her face, almost seeming as if she wouldn't stop until Ling Lan's face was visibly swollen with her love. There was a time when Ling Lan wondered whether this bad habit was something her mom had learned from her dad, but unfortunately, she had no frame of reference, and so the truth would never be known. Ling Lan slowly walked over to the main road, which led to this patch of villas. At this dawn hour, there were already quite a few children and teens about, dressed in the same red uniform. Though their ages ranged, the direction they were headed in was the same, towards the learning area of the Scout Academy. It turned out that this villa area that Ling Lan was boarding in was specially allocated for the special Class A students. From the 1st grade to the 10th grade, all of them were in this area. However, very few of these students were walking like Ling Lan. They wore shoes which jetted air out backwards and were flying freely over the main road. These shoes were called jet rollers, very similar to the roller skates of Ling Lan's previous world, which had wheels attached to the bottom of the shoes in either 2 rows or just 1 single row. However, jet rollers were even more advanced than roller skates. On both sides of the shoes and the heel area, miniature drivers were installed, which could draw power from the energy storage unit to power the jets. When a certain velocity was achieved, the shoes would lift off the ground along with the person wearing them. Of course, their maximum achievable height was only about 2.5 meters. Ling Lan was a little puzzled. The school rules did not allow students to use external powers to fly or speed around within school grounds. How could these special class students be so daring to do so blatantly? It can be confirmed that these students are all 2nd grade and above, Little 4 jumped out to say. "Look it up. Why can they use jet rollers in school?" Ling Lan didn't believe that they were so free just because they were in special Class A. There must be some other reason. Found it. Apparently, they used battle points to redeem those jet rollers, which is why they can use them in school. Little 4 was reliable as ever, piggybacking on a random wireless signal to log on to the school intranet, and quickly finding the answer that Ling Lan needed. The redeemed jet rollers are specially customized by Central Scout Academy, tagged with the Central Scout Academy's identification code, which is why they can be used within the school grounds. Other jet rollers are forbidden. If found to be used, demerits will apply, and the student will immediately be downgraded by 1 class level. Without waiting for Ling Lan to prompt him, Little 4 continued to supplement his explanation. "That's more like it." Ling Lan had just been wondering how the academy could differentiate between redeemed jet rollers and those brought in from the outside, but Little 4's explanation answered all her questions. She stared enviously at those seniors zooming around, and decided that she would also redeem one when she had the chance later on. Ling Lan walked to one of the hover car stops servicing the villa areas. The academy was just too vast. If the students were to walk, they would definitely not get to the learning area within an hour. And as new students, they didn't have jet rollers, so the only way they could save time was to rely on these hover car stops set up by the academy. Even before she arrived at the stop, Ling Lan could see the long line of people in wait. A little put off, Ling Lan scratched her brow. Looks like she wouldn't be able to take the first few cars, but hopefully she wouldn't be late still. Ling Lan had actually left the house a little late, due to Lan Luofeng's fussing. Ling Lan maintained her current speed as she walked towards the stop. Right then, she heard a familiar voice shouting out from somewhere not far behind her. Jijian, Luolang, hurry up. We're going to be late. It was Qi Long. Ling Lan was extremely surprised. What a coincidence to bump into Qi Long and the others here. A mischievous smirk appeared on her lips. The three boys still didn't know she had started boarding at the school, so they probably wouldn't expect to bump into her here so early in the morning. Sure enough, Qi Long didn't notice that the person walking in front of him was Ling Lan. Just as he was about to zoom past Ling Lan, she stuck a foot out in his path. Qi Long, watch out. From behind, Luo Lang could see this very clearly, but because he was too far away, he couldn't do anything to stop Qi Long aside from yelling out to him, hoping that he would notice in time. Qi Long truly had the intuition of a wild beast. Ling Lan had stuck her foot out at the most perfect timing to catch him unawares. But even so, just before the moment Qi Long would trip, he managed to catch himself in time to draw his feet back enough to just slide by Ling Lan's foot, escaping the fate of being tripped. However, everything happened too fast, so Qi Long's rhythm was still thrown off. His landing was uneven and he stumbled, almost falling down anyway. You goddamn bastard. After finding his feet, Qi Long turned around, raging, fully prepared to teach the sneaky fellow a lesson, but was faced with Ling Lan's cheeky grin instead. Boss, it's you. Qi Long was overjoyed. He took a large step forward and enveloped Ling Lan in a bear hug, before voicing his doubts. Why are you here? Han Jijian and Luo Lang had also rushed over angrily in the meantime, but at Qi Long's joyful shout, their anger melted away into pleasant surprise. Han Jijian's eyes were even sparkling as he asked, Boss Lan, you've decided to board at school? Seeing Ling Lan here, there should be no other possibility. Helplessly, Ling Lan said, I had no choice. The school forcefully canceled my day study right, so I could only board at the school. That's great. Now we can always learn and train together. Qi Long was the most pleased by this. He finally had someone who could keep up with him in a fight. Yesterday, he had sparred with Luo Lang, but Qi Long had not been satisfied at all. Sparring with Boss Lan was still the best, although he would always be thoroughly trounced by Boss Lan. Han Jijian and Luo Lang's expressions were also pleased though, and amidst laughter and chit-chat, they arrived at the hovercar stop. By this time, there was already much fewer people waiting in line. Han Jijian flashed his communicator at the stop sensor, and the sensor responded in an automated mechanical voice. The hovercar you require will arrive in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Please be ready. Very quickly, the students lining up before them had all boarded a hovercar and left, and their group of 4 was next. The Academy's hovercars were all built for 4 people, with 2 seats in the front row and back row respectively, and looked quite like a convertible car from Earth. Their hovercar arrived very punctually, 3 minutes 20 seconds later on the dot from the time Han Jijian had checked. Ling Lan's group of 4 seated themselves randomly on the 2 rows and selected the first-year Special Class A classroom as their destination. They had just arrived at the classroom doors when the preparatory bell indicating the start of class rang out from within the classroom. The children within the classroom immediately found their seats and began their final preparations for the day ahead. When Ling Lan walked in, she drew their curious gazes. Because Ling Lan's was an unfamiliar face, they quickly surmised that Ling Lan was the mysterious student of probable remarkable origin who had taken leave on the very first day of school yesterday. Han Jijian signaled Ling Lan to follow him. It turned out that the homeroom teacher had already assigned everyone's seats yesterday, and Ling Lan's seat was directly behind Han Jijian's, while Qi Long and Luo Lang were seated to the right and left of Ling Lan. How did it end up this way? Ling Lan was very surprised. This arrangement was very convenient for them to converse and interact, but it was just too coincidental for all 4 of them to be seated together. With a resigned expression on his face, Han Jijian replied, Your seat and mine are according to the teacher's original arrangement, but Qi Long's and Luo Lang's are the results of battle. It looked like Han Jijian had tried to stop Qi Long and Luo Lang, but had not succeeded. What do you mean results of battle? Ling Lan was curious. Qi Long piped up excitedly from the side. After the teacher finished assigning the seats, he said that if anyone was unhappy with their seats, they could challenge the student who had the seat they wanted. If they won the challenge, then they could switch seats. If they lost, Then they'll have to serve the student they challenged for a month. Both Luo Lang and I won. Ling Lan was speechless. This world was truly a dangerous world. They were all so young, but the teacher was already starting to cultivate their fighting spirit. Looks like she really couldn't take it easy if she wanted to achieve something in this world. Right at that moment, the bell signaling the official start of class reverberated through the classroom, and an elegant and refined youth sedately entered the classroom. He was their first grade special class A homeroom teacher. In the new student's first week, there was no official teaching. The first half of the day was taken up by a course teaching them about the academy's rules, while the later part of the afternoon was allocated for physical training and getting used to the academy's training machinery and facilities. The homeroom teacher of special class A was named Chung Yuanhang. When he saw Ling Lan, his gaze turned cold, and then he announced to the class, "Yesterday I said that if anyone had a seat they preferred, they could challenge the owner of that seat as they liked." Originally, the activity should have ended yesterday, but because a student was absent yesterday, we could not just end it. So, I'll ask again today, does anyone here want Ling Lan's seat? Ling Lan's brow furrowed. Looks like the homeroom teacher didn't like her, otherwise he wouldn't specifically call her out by name. The students looked at one another, but no one made a peep. Nobody wanted to challenge Ling Lan. Think about it. Challenging a fellow student with unknown capabilities just for a seat that was not that much different from another. And if you lost, you'd have to serve the other for a month. No matter how you looked at it, it just wasn't worth it. Although Ling Lan's rank was only 17, Qi Long and Luo Lang, whose rankings were behind him, had risen up like dark horses and had shown just how unexpectedly strong they were. The students couldn't help but be wary after that. Just as Chung Yuanhang thought no one would challenge, a weak and skinny child stood up and said, "I want to challenge." Lin Zhongqing. All the students were in an uproar. The dead last of special class A actually wanted to challenge the upper-middle ranking Ling Lan? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Ling Lan wasn't particularly bothered by Lin Zhongqing's impudent challenge, but her follower Qi Long was riled up instead. He felt as if his boss had been looked down upon, so with a loud slap on his table, he stood up and shouted, "Damn it! Daring to challenge my boss. You're too cocky. Teacher Chung, I'm willing to accept his challenge and fight on behalf of my boss." Qi Long's interruption startled Lin Zhongqing, but then a trace of glee flashed through his eyes. Perhaps no one else saw it, but Ling Lan did. Of course, all the credit should be given to Little Four, who was comprehensively monitoring the classroom. No one's expression within the classroom could escape Little Four's sharp eyes. Qi Long's unexpected request for battle caused rage to cross Chung Yuanhang's face. Coldly, he said, "Qi Long, don't test my patience." Chung Yuanhang had really been angered. How old were these children? Already forming groups and saying boss this, boss that. What do they take this sacred Central Scout Academy for? Chung Yuanhang was of commoner descent and had only achieved the success he had today via the cultivation of the Central Scout Academy. As such, he deeply loved the academy and loathed any bad children that might harm the academy's reputation. And Ling Lan, Qi Long, and the others in his group were all bad children in Chung Yuanhang's eyes, especially Ling Lan. On the very first day of school, he had already made the dean come personally to request leave for him. Chung Yuanhang was very dissatisfied by this. The esteemed dean was the person Chung Yuanhang respected the most. In his opinion, getting the honorable dean himself to come and handle the trivial procedures of applying for leave. This must definitely be due to pressure exerted by the power backing Ling Lan. Because of this, Chung Yuanhang privately came to the conclusion that Ling Lan's inclusion in Special Class A must be due to manipulation of a backdoor. Against these second-generation rich degenerates who relied on their family background and power, he was full of contempt. Therefore, Chung Yuanhang had decided to give Ling Lan a harsh awakening right at the start of today, so that the boy would understand that the Central Scout Academy was not a place where he could dominate just with his family connections. Of course, Qi Long wasn't content to just step back. Just as he was about to argue the point, Ling Lan stepped out from the side and pressed him back into his seat, signaling for him to stop speaking. Ling Lan then turned to look at Chung Yuanhang and asked serenely, "What do you think, teacher?" Chung Yuanhang gave her two options. You can choose to accept the challenge, or you can refuse. But refusing means that you automatically give up your seat. Student Ling Lan, what is your choice? Ling Lan looked steadily at Lin Zhongqing and said, "Since student Lin wants to challenge, of course I shall accept." When Lin Zhongqing heard Ling Lan accept, a complicated expression crossed his face. There was a trace of unease, but more a sense of relief. This was not the typical expression a challenger should have. "Boss, looks like that midget has an ulterior motive in challenging you." Once again, Little Four had caught on to Lin Zhongqing's change in expression and spoke up to caution Ling Lan. "Okay, let's wait and see." Ling Lan secretly put up her guard. Although Lin Zhongqing looked rather weak, she had read in many amount of novels, comics, and anime, and knew that there were many main characters who liked to pretend to be weak to fool their opponents. One who knew if this Lin Zhongqing wasn't someone like this. Ling Lan kept her attention focused as she continued her vigilance. Ling Lan's acceptance of the challenge caused all the first-year Special Class A students to become excited. Under Chung Yuanhang's lead, the whole class came to one of the combat halls within the academy. Walking up to the information input station within the main hall, Chung Yuanhang personally keyed in Ling Lan and Lin Zhongqing's battle request, and under Nature of Combat, he selected the option of Open Arena. Pensively, Ling Lan glanced at Chung Yuanhang. Looks like this teacher was really against her. It wasn't just her imagination. This wasn't the first time Ling Lan had come to this combat hall. On registration day itself, she had already requested a fight here before together with Qi Long. Thus, she knew very well that there were many options under Nature of Combat, ranging from closed and private, closed small arena, semi-open small arena, open small arena, closed arena, semi-open arena, to open arena. Any option with closed meant the fight would be private and hidden, rejecting any viewing audience, just like her spar with Qi Long. Back then, they had chosen a closed and private battle, while this battle between her and Lin Zhongqing was actually best suited for the semi-open small arena option. A semi-open battle would open a unique combat room, and audience members would need to have the room's passcode to enter. They would just have to let the Class A students know the passcode. Then they would have been able to fight a match without any outside disturbance. In that situation, even the side who lost wouldn't have his embarrassment broadcast to the public and lose face. But an open fight was different. This type of battle was open for viewing for all students within the Central Scout Academy. Furthermore, before the fight, the combat hall would even do a comprehensive announcement. As such, open battles were usually only used during the ranking battles every 6 months, extremely rare under normal circumstances. Sure enough, the news of the open arena battle was announced repetitively by the combat hall, drawing all the other students who were here for their own individual practice to the side of their ring. When this impromptu audience saw that there were 2 new students on the stage wearing eye-catching red clothes, they knew it was a fight between Special Class A kids. Pleasantly surprised, they started discussing the fight in earnest, and the atmosphere around the arena became even livelier. Quite a few students even turned on their communicators so they could contact their good friends to come spectate as well. Ling Lan and Lin Zhongqing were currently standing on the left and right side of the stage respectively, facing each other. In contrast with Ling Lan's calm composure, Lin Zhongqing looked extremely nervous. Chung Yuanhang looked at the 2 people on the stage and asked them, "Are you 2 ready?" The 2 nodded in confirmation, and Chung Yuanhang issued the command, "Battle, start." Lin Zhongqing heard Chung Yuanhang's call to start, but he didn't choose to attack immediately. Instead, he retreated swiftly, putting some distance between him and Ling Lan. "What is he trying to do?" asked Little Four in confusion. "We'll know when we fight. By the way, Little Four, while I'm fighting, don't make any sound to distract me," reminded Ling Lan worriedly. She still remembered the time a while back when she had been going through combat training with the Ling family loyalists. Due to Little Four's importune interruption, she had been struck heavily by one of the loyalists, almost gaining a serious injury. Fortunately, the Ling family medicinal bath and the Qi exercises were very reliable, supporting Ling Lan so she didn't have any lasting damage. Still, that one time was enough to scare Ling Lan half to death. It turned out that her life was still not guaranteed. Little Four immediately pulled an imaginary zipper across his mouth in response, signaling that his lips were sealed. He would definitely not cause Ling Lan any trouble. Ling Lan activated her qi circulation and could instantly feel all her senses heighten. When she looked at Lin Zhongqing once again, She had the feeling as if the entire course of the battle was within her grasp. It was glorious. This was also part of the results of 2 nights of training under number 5, a newly discovered ability. Although it had only been 2 nights in real time, due to the time rate conversion, Ling Lan had actually been tormented viciously under number 5's hand for a little over 2 months, almost driving Ling Lan up the wall. Luckily, this ability had progressed from its erratic functionality based on her mental condition to its current stable functioning of working 5 to 6 times out of 10. Ling Lan's suffering had been worth it. The next second was it. Ling Lan's intuition told her that Lin Zhongqing's attack was coming. Sure enough, of the 2 people facing off, Lin Zhongqing was the first to attack. He swooped in abruptly, and his angle of attack was a tricky one. Many of the higher-grade students nodded in approval when they saw Lin Zhongqing's attack. Lin Zhongqing's timing was spot on as well. The time he attacked was precisely the point when a human's mental focus would wane after intense concentration. It was when people were the slowest. Moreover, his attack stance was also great, not just any regular combat art. However, Ling Lan's reaction shocked and awed the watching students. As if well prepared, Lin Zhongqing's attack only made her move a tiny step, and with a slight tilt of her body, she had easily dodged his attack. FCK, this kid is just too confident in himself. Actually choosing to dodge in such a narrow range, isn't that too much? The older students were all rather stunned, and started criticizing Ling Lan for being too reckless in her evasion movements. Qi Long and Luo Lang looked at one another, and read the shock and surprise on each other's faces. They knew very well that using the smallest angle possible to dodge was Ling Lan's specialty. This was definitely the most energy-efficient way of dodging, but only Ling Lan would dare to do so. Qi Long and Luo Lang didn't even dare to try. This was closely related to confidence and ability, and they just weren't at that level yet. However, what shocked and surprised them was not that they were familiar with this evasion move, but because they had sensed that Ling Lan had an even deeper understanding of this type of small-range evasion now, which made her movements look extremely graceful and natural. Lin Zhongqing's first strike struck air, but he didn't retreat directly, choosing to follow up with a flurry of combo punches, moving forward with the determined air of wanting to defeat quality with sheer quantity too. Unfortunately, Ling Lan's strength was really just too far above him. This sort of tactic was no problem at all for Ling Lan. Gently swaying her body, Ling Lan swiftly dodged all of Lin Zhongqing's combination attacks, and somehow, she found herself once again in that strange state she had achieved during her fight with the 5 alpha wolves. This state was still currently not under Ling Lan's control, so whether she could enter it or not was really up to her luck. Once she entered this state, all of Lin Zhongqing's attacks became weakness after weakness in Ling Lan's eyes. With just one punch, she would be able to knock Lin Zhongqing down. It's just, now, seeing Lin Zhongqing's desperation as he attacked with clenched teeth, his rage and stubbornness made Ling Lan decide to just wait a little longer. Lin Zhongqing's boxing skills only consisted of a few moves, and after Ling Lan saw the second repetition of the attack pattern, she knew it was time to end this. Ling Lan did nothing other than make a simple fist and throw it out firmly at the largest weak point in her eyes. Bam! Ling Lan's fist smacked into a soft ball of flesh, and then that thing was sent flying out like a cannonball to land heavily on the arena floor. With just this punch, Lin Zhongqing had been hit, and was now lying still on the ground without any sign of getting up. All the observing students were gobsmacked. Was this not a battle between 2 Special Class A students, but rather a battle between a Special Class A student and someone from the regular classes? They knew very well that although Special Class A had a ranking of 50 spots, all the children didn't really differ much in terms of ability and were practically on par with each other. But this scene before them shattered everything they knew. Was there such a large gap, such as that between clouds in the sky and dirt on the ground, even among the Special Class A students? "You've lost," said Ling Lan calmly towards the fellow lying on the stage who was still unwilling to get up. Although her punch had seemed heavy, it definitely would not have done any significant damage to the opponent. Expression dark, Lin Zhongqing sprang to his feet and said dejectedly, "It's my loss." However, he quickly raised his head again, and with wide, open eyes and a face full of tenacity, he added, "But next time, I won't lose to you again." The fight and confidence in his eyes were still present, not at all dampened by this loss. Contemplatively, Ling Lan looked at him, and then said sedately, "I'll be waiting." This little guy was no fool. With that performance, he had probably drawn the attention of the homeroom teacher. Sure enough, Cheng Yuanhang started applauding from below the stage, expression approving as he said with a smile, "Not bad, Ling Lan, as expected of one of the higher-ranking students in our class." Then, he turned to look at Lin Zhongqing with an expression of deep appreciation for talent, clearly showing who Cheng Yuanhang truly approved of, and said, "Lin Zhongqing, your performance was very good. Failure is the mother of success. Keep it up, you'll succeed one day." Hearing this, Ling Lan was speechless. "Teacher Cheng, oh Teacher Cheng, when you say this, could you not do it right in front of me? Wasn't this just cursing her to one day lose at Lin Zhongqing's hands?" Ling Lan was currently simmering with resentment. Receiving Cheng Yuanhang's praise and encouragement, Lin Zhongqing suppressed the gratefulness in his heart as he replied, "Understood, teacher. I will work hard." That's awesome. He had managed to leave a good impression on his homeroom teacher. Lin Zhongqing gave himself a mental fist pump. Then, he turned to look at Ling Lan, who was standing across from him with his hands folded before him, and doubt rose in his heart. Subconsciously, he swept his gaze to the area below the stage and saw Li Yingjia's unconcealed anger at Ling Lan's success in the limelight. At that, his mind settled. Heaven destroys those who don't look out for themselves. By this time, Little Four had sensed Lin Zhongqing's intentions. In the mind space, he was so angry that he was stomping around, insisting that Ling Lan should teach that horrible punk a lesson. Better yet, she should beat him up until his own mum couldn't recognize him. Darn it. Actually daring to think of using his boss. Did he really think his boss would be so easily taken advantage of? At this moment, Ling Lan was flipping through the files on Lin Zhongqing, which Little Four had passed to her. She found out that Lin Zhongqing was a commoner child, and tracing back in generations, all information indicated that his family was of perfectly normal commoner descent. Lin Zhongqing's rank, body, and tier 1 spiritual power were definitely due to a type of genetic mutation. The child was really quite pitiful. For the sake of money and other benefits, his parents had given him to the military as research material. However, after 6 years of research, Lin Zhongqing was determined as the result of a lucky genetical mishap, and so did not have any research value whatsoever in the stimulation of genetic mutation. As a material with no research value, the military was unconcerned about his whereabouts. Thus, Lin Zhongqing became a member of the Central Scout Academy this year. For such a person of 3 lacks, lacking family, lacking money, and lacking power, what was it that pushed him to challenge Ling Lan? If Lin Zhongqing had only continued to maintain a low profile and avoid attention, he could have smoothly completed his 10 years of education at the Central Scout Academy, and then be free to choose the future he wanted. But he had instead chosen to grandstand, and though he had indeed managed to attract the homeroom teacher's attention, the disadvantages were obviously greater than the benefits, and Lin Zhongqing did not seem like an impetuous person. Thinking of this, Ling Lan said, "Little Four, dig a little deeper. I don't think this matter is that simple." Little Four patted his little chest energetically, saying, "Boss, don't worry. I'll keep a close all-round watch on Lin Zhongqing. I'll definitely find out his secret." That said, Little Four scarpered off to write out his comprehensive monitoring plan, seeming as if he would not rest until he found out everything there was to know about Lin Zhongqing. At this moment, Ling Lan made a silent prayer for Lin Zhongqing. Being targeted by Little Four basically meant that he would have no more secrets to himself. And so Ling Lan and Lin Zhongqing's fight ended just like that. But the ripples following the event were not over yet. Among the special class students of the upper grades, rumors spread about a first-grade special class A kid who was extremely strong, so much so that his class A classmate, who was also within the top 50, had been defeated with just one blow. Everyone began to anticipate the ranking battles coming in 6 months. Every year, the top-ranking student of Class A had the right to challenge across grades. Who knew how far this first-year Class A student could go? How many grades ahead could he defeat? These people didn't even consider the possibility that Ling Lan wouldn't be the top-ranking student. At that thought, the first-grade students were keyed up, while the upper-grade students were eager as well, ready to teach this arrogant upstart a good lesson. As the rumors spread, they became more and more twisted, finally skewed in such a way that Ling Lan became an extremely strong and capable punk with a terribly arrogant attitude. In the 4th grade special class a sunny youngster grinned cheekily as he said to his companion beside him, "Xiu, with such a formidable kid in the 1st grade, your little cousin brother's position at the top is at risk. That bratting Jia, if he doesn't take a loss, he would really think that he's at the top of the world." Li Xiu's face was full of contempt as he said this, as if extremely scornful of his own younger cousin. You Li family members are really something. If your eldest cousin brother really has no talent, then why do you all insist on making him the first in line to inherit, causing your entire household to be full of civil strife, so troublesome? The Sunshine youngster was grateful that he was born in the Yun family. Although there were also some messy affairs within the family, in comparison with the Li family, those issues were not really issues at all, so his family affairs could even be described as clean. Yun Xiu, you look down on my eldest cousin? Li Xiu's expression was a little strange as he glanced at him. Yun Xiu threw a sarcastic look at him. You think? He's older than you by a few months, but he couldn't even qualify for the Central Scout Academy. I heard he was sent by your grandpa family head to the Li family origin planet of Azure to study at the Scout Academy there. Looks like your family head isn't optimistic about this first inheritor of your family. Planet Azure was a third-rate planet, and was one of those planets that were rather behind on resources. It could not compare at all with the premium capital planet of Doha. Typically, any child with even a speck of talent would never be assigned there. Who knows? Li Xiu's expression was a little lost. He had not had many encounters with his eldest cousin because ever since his eldest cousin had been born, he had been taken away by grandfather for personal training. From young, the times they met were fewer than few, countable on just one hand. But even so, he had a very deep impression of this elder cousin brother of his. This profound impression was not due to his status as first inheritor, but was something caused by the very essence of his elder cousin himself. His eldest cousin had a warm aura about him that invited others close, mysteriously drawing in the people around him. Even if everyone in the Li family said that his eldest cousin wasn't fit to be the first inheritor, he had never seen a trace of resentment or dissatisfaction in his cousin's bearing. That never-changing, warm smile led others to become reflexively happy in his presence. Although Li Xiu was also a strong contender for the right to inherit, every time after he met his eldest cousin, the yearning to fight for it would lessen just a little more. Sometimes, he even felt that letting his eldest cousin become the family head wasn't such a bad idea. He would be very willing to help his cousin blaze his way forward, eliminating any rebellious Li family members in his path. Li Xiu shook his head, trying to dislodge this notion. His parents would never allow him to do so. He couldn't help but sigh softly. My eldest cousin is hard to understand. Viewing him as an enemy is very difficult. Ever since their eldest cousin brother left for Planet Azure, he had not returned in 4 years. Quite likely, Liang Jie had very little memory of this cousin brother, which was why he was so fixated on getting the inheritor position. If he really met their eldest cousin, he would very likely start gradually losing the motivation to steal this right from him. The old grandfather of your family is still going strong anyhow. Any fight over the position will still have to wait for many years later. It's still too early to think about all this. But I'm curious, when that self-important younger cousin of yours gets robbed of his rank at the top, what will his expression be like? Yun Xiu smirked evilly. It was his favorite thing to see the expressions of those pompous brats who thought they were geniuses when they were being ground into the dirt. Oh, so your vulgar taste remains unchanged. Well, you'll see in 6 months, teased Li Xiu, expression light and casual. Liang Jie wasn't the eldest cousin he didn't want to fight. He would gladly see him become a laughingstock. All right, so brotherly ties were weak in the Li family to begin with. It's just that this generation had produced an oddball like his eldest cousin brother. Leave me alone. Aren't you even more vulgar? That's your younger cousin, you know. Yun Xiu smacked Li Xiu's shoulder in mock anger. Li Xiu's interest in seeing Li Yingjie make a fool of himself was no less than his own, as expected of someone from the Li family. Li Xiu just laughed at Yun Xiu. One really didn't need that many friends. Sometimes just having one who really understood you was enough. Ling Lan's study life had officially begun, or we should say, Ling Lan was getting along just fine. Although the homeroom teacher Chung Yuanhang had treated her rather harshly on her first day, he had changed his original view of her after seeing her impressive performance, and consequently no longer went out of his way to give her trouble. This was one of the payoffs of her battle with Lin Zhongqing. Another payoff was her popularity among the Class A students. The entire class consisted of boys. Ling Lan's current identity was that of a boy, so we can just ignore this irregular case, and they followed the mentality of survival of the fittest. As such, Ling Lan's defeat of the last-place Lin Zhongqing in one move was greatly admired by all her classmates, so they all wanted to be friends with her. This was because they felt that they themselves would have been unable to pull off what Ling Lan had done. Of course, there were still some who were averse to Ling Lan, such as the small group that was led by Liangjia. They shunned her subtly, and were even a little combative at times. Regarding this, Ling Lan was apathetic. She had never considered herself as a femme fatale invincible from all angles. Someone who had flowers blooming in her presence, people falling at her feet, who caused havoc on heaven and earth, disturbing gods and spirits alike with her beauty. Ling Lan was of the opinion that such a woman was definitely not human. Thus, it was perfectly normal for there to be people who didn't like her. Furthermore, speaking of Liangjia, she also didn't like him in return. That smug look of his was just like that of a narcissistic peacock, not cute at all. Fine, although Ling Lan wasn't a pure facecon one, she was a certified mocon too, only being fond of pretty and adorable children. However, the fight didn't just bring Ling Lan good results, it also brought along a large problem. And that was this uninvited guest, Lin Zhongqing, before her. Even though Ling Lan had refused the month of service he owed her after he lost his challenge, Lin Zhongqing would not accept it. He still insisted on paying this debt with full diligence. According to Lin Zhongqing, you reap what you sow. He took the gamble, so he must pay the price. This was what a true man must do. Lin Zhongqing's decision was supported by many of the students in Class A. Even teacher Chung Yuanhang was full of approval, but Ling Lan was aggravated by it. Bastard! Ling Lan cursed in a very unladylike fashion, extremely disdainful of the people who supported Lin Zhongqing's high-handed way of doing things. Was causing trouble to others really something a real man would do? Alright, perhaps if she really was a boy, she wouldn't be so confused by this. But damn it, she was a girl, definitely a girl, forever a girl. If she let a boy serve her in such close range, and if the truth came out, how would she still get married in the future? Ling Lan had still not given up on the idea of getting married as her true self in the future, primarily because she really wanted to give birth to a child of her own to play with. Adding up the ages of both her lifetimes, she was already an old lady of over 30 years old. Her mental age was definitely at that particular stage where she desperately wanted to get married and have kids. However, Ling Lan was still rational and knew that she could only think about it for now. If she really wanted to have a child, she would still need to wait for this body to mature, and for that, she would still need to wait for about 10 years, or was it 20 years? When the horrific concept of 20 whole years crashed into Ling Lan's awareness, Ling Lan was immediately reduced to tears. How was she to pass her days from now on? Did she really have to wait until her mental age was already at the level of the Grand Monkey King, Sun Wukong one, before she would be able to wed and have kids? While Ling Lan was still caught up in her melancholic musings and her endless resentment at the cruel drag of time, completely lost in her own mind, that extremely troublesome person in her life right now appeared again. Classmate Ling Lan, here are the notes for the previous theory class that I've spent all night compiling. Respectfully, Lin Zhongqing came over to hand over a Blu-ray USB storage drive from this world. The storage drive was very advanced. One only had to align one's wrist communicator to face the drive and turn on the Blu-ray function to transfer all the data within the drive into the communicator to be read at the user's convenience. Ling Lan wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at Lin Zhongqing's good intentions. She really had no need at all for any notes, for Little Four had the ability to record the entire lecture of a teacher, available for her to peruse whenever she needed. Of course, Little Four's supremacy could only be fully realized within this period of time. When it came to the second half of the year, the first-grade students would be allowed to enter the virtual world to study, so they would no longer have to fear being left helpless when they couldn't understand their lessons. In the virtual world, All the Academy's courses had an equivalent virtual counterpart. However, every time one accessed these virtual classes, one would have to spend credits, i.e. money, or use battle points to redeem credits for use. Lin Zhongqing's way of doing things was just a troublesome annoyance to Ling Lan, but a particular little brat had been utterly driven up the wall by him. Within the mind space, Little Four was throwing a violent tantrum. He felt that Lin Zhongqing was taunting him, challenging him for his treasured position as Ling Lan's #1 follower. The infuriated Little Four lifted the kitchen knife in his hand up high, who knows where he got it from, and swung it around impassionedly. This caused Ling Lan's eyelid to twitch nervously, fearful that Little Four would accidentally cut himself. Vehemently, Little Four swished the kitchen knife down before him, raging, "I'll kill him. I must kill him. Boss, don't you stop me. But I've never even thought of stopping you." Ling Lan would really like to say that, but unfortunately, she was afraid that Little Four would start to cry as if tears were free. That amount of tears would certainly be enough to turn her mind space into an endless ocean, and she really didn't want to drown to death. Head aching, she rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "Little Four, are you able to kill him right now?" Hells, how would an incorporeal Little Four kill a flesh-and-blood Lin Zhongqing? Don't bring up things that are impossible. People will just laugh at you. Realizing how idiotic his actions have been thus far, Little Four threw away his little kitchen knife and pounced on Ling Lan to cling to her thigh as he whined. "Boss, you'll definitely help me, right?" Was this how the rumored thigh-hugging too felt like? It truly feels pretty good. Little Four rubbed his face against Ling Lan's thigh. Although Little Four was still just a little bean right now, his actions were already moving towards becoming a little pervert. Unaware that she was being taken advantage of, Ling Lan stared at Little Four's shameless actions, and a vein throbbed on her brow. She dearly wished she could just grab Little Four and give him a good beating. Unfortunately, she had already promised Little Four that she would not resort to domestic violence, so this wish had to be left unfulfilled. This made Ling Lan feel that she had agreed too hastily in the beginning. If she had only known then how much worry Little Four would cause her, she would definitely never have simply agreed to this condition just to cheer him up then. However, Little Four's next words thoroughly chased away all of these thoughts from Ling Lan's mind. Cold sweat started to flow freely from her pores, and even her legs felt a little weak. "Boss, just you wait. The moment he logs on to the virtual world, I'll definitely show him. I'll make sure he dies silently within the virtual world." Little Four's sinister demeanor caused the hairs on Ling Lan's back to stand. How had she forgotten about Little Four's powers within the virtual world? Finally understanding that Little Four's words were not just idle threats, Ling Lan panicked. That's right. Although she did feel that Lin Zhongqing was bothersome, and also wanted to get rid of this bother, that didn't mean she wanted him to die. No matter what, Lin Zhongqing was still an adorable little kid, although she didn't like this kid so much since he was a little complicated. She rushed to talk down Little Four, speaking gently to try and dispel this terrifying notion from Little Four's mind. "Little Four, don't worry, that punk is no threat to you. Little Four will forever be the most precious follower in my mind." At this moment, Ling Lan was unstinting with all the flowery sweet talk she could muster, just so she could get rid of Little Four's killing intent. All this to save a totally irrelevant villager. Why was life so hard? Ling Lan's words made Little Four blush instantly. Happily wriggling his little bottom, he asked coyly, "The most precious, most important, #1 follower, right?" Ling Lan nodded decisively. "That's right. Little Four is my most precious, most important, #1 follower. No one can take away your position. So Little Four, you can just enjoy looking down upon the other followers fighting beneath you." She had never thought of continuing to collect followers, though. Why did the conversation take such a weird turn as she was speaking with Little Four? Damn it, it must be Little Four's fault. He must have some strange ability to distort the topic of conversation. Ling Lan resolutely put all the blame on Little Four. Little Four had no idea what Ling Lan was thinking, but hearing what Ling Lan said, he seemed to come to some realization. "Boss, I understand now. You mean, those other followers are all followers of this follower," he said, pointing to himself gleefully. Ling Lan could almost cry. That wasn't really what she meant, right? Unfortunately, at that moment, she didn't dare not to nod. If Little Four went crazy again, It could be predicted that half a year later, a large swathe of special Class A students would be dead. That would definitely result in a terrifying upheaval, and she would most likely be implicated. Therefore, she needed to stop Little Four now. All right. So Ling Lan didn't really have the saintly love of a matron goddess. In the end, she was still just looking out for herself. Decision made, Ling Lan nodded again firmly. In her mind, a scene formed where Qi Long, Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and the others were chasing the kitty Little Four around yelling out, "Big bro," while Little Four had his little hands on his waist, laughing long and loud into the sky above. Ling Lan was instantly pained, sweating internally as she made a silent apology. "Sorry, dear brothers, for the sake of world peace and humanity's safety, you all will just have to put up with this." Because she had never imagined that she would actually bring this nuclear weapon down upon this world. She was culpable. Finally, it seemed that Little Four was hit by Ling Lan's candy-wrapped missiles and calmed down. He stated grandly that he would be merciful and let that Lin Zhongqing go this once. When Ling Lan heard this, she immediately turned up the sugar level, cajoling Little Four until he was all smiles again, no longer having any thought of almost losing his precious number 1 follower position. Only then could Ling Lan relax and turn her attention to the sticky problem of Lin Zhongqing. When all was said and done, the root of all the problems was Lin Zhongqing. This time, Ling Lan no longer wanted to reject diplomatically. She pushed the USB drive back directly and said coolly, "I don't need it." She had even refrained from putting it more politely. Do you see how much effort she was expending just to save this fellow? Even Qi Long and the others had to pay a painful price for this objective, although they weren't aware of it. Ling Lan's brusque refusal froze Lin Zhongqing's expression, but he soon regained his composure. He hesitantly took back the Blu-ray USB drive and pretended not to notice Ling Lan's cool dismissal, continuing to ask with a smile, "Classmate Ling Lan, where will you all be going later?" There was just one period of Mandarin class in the early afternoon, and then it was all free time until lunchtime. As Ling Lan's personal attendant, Lin Zhongqing needed to know what Ling Lan was going to do next. Ling Lan merely glanced coolly at him, saying nothing. Ling Lan already had no more patience to continue going back and forth with Lin Zhongqing. Beside her, Han Jijian seemed to have picked up on Ling Lan's mood. So he spoke up, "Lin Zhongqing, we do not welcome you here, and we do not need your so-called service. We hope that you do not come looking for our boss Lan anymore." Being rejected formally and verbally for the first time, Lin Zhongqing could no longer maintain his smile. His face fell, and he looked at Ling Lan with a troubled expression. However, this time he did not continue to cling on with words, but just bowed politely to Ling Lan before he turned and left. Lin Zhongqing's abrupt departure puzzled Qi Long. What does he mean by that? Will he not bother us anymore? Uncertainly, Luo Lang replied, "Probably. We've already said it so clearly." Han Jijian watched Lin Zhongqing's gradually departing figure, and his brows furrowed as he said, "Boss Lan, this person is probably not so easy to chase off." Ling Lan nodded. "Yes, him sticking to me is not because he lost the challenge, but for some other purpose." Han Jijian was startled. What purpose? He had not sensed anything at all, thinking all this time that Lin Zhongqing was simply doing this so he could fulfill his bet, to show how trustworthy he was and gain some brownie points in the teacher's eyes. At this moment, Han Jijian felt a little lost. He had self-categorized himself as the intelligent strategist in Ling Lan's group. He had categorized himself this way because his combat ability was no match for Qi Long's. Qi Long was a natural-born fighter, certain to be a high-level mecha operator in the future. Already aware of Qi Long's superior combat prowess, Han Jijian was mentally prepared, and so wasn't too depressed by it. But he had never expected that Luo Lang, who joined in later on, would also be stronger than him in combat ability. This caused him to abruptly lose his self-set place, so he had no choice but to search for a different position he could fill. Very quickly, he had noticed that their group was still lacking a wise strategist. With regards to this character setting, Han Jijian felt that he was quite suited to the task. So although he didn't state it outright in front of his companions, his actions and the learning courses he chose all started leaning in that direction, a clear sign of his determination. However, Ling Lan's words floored him once again. Could it be that he wasn't suited for this character setting after all? The more Han Jijian thought about it, the more insecure he felt, and his mood dipped significantly. Seeing Han Jijian's expression change, Ling Lan felt a headache coming on again. Why did these little fellows by her side all require so much care? Ling Lan could only deepen her wry smile and say, "Actually, I'm not too sure myself. It's just that every time Lin Zhongqing looks at me, his gaze gives me that sort of feeling. Perhaps I'm just thinking too much." Although Ling Lan's expression was a little exaggerated to the point of suspicion, those words weren't actually lies. She really still wasn't sure what Lin Zhongqing's motives were in trying so hard to get on her good side. However, Ling Lan wasn't anxious. She believed that with the passage of time, she would naturally learn of the other's plan. Besides, they were all just 6-year-old brats right now, not involved in much power struggles for wealth or political clout. No matter how much Lin Zhongqing plotted, not much harm could come to Ling Lan. This was yet another reason why Ling Lan was not at all impatient, and could just ignore Lin Zhongqing. Ling Lan's words let Han Jijian temporarily push away the uncertainty in his heart. With a serious expression, he said, "Since Boss Lan has said so, there must be something wrong with Lin Zhongqing. We need to be a little more careful." Despite Ling Lan's rather ambiguous explanation involving intuition, Han Jijian decided to put his faith in her full-heartedly and started cautioning the others to be more alert. It wasn't just Han Jijian who trusted Ling Lan. Even Qi Long and Luo Lang were the same, nodding firmly to show that they understood. The unquestioning faith of her companions surprised Ling Lan slightly, and an indescribable swell of warmth rose within her heart. Was this what was meant by the trust of one's companions? In her previous life, Ling Lan had always been stuck in the hospital, constantly struggling at the border between life and death. She had never experienced what the term companion meant, but now, Ling Lan felt as if she understood it a bit better. It was soon proved that Han Jijian's judgment was very accurate. Lin Zhongqing was not someone who easily backed down. At noon, Ling Lan and the others had just walked into the school canteen when they heard a familiar voice cry out, "Classmate Ling Lan, here, over here." Ling Lan lifted her head and looked over, and saw Lin Zhongqing waving at them enthusiastically with a wide smile on his face, just as if that awkward situation earlier that afternoon had not happened at all. She was thoroughly impressed by Lin Zhongqing's thick skin. Already having been denied so heartlessly, how could he still greet them so passionately? This child's resilience was really just too strong. Qi Long and the others looked at one another, unsure how they were supposed to react. All their lives, they've never met such an agreeable child. They couldn't find it in themselves to keep rejecting Lin Zhongqing in the face of his unreserved smile. Even the typically cold-hearted Han Jijian had nothing to say. Ling Lan exhaled a quiet breath. Fine, she too found it impossible to continue refusing such a resilient child. So she said, "Let's get to know him a little better. The 4 of us against 1 of him. No matter how you look at it, we won't lose." These words were unanimously approved by all 3 of her companions, and so they headed towards the beckoning Lin Zhongqing. However, internally, Ling Lan was more vigilant than ever. This Lin Zhongqing was so unbelievably tolerant. What he wanted must not be trivial. She couldn't help but sigh again. The children of this world were definitely non-human. Even with 2 lives' worth of experience, she could only stay ahead of them by a little. If she compared her true 6-year-old self from her previous world with these children, she would undoubtedly lose all the way to distant Siberia 4. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.